27. Not long after Lu Xianyang arrived at Mud Bottle Alley, another rare visitor came to the alley. It was the elegant blue-robed scholar Zhao Yao, who somewhat resembled the teacher Qi Jingchun. Zhao Yao was the eldest grandson of one of the four major surnames in the small town. Compared to Lu Jingchun and the other good-for-nothings, Zhao Yao, who was also from a rich family, had a good reputation. Many lonely old people in the small town had received the kindness of this youth. If one were to say that this was the so-called famous scholar nurtures his hopes in the wild method, it seemed to be overestimating Zhao Yao's ambition. It was a bit like measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a villain. After all, this youth had been kind to others since he was 10 years old. Year after year he did not slack off in the slightest. Even the old people who had watched the youth grow up in Fulu Street would give him a thumbs up. Every time they reprimanded their own children, they would always use Zhao Yao as an excuse. This made Zhao Yao not have many close friends among his peers. Lu Jingchun and the others had a free heart and did not like to deal with a bookworm who was all day long. Imagine everyone excitedly climbing up the wall to peek at a pretty widow, only to have someone say by the side, "Don't look at indecent things." Wouldn't that spoil the fun? In short, young Zhao Yao liked to deal with people outside of Fulu Street. He had walked through almost all the alleys, big and small, except for Mud Bottle Alley. This was because Song Jisun lived in this alley, a peer who often made Zhao Yao feel ashamed of his inferiority. However, when it came to friends, Zhao Yao probably only recognized Song Jisun as his chess partner. Although he had lost to Song Jisun in chess for so many years, the desire to win was just that. Zhao Yao had always admired the talented Song Jisun from the bottom of his heart. However, Zhao Yao was somewhat disappointed because his intuition told him that although Song Jisun and he were usually very close to each other, it seemed that Song Jisun had never regarded him as a true friend. Although Zhao Yao had never visited Song Jisun's house before, when he saw a certain house, he knew that it must be Song Jisun's house. It was because of the Spring Festival couplet pasted on the door. There were many words, and at a glance he could tell that it was Song Jisun's handwriting. The reason was very simple. There were too many changes in style. It could almost be said that each word was different. For example, the two words imperial wind were written in one smooth flow, free will, and had a great sense of floating. The word yuan, beside the word water, had a deep meaning. The word qi, when mentioned, had great boldness and was like a thunderbolt. The word gua was written in a neutral and peaceful manner, like a sage sitting upright. There was not the slightest flaw to be found. Zhao Yao stood at the door, almost forgetting to knock. He leaned forward and stared at the words in a daze. He felt that he was about to lose the courage to knock. It was precisely because of his diligent practice of calligraphy that he was even more aware of the strength, weight, and spirit contained in those words. Zhao Yao was dejected. He took out a money pouch and bent over to place it at the door, preparing to leave without saying goodbye. At this moment, the door to the courtyard suddenly opened. Zhao Yao looked up and saw Song Jisun about to leave with the maidservant GQ. The two of them were talking and laughing. Song Jisun pretended to be surprised and joked, "Zhao Yao, why are you bowing so respectfully?" Zhao Yao awkwardly picked up the money pouch. Just as he was about to explain, Song Jisun took the embroidered pouch away and said with a smile, "Oh my, Zhao Yao is here to deliver a gift. I'll accept it. But let me say this first. I come from a poor family, so I don't have anything that can catch Brother Zhao's eye. If I don't return the favor, then it'll be rude." Zhao Yao smiled bitterly. "This pouch is worth more than money. Just treat it as my parting gift. There's no need to return the favor." Song Jisun turned to his maidservant and smiled knowingly. He handed the money pouch to her. "See, I told you that Zhao Yao is the most polite scholar in town. How about it?" The young girl took the money pouch and held it in front of her chest. She smiled so widely that her eyes narrowed. She was very happy. She slightly leaned to the side and curtsied. "Thank you, young Master Zhao. My family's young master said that a family that accumulates kindness has more to celebrate, and a person that does good will have good fortune. This servant wishes young Master Zhao a meteoric rise and a bright future." Zhao Yao hurriedly returned the gesture. "Thank you, Miss GQ, for your auspicious words." Song Jisun rubbed the back of his head and yawned. "Aren't you tired?" GQ beamed. "If I could get a pouch of money every time, then this servant wouldn't be tired even if I curtsied 10,000 times." Zhao Yao blushed with shame. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint Miss GQ." Song Jisun waved his hand. "Come, let's drink." Zhao Yao had an awkward expression. Song Jisun tried to goad him. "What an idiot. You only read about rigid rules, how can you not read about the romance of a famous scholar?" Zhao Yao asked tentatively, drink a little to lighten the mood? Song Jisun rolled his eyes. Get drunk. Zhao Yao was just about to speak when Song Jisun grabbed him by the neck and dragged him away. When the maidservant GQ locked the door, the four-legged snake tried to sneak out, but she kicked it back into the courtyard. When she passed by the house next door, she quietly stood on her tiptoes and stole a few glances. She saw Lu Xianyang's tall figure. Lu Xianyang also noticed her and immediately smiled brightly. Lu Xianyang was about to greet her, but she had already retracted her gaze and walked away quickly. There was a restaurant in the small town. It wasn't very big, but its expenses weren't small. However, Zhao Yao was a descendant of the Zhao family and had a good reputation. The restaurant's manager was famous for being stingy. He didn't know what was wrong with him today, but he patted his chest and said that he wouldn't accept a single copper coin. His restaurant was honored to have 2 scholars come to his restaurant for a drink. The 2 young masters should accept his money instead. Song Jisun immediately stretched out his hand with a chuckle, asking for the money on the spot. The innkeeper angrily found a way out for himself, saying that he owed Song Jisun and that he would send a few jars of good wine to young Master Song tomorrow. Zhao Yao wanted nothing more than to dig a hole and hide in it. The manager had always known about young Master Song's eccentric temperament, so he didn't really get angry. He personally found a quiet window seat for the 3 of them on the 2nd floor. Song Jisun and Zhao Yao didn't talk much. Song Jisun also didn't try to trick them with wine. This made Zhao Yao, who was unafraid of death, feel very strange. Looking out the window on the 2nd floor of the restaurant, one could just see a plaque on the 12-legged memorial arch. Song Jisun asked, "Is Mr. Qi really not leaving the small town with you?" Zhao Yao nodded and said, "Mr. Qi changed his schedule at the last minute. He said that he will stay in the school and finish teaching the penultimate chapter, knowing etiquette." Song Jisun sighed and said, "Then Mr. Qi is going to talk about a great principle. He's going to teach the world for the Confucian sage. He's going to tell us that at the beginning of the world, there was no such thing as law. The sage used etiquette to teach all living things. At that time, the monarchs all worshipped etiquette. They believed that if something went wrong with etiquette, it would be punished." Zhao Yao was already a little tipsy, so his speech was a little slurred. He asked, "Don't you think so? Why doesn't Mr. Qi just teach us the last chapter, knowing etiquette?" Song Jisun didn't answer his question. Before leaving the small town, there were mountain spirits, water ghosts, immortals and monsters. If you believe it, they existed. If you don't, they didn't. As for how Mr. Qi will teach and how the students will listen, that's up to fate. The maidservant GQ also drank a cup of wine. She looked dizzy and playful. She didn't even look at the towering memorial arch from beginning to end. There were 12-foot archways, and at the base of the stone pillars were the 9 different beasts of the dragon's 9 sons. Outside them were the white tiger, the black tortoise, and the vermilion bird. The people of the small town had lived here for generations, so they were already used to it. Zhao Yao couldn't help but burp. He stood up shakily and said, "Farewell. I hope we'll meet again." Song Jisun thought for a moment and stood up as well. He smiled and said, "We'll definitely meet again. Zhao Yao, don't worry about not knowing a friend on the road ahead." Zhao Yao, whose eyes were blurred, bit his tongue and said sincerely, "Song Jisun, you should leave the small town as soon as possible. Who doesn't know you? You can do it." Song Jisun obviously didn't take him seriously. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go, let's go. Drunken talk is a disgrace to a gentleman." After Zhao Yao and Song Jisun left the restaurant, they went their separate ways. Before Zhao Yao left, he asked, "Song Jisun, do you want to go to the supervisor of Kill's official residence to take a look? I can convince the gatekeeper." Song Jisun's face was cold as he said, "Get lost." Zhao Yao left quietly. The maidservant GQ looked at his back and whispered, "Young master, he had good intentions." Song Jisun sneered and said, "Good people in the world have good intentions, but in the end they end up with bad consequences. Isn't that a lot?" She thought for a moment. It seemed to be such a tedious truth, so she didn't insist. Zhao Yao lived on Fulu Street to the north of the small town. Mud Bottle Alley was to the west, where the poor gathered. When Song Jisun and the maidservant walked side by side through the memorial arch, she looked up at the plaque that said, "Fighting Bull." She looked like an old woman past her prime. The girl, whose real name was Wang Zhu, smiled without showing her teeth. When Zhao Yao returned to the ancestral residence on Fulu Street, the servant told him that the old ancestor was waiting for him in the study and that he had to go there immediately. The scholar, who reeked of alcohol, immediately had a headache and rushed to the study. The Zhao family didn't show off in the small town. Their wealth was restrained, unlike the Liu family who showed off their arrogance. They liked to boast that they were a scholarly family. The study was also very antique. An old woman with a walking stick was standing beside a desk. She stroked the surface of the desk. Her weathered face was full of sadness and reminiscence. When the old woman smelled the strong smell of alcohol coming from her grandson, she didn't get angry. She smiled and waved her hand. Yao, come in. What are you standing at the door for? It's not like you're drinking horse piss. It's not shameful. Zhao Yao smiled bitterly and stepped over the threshold. He respectfully bowed to the old ancestor. The old woman impatiently said, "That's the bad thing about studying too much. There are so many rules and regulations. It makes scholars feel like they're going around in circles for the rest of their lives. It's so boring. Take your grandfather for example. You're the best at everything, but when it comes to talking about grand principles with me, it's so long-winded and annoying. Especially that attitude of his. TSK, he really deserves a beating. I just can't win against him in words." The old woman was suddenly amused by herself. She laughed out loud. "I almost forgot. I didn't need a walking stick back then." She smiled and asked, "Why? You're drinking with that ingrate Song?" Zhao Yao said helplessly, "Grandma, how many times have I told you? Song Jisin is very talented. He has a high level of comprehension and is a step ahead of others in learning everything." The old woman sneered. "He's the smartest. It's just that your grandfather was already 3 years old when he was alive. I've always admired that little thing. Do you want to know what your grandfather said?" Zhao Yao hurriedly replied, "Grandson doesn't want to know." The old woman didn't care whether her precious grandson was willing to listen or not. She continued, "Your grandfather said, at such a young age he's so shrewd. It's a pity that he's the one who ruined the reputation of his ancestors." She then pointed at Zhao Yao. "Your grandfather also said, gentle, courteous, and thrifty. At first there's nothing special about him, but he's the one who nurtures the vitality of his descendants. He's definitely my grandson." After the old woman finished speaking, she smiled. Damned old man. After being jealous for his whole life, he finally said something nice. Zhao Yao was about to speak when he heard his grandmother sigh. I'm old. The youth had no choice but to swallow his words. He smiled and went forward to hold the old woman's arm. "Grandma, you're as old as the southern mountains. You're still very young." The old woman stretched out her withered hand and patted the back of her precious grandson's hand. "You're better than your grandfather. You don't know how to study, you know how to talk nonsense, and you know how to say nice things." The youth smiled. "Grandpa is really knowledgeable. Mr. Qi also said that Grandpa is very good at studying. He's very experienced in understanding the word righteousness." The old woman immediately revealed her fox tail. She couldn't hide her pride, but she pretended to snort coldly. "Of course. Don't you know who picked the man?" Zhao Yao pursed his lips tightly to hold back his laughter. The old woman led Zhao Yao to a chair behind the desk. The youth discovered that there was a wooden carving of a sleeping dragon placed on the desk. It was vivid and lifelike, but for some unknown reason, after careful examination, he discovered that this blue wooden dragon had eyes but no pupils. The old woman picked up a brush that had already been dipped in ink. It was a brand new small awl brush made from the branches of an old locust tree. She held it with both hands and trembled as she handed it to her eldest grandson. Zhao Yao took the brush in confusion. He felt a weight on his shoulder. It turned out that his grandmother had placed her hand on his shoulder. He took the opportunity to sit in the seat that only the head of the Zhao family could sit in. The old woman took a step back and said solemnly, "Zhao Yao, take a seat. Today you will add the finishing touch to the dragon for the ancestors of the Zhao family." The dilapidated clay statues of deities lay on the ground covered with weeds. No one paid any attention to them. It had been like this for thousands of years. There would even be clay idols that would fall here. Not only were the townspeople used to many things, but they also didn't have much respect for these idols. The elderly would occasionally nag at their children to not come here to play. However, the young children still liked to come here to play hide and seek, catch crickets and so on. Perhaps when these children grew up and became old, they would also tell their children not to come here to play. Generation after generation, this place passed without wind or rain. It was plain and uneventful. Here there were tumbling heads, broken torsos, and separated palms. They seemed to have been forcefully pieced together by someone to maintain their original appearance. However, this was all that was left of them. A youth in straw sandals hurriedly ran here from Clay Bottle Alley. He clutched 3 coins tightly in his hand. When he arrived, he walked around in circles, muttering to himself. Then he found a statue with great familiarity. He squatted down and looked around. Seeing that there was no one around, he quietly placed the coins into the cracks of the statue. He got up and went to find a second and third statue. He did the same thing. Before the youth left, he stood alone in the lush green grass. He put his palms together and lowered his head as he muttered, "Broken pieces of peace, broken pieces of peace. I hope that you will bless my parents so that they won't suffer in the next life. If possible, please tell my parents that I'm doing very well now. They don't need to worry." 28. At dusk, Chin Pingan returned to town. When he passed by the east gate, the sloppy guard was still humming a tune. He was singing, "An inch of time can't be taken lightly, glory, splendor, wealth and rank can be thrown away." Perhaps he was disturbed by the footsteps of the youth, but when he opened his eyes, he happened to meet the youth's eyes. When the guard saw that it was the debt collector, he was disappointed. He waved his hand and said, "Go away, your time is worthless. If you can have even one word of glory, splendor, wealth and rank, you should be burning incense." After Chin Pingan ran past, he raised one of his palms high, opened his 5 fingers and shook it with all his might. Obviously he was reminding the guard that there was a 5 copper coin relationship between the two of them. The guard spat and cursed, "You're not a good person either." The youth's figure quickly disappeared. The guard looked up at the clear blue sky. It was like a beautiful layer of glaze. The man rubbed his stubbled chin and clicked his tongue. Mr. Chi once said a line in a poem. What was it again? Good stuff, colored glass? An ox cart slowly drove out of town. Sitting on the cart was a well-known scholar in a green robe. The cart driver was a middle-aged man with a wooden expression. The man immediately waved his hand and laughed loudly. "Brother Yao, don't be in a hurry to leave. I have a sentence that I forgot. I only remember good stuff, colored glass and the like. I can't remember anything else. You're very knowledgeable, so tell me." Zhao Yao was in high spirits. He held a bag in his arms and said loudly, "Good things in the world are not firm. Colorful clouds scatter easily and colored glass is brittle." The guard gave him a thumbs up. "You're indeed worthy of being called Brother Yao. You're very knowledgeable. When you're successful in the future, don't forget to visit me in your hometown. Who knows, maybe you can replace your husband and be a teacher for the children in our town." "That's good too." Zhao Yao was stunned. He then cupped his hands and smiled, "Thank you for your kind words." The man was happy and took out an embroidered pouch from his sleeve. With a flick of his wrist, he threw the pouch high into the air and grinned. "I've wasted so many years making you write so many couplets for me. Most importantly, you're also kind and honest. You've never found it troublesome. I've always been right about people. Here, I'll give you something." Zhao Yao hurriedly caught the money bag. "See you later." The man smiled and nodded. He waved at the young man's ox cart and muttered, "It's going to be difficult." The straw-sandaled youth walked towards the depths of the town while Zhao Yao's ox cart sped towards the world outside the town, brushing past each other. The man sitting on the stump counted with his fingers. The young man from the Great Sway Kingdom with a bamboo basket full of golden carps, the son of Widow Gu from Clay Bottle Alley, and the young man from Fortune Street. That's 3. However, there were still so many people following. If they all barged in, wouldn't they only be left with the job of picking up scraps? Why don't I take the opportunity to find a filial disciple who can massage my shoulders? The man stretched out his hand and touched his wrinkled, dark cheeks. He chuckled and said, "It'd be best if it's a beautiful female disciple who's bright and smooth. I can bear with a bad face, but her legs must be long." This famous bachelor of the town held his hands behind his head and looked up at the sky. He was secretly happy. When he thought of these happy things, his worries disappeared. He only felt that there was great beauty in the world. Before Chin Pingan left Clay Bottle Alley, he made an appointment with Lu Xianyang and the black-clothed girl to meet at Lu Xianyang's house. When Chin Pingan arrived at Lu Xianyang's house, the door was unlocked. "So, as long as you meet the old man from Xingyang Mountain, try not to argue. But once there's a conflict, just stall for time. Don't fight with others and don't have any wishful thinking. You must stall until I appear." Lu Xianyang said in a low voice, "This is our territory. Do these foreigners really dare to kill people in our territory?" Chin Pingan glanced at him and nodded, "Yes, they do." Lu Xianyang swallowed. Chin Pingan suddenly asked, "Do you remember what priest Lu, the fortune teller who set up the stall, told you?" Lu Xianyang felt a headache coming. After trying hard to recall, he scratched his ears and cheeks and said, "How can I remember clearly? I only know that it's some unpleasant words of bad luck." Anyway, he said that there's going to be a big disaster and that we need to burn incense. It's all a mess. I just thought he was talking nonsense and scamming people for money." Chin Pingan turned to look at the girl in black. The girl said fiercely, "He can't remember the sign. How can I explain it to him? Does he really think I'm a deity?" Chin Pingan was a little confused. He couldn't figure out why Miss Ning was so angry all of a sudden. The girl strode out of the house. Compared to the slow and leisurely way they came, they were now much more swift and decisive. The girl with the saber walked in the wide alley. She wondered if she should find some time to read a few books later. The girl thought of walking around in the future, beheading people with a flying sword and composing a few impassioned impromptu poems. Even if there was no one around, she felt that it was really cool. Just as the girl was filled with longing, a familiar figure brushed past her. "See you tomorrow, Miss Ning." When the voice fell, the figure was almost at the end of the alley. The young man in straw sandals carried a basket and walked as if he was flying. The girl was stunned and muttered to herself, "Is there really such a money grubber?" 29. The youth stepped on the fragmented starlight all the way out of the town and went straight to the stream. Although it was night time, Chin Pingan's running speed was not slower than during the day. Chin Pingan deliberately avoided the position of the covered bridge where the water level was the deepest. The stream there was much higher than other places. Chin Pingan chose a section of the stream where the water level only reached his knees. He took off the large bamboo basket on his back and bent down to pick up a small bamboo basket hidden inside. He tied it tightly around his waist, took off his straw sandals, rolled up his trousers and went into the water to feel for stones. The wound on his left hand that was cut by the broken porcelain was still painful. Naturally, he could not let it soak in the water. The youth could only use his right hand to pick up stones in the stream. In fact, the stones on the dry riverbed were the easiest to pick up. However, as Lu Xianyang said, the color would fade quickly. Now that Chin Pingan roughly understood the mystery behind it from the black-clothed girl, it was not difficult to understand. He felt that these stones were actually like the soil he chewed on when he followed Old Man Yao over the mountains in his early years. The soil looked ordinary, but in some places, even if it was separated by a mountain, when it entered the mouth, it would have a completely different taste. Old Man Yao said that this was called the moving of trees and dead people, the moving of soil to become a Buddha. As long as the soil in the hand left the original soil, it would quickly change its taste. The stream did not have a name. The stones in the stream were as big as a fist and as small as a thumb. They were colorful, but the people of the town were used to seeing them quietly lying in the clear stream for generations. Naturally, no one thought that it was a rare thing. Whoever carried these stones home would definitely be treated as a fool. If one had the strength to not do more farm work after eating, then what was one if not a fool? Chin Pingan, who was bending over and wading in the water, kept moving and turning over the large stones at the bottom of the stream. He had already picked up 7 or 8 stones and put them into the bamboo basket. They were of different sizes and different colors. The color of the stone's skin was like golden oranges hanging high on the branches in autumn, white and tender like a baby's skin, dark and shiny, bright like red peach blossoms, and the most common color was the green of shrimp's back. These stones were called snake gallstones by the villagers. Most of them were not big and were slippery and heavy when held in the hand. If held high in the sun during the day or illuminated by candlelight late at night, the texture of the stone could be vaguely seen. It was like silk, like a tiny snake or fish winding. When looked at from a distance, the color of the stone was like shining fish scales or snake scales. About 2 hours later, Chin Pingan's fish basket was almost full. He went back to the stream bank where the basket of straw sandals was placed. He first went to the shore and pulled out a few large reeds, wild celery and dog's tail grass to cushion the bottom of the basket. Only then did he put the stones into the basket one by one. He carried the straw sandals, tied the fish basket and carried the basket on his back. He went ashore and returned to the stream bank where he turned back. He put down the straw sandals and basket again and went down the stream to continue moving the stones. After picking up half of the basket, Chin Pingan straightened his back and looked up at the starry sky, hoping to see a shooting star across the night sky. However, he obviously did not have such good luck tonight. After Chin Pingan came back to his senses, he continued to rely on the faint starlight and his extraordinary eyesight to do what a money grubber should do. Every time he successfully picked up a stone, Chin Pingan spontaneously felt a burst of joy. For the youth, every stone was like a ray of hope. Unknowingly, Chin Pingan had already accumulated more than half of the basket of stones. In total, there were about 80 stones. Among them, the largest stone was bigger than his fist. The color was extremely eye-catching, like a ball of chicken blood. The color was bright and did not give people a feeling of discomfort. Such a big stone almost had no flaws or cracks. At this time, Chin Pingon was walking on the shore towards the next section of the stream. He was playing with a medium-sized snake gallstone in his hand. It was a light green color, much lighter than the plum green in the small town's porcelain. The stone was round and smooth and was very cute. Chin Pingon liked it at first sight. Chin Pingon walked towards the huge bluestone cliff on the shore. The children of the small town often bathed in this section of the stream during the hot summer. The stream at the bottom of the cliff was especially deep. The deepest pit was as high as 2 Chin Pingon. It was the place where the depth of the stream was second only to the deep pool under the covered bridge. Youths who were good at swimming liked to compete to see who could stay in the water the longest here. The reason why Chin Pingon chose this deep pit was that when he and Lu Xianyang bathed here before, they found that there were many snake gallstones at the bottom of the pit. Lu Xianyang once wanted to show off his outstanding swimming ability, and even deliberately carried a snake gallstone under his armpit to float up. Chin Pingon remembered that the stone was at least as big as Gukan's head. The stone was slightly white and transparent, but there were actually bright red dots inside like frozen peach blossom petals. At that time, Lu Xianyang thought that it was quite meaningful, so he asked Chin Pingon to help him carry the big stone home. As a result, when they arrived at the small town, the tall youth who didn't have a fixed personality felt that it was boring, so he asked Chin Pingon to take care of the stone himself. When Chin Pingon walked into Mud Bottle Alley that time, he found that GQ from next door was inexplicably following behind him. She didn't say anything but kept staring at the stone in his arms. The look in her eyes was similar to the look in Chin Pingon's eyes every time he saw the meat buns sold in Apricot Blossom Alley. Chin Pingon really couldn't resist her covetous gaze, so he gave the stone to her. In the end, she couldn't move it at first and almost smashed her foot. Chin Pingon had no choice but to simply move it to Song Jisin's courtyard. As for the final whereabouts of the stone, Chin Pingon didn't know. The stone was as white as water and peach blossoms floated in it. It was like the peach blossoms in Peach Blossom Alley after the rain, green and lush. Even if Chin Pingon didn't know the mystery of this stone before today, he still felt from the bottom of his heart that the big stone was really beautiful. Chin Pingon sighed and suddenly stopped in his tracks. 30 steps away on the bluestone cliff by the stream, sat a young girl in green clothes. Her cheeks were bulging but she was still stuffing food into her mouth. Chin Pingon's first impression was that the young girl must have been reincarnated as a hungry ghost, so that's why she was so pitiful in the middle of the night. Chin Pingon thought about it and didn't go any closer, afraid that he would disturb the young girl's mood of eating supper. However, he didn't turn around and leave. After all, he had already made up his mind to go to the waterhole tonight to try his luck. Every time he touched 1 or 2 stones to go ashore, he would succeed if he tried too many times. Moreover, the snake gall stone in the waterhole was bigger than the other places in the stream, and its color seemed to be more vibrant. Chin Pingon's swimming wasn't as good as Lu Xianyang's, but he wasn't bad either. Chin Pingon didn't expect that the strange young girl would pick up something to eat after finishing one. She didn't stop to rest and her cheeks were always bulging. Chin Pingon carried more than half a basket of heavy stones on his back. Thinking that it would be physical work to touch the stones in the water later, he turned sideways and put the basket on the ground. Chin Pingon underestimated the young girl in green's hearing. As a result, the moment he put the basket down lightly, the young girl's ears suddenly perked up, and her eyes immediately swept over. Chin Pingon couldn't tell the young girl to eat slowly, so he could only smile awkwardly. The young girl's expression was a bit sluggish, and she burped twice in a row. Then she seemed to choke and hurriedly puffed out her chest, using her hands to pat it with all her might. Chin Pingon only then realized that she wasn't old. Looking down from her neck, the scenery there was truly spectacular. It didn't lose to many women who had given birth and raised children. The clothes in front of her chest were extremely tight. Chin Pingon quickly withdrew his gaze, but he didn't have any perverted thoughts. Only then did the young girl in green remember that she had brought a water bottle. She didn't forget to turn her back to Chin Pingon, raised her head and gulped down a large mouthful of water. Only then did her breathing become smooth. The youth carrying the straw sandals only had a simple thought at that time. The fabric of this young girl's clothes couldn't be cheap, or else she wouldn't be able to withstand so much strength. The young girl in green continued to eat. This time she was much more reserved, and at least her cheeks weren't as exaggerated. She lowered her head and nibbled, occasionally glancing sideways at the strange small-town youth. A pair of peach blossom-like eyes, with the ends of her eyes slightly upturned, made the young girl look like a young fox. She seemed to be using her eyes to ask the youth, "What's wrong with you? Continue on your way." Chin Pingan's face was full of helplessness, and he could only point at the stream outside the green stone cliff, shouting, "I'm not passing by here, I'm going to the stream on your side." She looked at the thin youth but didn't say anything. Chin Pingan hurriedly picked up a stone from the basket and continued to explain, "I'm going to the stream to pick up these stones." The young girl suddenly remembered that she had something important to do, and raised her finger to her lips, indicating that Chin Pingan shouldn't speak. Then she moved her position, clearly letting Chin Pingan go over. She wouldn't hinder him from picking up the stones in the water. Chin Pingan could only carry the basket and braced himself to walk over. Fortunately, the green stone cliff was very big and more than 10 people could stand. Moreover, the young girl had already taken the initiative to sit on the edge, unlike before when her legs were stretched out. She sat cross-legged, and there was an open bag on her knees, filled with all kinds of pastries and snacks, like a small mountain. So far, the young girl had only eaten a small mountain. Chin Pingan put down the straw sandals, basket and bamboo basket. Originally, he wanted to go into the water in the middle of the night bare-chested, but now he couldn't think about it. There was an unfamiliar young girl sitting next to him, and not to mention whether she would scream, if her family elders saw or heard this, Chin Pingan estimated that his legs would be broken, and he wouldn't be wronged. Chin Pingan came to the edge of the cliff, and with a fierce dive, he rushed to the bottom of the waterhole. Soon he touched a palm-sized stone, but unfortunately, it wasn't a snake gallstone. He had to wipe his face and continue to dive. After 3 times he finally touched a dark green snake gallstone. Chin Pingan climbed up the cliff, wet, and put the stone into the basket and then continued to dive into the water. From beginning to end, the young girl's back was facing him and she was busy eating. In less than half an hour, Chin Pingan had already touched 7 or 8 stones. Except for the first dark stone, the rest of the stones were large and bright. The last time he went down, he didn't take a stone ashore, but caught a palm-sized live fish. In the small town, it was commonly known as the stone fish. When it met people, it liked to hide under the stones. The taste of its meat was very delicious. Generally, it was only slightly longer than a finger. It was rare to see a stone fish as big as the one in Chin Pingan's hand. Chin Pingan had actually sneaked into the cracks of the stones at the bottom of the pit and found a few. But at that time, because of the stone, he let them go. This time, it was a flash of inspiration. He suddenly felt that if he could catch a dozen fish tonight, it would be good to stew a pot of fish soup for Miss Ning tomorrow. After Chin Pingan came ashore, he threw the fish into the bamboo basket. The second time he caught a fish ashore, Chin Pingan suddenly found that the young girl was squatting next to the basket, looking at the basket with only one fish lying in it. Her face was full of spirit, just like GQ when she saw the stone in the alley. Chin Pingan threw the second stone fish into the bamboo basket. The young girl slowly raised her head. The barefoot youth had already turned around and walked quickly down the stream. After the young girl heard the youth splash, she quickly grabbed a fish from the bamboo basket, looked down at them that were still jumping, and nodded with a serious expression. Amazing, amazing. The green-clothed girl knew that there were many strange sights in this small town. It was called the Well in Apricot Blossom Lane, and it was unknown how long the iron lock was. Not far away, the covered bridge was actually a stone arch bridge that spanned the stream for 3,000 years. At the bottom of the bridge there was a rusty iron sword, and the tip of the sword pointed to a bottomless dark green pool. There was a 12-legged crab memorial arch, and in the grass outside the ancestral hall, there were dilapidated mud statues. There was a porcelain mountain in the north, piled with porcelain that had been judged as defective by the supervising officials of the dynasties. All of them were broken and so on. She even knew most of the reasons. When she was very young, she had followed her father everywhere, so she was worthy of being called someone who had seen the world. But when Chin Pingan caught the slate fish for the 3rd time, the empty-handed girl was still squatting beside the fish basket. However, her 2 hands were still secretly wiping the corners of her clothes. She looked up at the barefooted youth as he approached. Her gaze was like a commoner looking at an immortal. Chin Pingan was uncomfortable with her strange look and asked tentatively, "You want these fish?" The young girl subconsciously nodded. Chin Pingan smiled. "Then I'll give you all 3. I'll catch more later." The young girl blinked her eyes and then smiled happily. Foxy and charming. 30. Chin Pingan was very familiar with this kind of gaze. It was the same way he looked at Lu Xianyang when he was a child. At that time, Lu Xianyang was the king of the children in the area of Apricot Blossom Lane and Clay Bottle Lane. It seemed that there was nothing in the world that Lu Xianyang could not do. Later, some of his peers who were originally followers of Lu Xianyang also went to the dragon kiln to be apprentices. Most of them scattered to various grocery stores in the town to work as clerks or help their relatives with the accounts. As Song Jisun said, only the most useless people would go to the fields to eat. In the end, he was the only one who still mingled with Lu Xianyang. Qin Pingan gave the 3 slate fish to the girl. He strung them together with a few green foxtails through the gills and handed them to the girl. She took the fish and lifted it. It was a little light. She felt that it was not enough for a plate of green pepper fried fish. She tilted her head and glanced at the puddle in the creek, full of expectation. Chen Pingan understood and apologized. I'm going to make soup for my friends with the next fish. I can't give it to you. The girl pointed to the open package not far away, indicating that she could exchange the pastries for the fish. Chen Pingan shook his head and smiled. No, the pastries are delicious and can fill the stomach. But they are not as nourishing as fish soup. The girl nodded and did not force him. She silently sat back and carefully put the fish at her feet. Then she continued her great undertaking of eating without doing anything. Although Qin Pingan was curious about her identity, he did not ask. Looking at her dress, she did not look like a girl from a noble family in Fulu Street. She looked a little like the neighbor next door, GQ. She was delicate and did not like to talk. Qin Pingan suddenly felt a little worried. Could she be a servant girl who had stolen food from home? He had heard that the rules in those big mansions were very strict. Lu Xianyang and Song Jisun always liked to contradict each other. This was the only exception. However, Lu Xianyang's explanation was very frightening. He said that servant girls who walked in those mansions with high courtyard walls would have their legs broken by the stewards, who had sharp eyes like a serpent's, and throw them outside the walls to wait for death on the streets. Song Jisun, on the other hand, said that Lu Xianyang was spreading a false rumor. It was not that exaggerated. However, the servant maids and mamas in everyone's household indeed walked like cats, not making a single sound. At that time, Lu Xianyang caught a glimpse of the happy maid GQ. He immediately became angry and scolded Song Jisun. What goose? Can your goose talk? In the end, Qin Pingan caught 7 or 8 slate fishes. The bamboo basket was shaken by their collision. The pale-faced youth knew that he was almost at his limit. The water in spring was cold to the bone. Of course, the most important thing was that his injured left hand couldn't bear it. After Qin Pingan went ashore for the last time, he quickly jumped off the blue stone cliff and drilled into the grass by the stream, making a rustling sound. Not long after, he pulled out 3 or 4 types of grass. Many of the grass roots were mixed with soil. He picked up an ordinary stone and returned to the stone cliff. He found a natural pothole the size of the palm of his hand. After wiping it dry, he began to gently pound the herbs. Soon it turned into a mass of blue paste. The juice emitted the unique fragrance of the spring weeds by the river. With his back to the girl, Qin Pingan took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. He began to untie the cotton cloth on his left hand. Sweat quickly oozed out of his forehead, covering the cold stream water that slid down from his head. Although the bloody wound was a little better than the white bone before the bandage, it was still a ghastly sight. When Qin Pingan came, he did not expect that his left hand would touch the stream water, so he did not prepare a cotton cloth. Before, his mind was full of snake gallstones that could make money and catch fish to make soup. Only now did he realize that he had made a big mistake. The teenager was a little confused. Suddenly, a palm appeared in front of him. There were several dry and clean strips of cloth. It turned out that the girl in green had torn off a part of her sleeve. Qin Pingan smiled sadly. He did not care about being polite with the girl. After applying the herbs to the wound on his palm, he put it close to his mouth and bit one end with his teeth. His right hand tightened and made 2 circles around the back of his hand. This series of movements was orderly, like a butterfly circling a branch, dazzling the onlookers. After the binding was completed, Qin Pingan slowly raised his right arm to wipe the sweat on his face. His 2 arms were trembling uncontrollably. The girl in green who was squatting nearby gave Qin Pingan a thumbs up. Her face was full of praise. Qin Pingan pointed to his eyes with his right hand and said with a wry smile, "In fact, it hurt so much that tears came out." The girl turned her head and glanced at the big basket and bamboo fish basket that the teenager had woven himself. She was a little puzzled. Qin Pingan looked embarrassed. Those stones can make money and catching fish is also very important. The girl was confused but still did not speak. Her eyes were a little empty. She turned her head and stared at the sparkling stream. The gurgling stream water rubbed against the stones that were exposed above the water surface, making a crashing sound. At that moment, the starry sky was bright and the world was silent. It seemed that there was only a boy and a girl in the world. Chin Pingan's body gradually calmed down. His originally rapid breathing began to subconsciously slow down, turning into a long and continuous breath. It was like a small stream that had turned from a flash flood to a stream that had dried up in spring and autumn. The teenager did not care about this quiet change at all. It was natural and natural. Chin Pingan knew that his body was wet and could not be exposed to the cold wind of early spring for too long. He had to hurry back to the town to change his clothes. The teenager naturally did not understand the health and pathology of the medical books. However, the teenager who was most afraid of getting sick in this life had long developed a keen intuition about the changes in the seasons and his body's adaptation. So he quickly put on his straw sandals, tied the fish basket to his waist, and carried the basket on his back. He waved to the girl in green and said with a smile, "I'm leaving. Miss, you should also go home early." As Chin Pingan walked down the cliff, he could not help but turn his head and remind her, "The water near the covered bridge is very deep. Be careful not to slip. When you go home, it's best to lean against the side of the paddy field. Even if you fall, it's better to be covered in mud than to fall into the stream." As Chin Pingan spoke, he suddenly realized that his words were somewhat inauspicious. They did not sound like good words. Instead, they sounded like the curses that Gukan's mother from Clay Bottle Alley was best at. Chin Pingan quickly shut his mouth and stopped nagging. He quickened his pace and ran north to the town. The basket was very heavy. But the teenager in straw sandals was exceptionally happy. After untangling the knot in his heart, Chin Pingan felt for the first time that he had to live well. For example, he had to be rich. He had to be able to afford spring couplets with a unique ink fragrance, painted door gods, eat meat buns from Madame Mao's shop, and even better, buy a cow. He had to be like Song Jisun next door and raise a nest of chickens. The girl in green was still tirelessly digging the mountain with a serious expression. Every time she picked up a new pastry, it was as if she was dealing with a mortal enemy. When she was competing with a peach blossom pastry, her body suddenly stiffened. When she realized that something was wrong, she did not run away. Instead, she opened her mouth wide and swallowed most of the pastry. Then she clapped her hands and sat there waiting for death. A man appeared out of nowhere. He was not tall, but he gave off an honest and sturdy feeling. However, he did not make people mistake him for a villager because the man's eyes were too glaring and people did not dare to look him in the eyes. The man looked at the package with broken patterns at the foot of the mountain, and his face was full of helplessness. He wanted to scold her, but he could not bear to do so. He silently looked at his daughter's stubborn look that said she had made a mistake and accepted the punishment. His heart was in a mess as if he was the one who made the mistake. The man wanted to say something to ease the atmosphere. For example, if his daughter was hungry, she could eat at the Sword Stove Cottage. After eating, he would go to the town to buy more for her tomorrow. However, when the words reached his mouth, the reserved man could not say them. It was as if each word weighed 1,000 pounds. He tightly held his tongue and did not know how to comfort his daughter. At this moment, the man felt that he was not as capable as the straw sandal youth. In any case, his daughter did not need to be so nervous. The girl in green suddenly raised her head and asked, "Father, why didn't you accept him as an apprentice?" His daughter took the initiative to speak, which made the man feel relieved. Although the man's face was stiff, he had already sat down beside his daughter and explained, "That child's temperament is very good, but his foundation is too poor. Even if father accepted him, he would be pulled apart by his fellow apprentices. No matter how hard he works, he can only watch the gap widen. If by that time there is another senior apprentice brother Lu, why bother?" The girl in green's face was gloomy. It was unknown whether it was because she heard, "Senior apprentice brother Lu," or because the straw sandal youth had brushed past her. The man hesitated for a moment, but still did not intend to hide it, lest she go astray or ruin the sage's plan. Moreover, this youth is too ordinary. In this small town he is very special. Xiao heir, you probably don't know that this child's natal porcelain was broken long ago, so he became a lonely ghost without the protection of his ancestors. At the same time, all kinds of strange things that are hard to detect will happen. This is also the reason why Song Jisun and that girl chose to be his neighbor. He talked nonsense all day long and always said that he would marry this maidservant from Clay Bottle Alley and make her his wife. Then he would punch a hole in the heavens with one punch. Seeing that the hateful girl didn't respond, Granny Ma turned her attention to the poor boy. She clicked her tongue and said, "What a good-for-nothing lowly mud embryo. Even after killing your parents, you still have the face to live in this world." Knowing that you are destined to not have the ability to marry a wife, you still shamelessly seduce other people's maidservants. What a pair of adulterous man and woman. Why don't they just get together? Anyway, Mud Bottle Alley is a place where trash and lowly people live. Chin Pingon thought for a moment. He bent down and was about to put down the burden on his shoulders. The maidservant GQ had already put down the bucket and strode towards the fearless old woman. The girl slapped Granny Ma without saying a word. Granny Ma's whole body spun in a circle. She was dizzy and didn't fall down until the women next to her supported her. GQ didn't wait for the old woman to come back to her senses. She took another step forward and slapped her in the face. The girl scolded, "Old thing, I have tolerated you for a long time." The old woman shook her head. She was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices. She was about to fight back. She didn't know if it was an illusion or not, but the 2 women next to her were supporting her so hard that she couldn't break free for a while. As a result, she was humiliated for the 3rd time. The maidservant hit the old woman for the 3rd time. She bent her finger and knocked the old woman's forehead. "If you dare to curse again in the future, I will pull out your tongue. For every word you curse, I will stab you with a needle once." The old woman was so scared that she forgot to talk back, let alone fight back. The girl turned and walked away quickly. She found that the neighbor boy had already helped her carry the bucket. She smiled and returned to Clay Bottle Alley with him. Without waiting for Chin Pingon to speak, the girl said, "Don't thank me. My cursing has nothing to do with you." Chin Pingon was speechless. The empty-handed girl muttered to herself. Anyway, she didn't think about taking back the bucket from the straw sandals boy. Next to the iron lock well wheel, the old woman sat on the ground and howled, "You little bitch, you are going to be punished by God. My life is so bitter. God doesn't have eyes. Why didn't he strike down a lightning bolt and kill this little bitch?" The girl's footsteps were brisk. She raised her hands to the sky. It was a very strange gesture. Fortunately, Chin Pingon had been neighbors with her for so many years, so he didn't find it strange. When the 2 of them passed by the breakfast shop, Chin Pingon saw a familiar figure. She wasn't tall and was wearing a green dress. She was buying freshly baked meat buns. But if you want to warn a sage not to go against the heavens and go against the Tao, then the only thing in the world that matched his status was probably the mighty heavenly thunder. 32. Chin Pingon carried water back to Lu Xianyang's courtyard and poured it into the water tank in the kitchen. Then he ran to the door and shouted, "Lu Xianyang, I want to use your firewood, oil and salt to make fish soup for Miss Ning to nourish her body. Is that okay?" Lu Xianyang, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened and roared, "You with the surname Chin. You're so annoying. I just dreamed that GQ smiled at me. Quickly compensate me with a GQ." Chin Pingon shook his head and remembered something. He apologized, "I really did meet GQ at the iron lock well just now, but I was interrupted by Granny Ma and forgot to help you pass on a message. When I send the fish soup to Miss Ning later, I promise to help you pass on the message." Lu Xianyang jumped up like a carp and quickly put on his clothes. He ran to the threshold outside the main hall and sat down. Looking at the thin figure busy in the kitchen, he chuckled and said, "I'll go with you to deliver the fish soup later." "Alright, is Jigue wearing that bright red pomegranate dress today? Or the light green one? Alas, when I save 200 copper coins later, I can buy the dragon-crushing silver powder box. I know she has been eyeing it for a long time, but she is reluctant to buy it. It's all Song Jisin's fault. He's so stingy. He dresses like the cats and dogs of Fulu Street. Poor GQ doesn't have many new clothes all year round. If I were her young master, I'm sure she would buy whatever she likes. She would be richer than the rich young ladies of Fulu Street. She would be a rich young lady." Chen Pingon ignored Lu Xianyang's daydreaming. He really didn't understand why Lu Xianyang liked GQ. Of course, it wasn't because he looked down on her as Song Jisin's maid, nor did he think that GQ wasn't good-looking. He just felt that she and Lu Xianyang didn't seem to be fated to be married. Chen Pingon asked curiously, "Why do you call her GQ instead of Wangzhu?" Lu Xianyang grinned and said, "After knowing that you don't know how to write GQ, I don't care anymore." Chen Pingon said helplessly, "What's the use of comparing yourself to me? Compare yourself to Song Jisin. GQ is not my maidservant." Lu Xianyang sneered and said, "That guy is not better than you in every aspect. For example, has he ever called anyone father or mother in his life? I don't think so. Doesn't that mean I'm not as good as Chin Pingon?" It was no wonder that Song Jisin's mother and Granny Ma's wives had poisonous mouths. That guy, Song Jisin, was not an innocent person. Otherwise, why didn't he live openly in the provincial yamen? Why did he go to Mud Bottle Alley to live a hard life? This guy even dares to look down on others. So, he deserves to splash dirty water on others and call them bastards. Chen Pinggan stood up and walked to the door of the kitchen. Lu Xianyang, although Song Jisin and I are not friends at all, but if you say that about him. Lu Xianyang hurriedly raised his hands and firmly refused to let Chen Pinggan continue to talk. He said cunningly, "I won't say any more, okay? Chen Pinggan, who do you take after with your bad temper? My grandfather said that your parents are very easy to talk to, especially your mother. She speaks softly and likes to laugh. Her temper is really good. My grandfather also said that in the early years, Granny Ma almost scolded everyone in the alley. But when she saw your mother, not only did she not pick on her, she would even smile." Chen Pinggan couldn't stop smiling. Lu Xianyang waved his hand to drive him away. "Hurry up and make soup for your little wife." Chen Pinggan rolled his eyes. "If you have the ability, why don't you say it in front of Miss Ning?" Lu Xianyang laughed. "You're stupid, but I'm not stupid." Soon after, Chen Pinggan came out with a small clay pot. The two locked the door and walked together to Clay Bottle Alley. When Chen Pinggan trotted past Apricot Blossom Alley, he saw the girl in green that he met last night. She was still sitting in a wonton shop there. With a pair of chopsticks in each hand, she stood upright on the table and gently tapped. Her slightly childish round face was full of vigor. Her eyes were full of the wontons cooking in the hot pot over there, and she did not notice Chen Pinggan, who was 5 or 6 steps away. For the girl in green, in front of delicious food, even if the sky was falling down, she would eat it before running away. Chen Pinggan sincerely admired this strange girl. He did not disturb her and continued to run to the east of the town with a smile. Some people and things, even if they were just the roadside scenery, would still make people feel beautiful just by looking at them. When Chen Pinggan came to the east gate, the sloppy man was standing on a tree stump. He stood on his tiptoes and looked to the east, as if he was waiting for an important person. In the past, Chen Pinggan had heard the old people chatting by the old pagoda tree. They said that when the current supervisor first entered the town, there was a great show of extravagance. Almost all the elders from the ancestral temples of the 4 families and 10 clans came out to welcome him at the east gate. However, after waiting for a few hours under the sun, a steward of the government office rushed to the east gate, saying that the supervisor had just woken up from his afternoon nap in the back courtyard of the government office. He told everyone to go directly to the government office for a meeting. Those rich old men were so angry that 1 Buddha was born and 2 Buddhas were sent to heaven. However, it was said that after entering the government office, no one dared to let out a fart. Each one smiled more than the other, like the obedient grandson of the family. Chen Pinggan had always felt that it was strange. Why did those old people talk as if they had seen it with their own eyes? Every time they talked about the gossip of Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley, they sounded more real than the truth. For example, when they talked about the Lu family's second aunt and the head guard being together, and when the door was broken down, the details of how the second aunt packed her clothes to cover her ample bosom in a panic were all described accurately. The person telling the story was almost like the head guard himself. Lu Xianyang swallowed his saliva every time he heard it. Song Jisin would occasionally go, but he would not bring GQ. His smile was more reserved than Lu Xianyang's, but when he secretly cheered with the others, he was especially energetic. It was louder than when he read the holy books in the morning and in the evening. Chen Pinggan squatted by the tree stump, patiently waiting for the town's gatekeeper. The man cursed and jumped down from the tree stump. When he caught a glimpse of the straw sandals youth, he did not say anything. He went to the yellow mud hut and brought over a stack of letters. There were 6 letters from home, but he only gave 5 1 copper coins. Chen Pinggan roughly flipped through the addresses of the letters and did not say anything. Because 2 of the letters were from neighbors on Fulu Street, Chen Pinggan did not want to take advantage of them. Of course, if the man was kind for the first time and gave 6 copper coins, Chen Pinggan would definitely not refuse the money. After Chen Pinggan thought about the order of sending the letters, he casually asked, "Waiting for someone?" The man glanced at the wide road to the east and said angrily, "Waiting for me." Chen Pinggan did not want to stay and be a punching bag, so he quickly ran away. The man laughed angrily, "Oh, you have some eyesight." The man looked at the sky. The rolling thunder had long disappeared. The low-hanging clouds that seemed to almost press down on the eaves had gradually dispersed. The man sat down on the tree stump and sighed, "When immortals fight, mortals suffer." 6 letters, 1 from each of the 4 surnames Lu, Li, Zhao, and Song on Fulu Street. There were 2 letters in Peach Leaf Alley. Coincidentally, one of them was a letter from the amiable old man from before. What was more coincidental was that the person who opened the door to receive the letters was also the old man. After seeing that it was Chin Pingon, the old man recognized the straw sandals youth and joked, "Child, are you really not coming in for a drink?" Chin Pingon smiled shyly and shook his head. The old man was not surprised. He only took out a handful of copper coins from his sleeve and handed it to Chin Pingon. He explained with a smile, "Today there is a good thing in the family. This is a bit of money. It's just for luck. It's not much, just a dozen copper coins. So you can rest assured and take it." Chin Pingon took the copper coins and smiled, "Thank you, Grandpa Wei." The old man nodded and suddenly said, "Child, recently when you have nothing to do, you can often sit under the locust tree. If you see locust tree leaves and branches on the ground, you can take them home and put them there. They can protect you from ants, insects, and centipedes. How good is that? You don't have to spend money." Chin Pingon bowed to the old man at the bottom of the stairs to thank him. The old man smiled happily, "Go, go. A year's plan is in the spring. It's definitely a good thing for a young man to exercise his muscles and bones." The young man ran away from the peach leaf alley on the bluestone street. The old man stood in front of the door for a long time, looking at the peach trees on both sides. A young maid with a graceful figure came to the old man's side and whispered, "Old ancestor, what are you looking at? It's cold outside. Don't catch a cold." The maid had served the old man for many years. She knew that the old man had a bodhisattva's heart. The young girl respected the old man without fear. She smiled sweetly and asked playfully, "Old ancestor, are you thinking of the girl you met when you were young? That girl was standing under the peach tree at that time?" The white-haired old man smiled, "Taoya, you're the same as the young man who delivered the letter. You're also a schemer." The maid was praised and smiled sweetly. The old man suddenly smiled and said, "In 2 days a distant relative will come to visit. When the time comes, Taoya, you and the other children of the family will leave the town together." The maid was stunned and her eyes turned red. She sobbed and said, "Old ancestor, I don't want to leave here." The old man, who had always been easy to talk to, waved his hand, "I'll look at the scenery of the alley for a while. You go back first. Taoya, be obedient. Otherwise I'll be angry." The maid could only leave timidly, looking back 3 times with every step. The peach leaves in the peach leaf alley were lush, but there were no peach blossoms. The old man gently exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. He stepped over the threshold and walked down the stairs to the nearest peach tree. Standing under the tree, the old man said sadly, "The peach blossoms are bright and beautiful. I'll never see them again." The old man looked back at his house and murmured, "The town is blessed by the heavens. It's not compatible with the great Tao. Back then, the saints changed the world and allowed us to enjoy a good fortune for 3,000 years. The people who left the town in the past mostly started a family in the entire eastern vase continent. However, the heavens are smart. It's time to settle accounts and collect rewards from us. You children, if you don't leave this place quickly, are you going to follow us, who are already broken old porcelain, and wait for death together? You have to know that death can be big or small. Our town has several thousand people. If we die, it'll be a big death. We won't even have a next life. That's why we should take advantage of the fact that the heavens are still turning a blind eye. Let's leave as many people as we can." The old man stretched out his withered hand and supported himself on the peach branch. "There's a will, there's a will. Let's hope the heavens don't let us down." At some point, the grandmother of the young scholar Zhao Yao, an old woman with a walking stick, had walked over. An old man with 1 foot in the grave is still so naive. It's like this old lady is wearing rouge. You're really repulsive. Is this calamity something that can be changed by your kindness? The old man's gaze was somewhat absent-minded. He looked at the old woman with the same snow-white hair and said inexplicably, "You've come." The old woman was stunned at first, but then she flew into a rage out of humiliation. She swung her walking stick at him. "Shameless old thief, you still dare to talk nonsense at your age." The walking stick fell on him like raindrops. The old man had no choice but to flee, but he laughed heartily. The old woman stood under the peach tree, still angry. She regretted being soft-hearted and coming to Peach Leaf Alley. Finally, the old woman raised her head and looked at the peach leaf that had sprouted tender buds. The old woman walked back to Fulu Street step by step, her walking stick tapping on the bluestone pavement again and again. A peaceful town that had flourished for 1,000 years. Who would have thought that in the end, there would only be pitiful people without a next life? Was there really no chance of survival? The stream was getting shallower, the well was getting colder, the old pagoda trees were getting older, the iron locks were rusty, and the big clouds were hanging low. There were no peach blossoms on the peach leaves this year. 33. Chin Pingan saw the girl in green again. She was silently following behind a middle-aged man, eating a scallion egg pancake with her head down. The man looked like he had nothing left to live for. After seeing Chin Pingan, the man stopped and asked, "Are you the guy I drove away last time?" The man's back was slammed heavily. The green-clothed girl who had slammed into the wall looked up with a blank expression. When she saw Chin Pingan, she was just about to laugh when she abruptly turned her back to Chin Pingan. The girl hurriedly wiped her mouth. Chin Pingan held back his laughter and nodded to the man. "Hello, Master Ruan." It seemed that the girl was most likely Master Ruan's daughter. However, the father and daughter didn't look alike. Fortunately, they didn't look alike. The man called Master Ruan by Chin Pingan was the blacksmith who moved to the South Stream not long after he arrived in the town. He continued to ask, "Why didn't Lu Xianyang go to forge these 2 days?" Chin Pingan was about to explain for Lu Xianyang, but the man said coldly, "Go and tell that kid if he doesn't see this master today he doesn't need to come to my shop tomorrow." Chin Pingan hurriedly said, "Master Ruan, something urgent happened in his family." The man interrupted the teenager and said rudely, "That's his business. What does it have to do with me?" Chin Pingan was not good with words. He was stunned on the spot and his face turned red. He didn't know what to say for fear that he would be more of a hindrance. He had personally experienced Master Ruan's straightforward temper. The girl in green tried to help Chin Pingan, but she was taught a lesson by the man who knew her best: "Eat your pancake." The girl who was full of grievances suddenly sped up and stepped on the man's foot. Then she disappeared in an instant. The man sighed and ignored Chin Pingan and continued to walk. Chin Pingan also sighed. He ran to the breakfast shop and bought a basket of 6 steamed buns before rushing to Mud Bottle Alley. When he arrived at his house, he saw Lu Xianyang squatting on top of the wall, half of his body leaning towards Song Jisin's courtyard. He was eavesdropping very attentively. Sometimes Chin Pingan also felt that Lu Xianyang deserved a beating. He could only remind him, "I just saw Master Ruan. He asked you to go to the blacksmith shop to help out today. He also said that if he didn't see you today he would fire you." Lu Xianyang said absent-mindedly, "What's the hurry? It's hard to find an apprentice like me who is nimble and hard-working. Even if Master Ruan said something harsh, it's fine to go tomorrow." Chin Pingan shook his head and said, "I'm sure that Master Ruan is not joking." Lu Xianyang said irritably, "I'll go later. Don't delay my work." Chin Pingan brought breakfast to the black-clothed girl. He directly gave Lu Xianyang 3 steamed buns and only bit one for himself. Lu Xianyang finished all the steamed buns in a few bites. He wiped his mouth and whispered, "Just now, a guest came to Song Jisin's house. At first glance I can tell that he's a big shot. If I'm not wrong he should be the current supervisor of the official kiln. When he wore the official uniform to our dragon kiln, Old Man Yao thought that you bunch of useless apprentices were an eyesore and didn't let you show your face at all. I'm different. Old Man Yao even asked me to show him what a jumping knife is." Chin Pingan smiled and said, "The new supervisor cares more about Song Jisin. This is something that everyone in town knows. Why are you being so suspicious?" Lu Xianyang said worriedly, "Song Jisin is a pretty boy. He definitely can't compete with me. But if GQ falls in love with this extraordinary official, my chances of winning are not big. At that time your future sister-in-law will run away with him. What will I do? What will you do?" Chin Pingan directly walked back into the house. He left Lu Xianyang squatting on the wall, feeling sorry for himself. The black-clothed girl sat at the table with her back straight. She held the hilt of her sword with one hand as if she was facing a great enemy. Sweat seeped out of her forehead. This was the first time Chin Pingan had seen the girl like this. Although her body was tense and full of vigilance, her eyes were bright and eager. Chin Pingan retreated to the door. She asked, "Do you know the identity of the guest next door?" Chin Pingan replied, "I heard Lu Xianyang say that he's our town's current supervisor of kiln affairs. He's quite amiable. Just now at the entrance of the alley he even made way for me." The girl sneered, "This kind of person is scary." Chin Pingan was puzzled. She asked, "When a person walks on the side of the road and sees an ant, will he step on it?" Chin Pingan thought for a moment and replied, "Gukan definitely will. He often uses water to water the ant's nest or uses stones to block the exit of the ant's nest. When Lu Xianyang is in a bad mood he probably will too." The black-clothed girl was speechless. Chin Pingan grinned, "Actually, I understand Miss Ning's meaning." She asked in surprise, "Really?" Chin Pingan nodded, I think Miss Ning's words have two meanings. The first meaning is that in the eyes of outsiders like you, the people of our town, are all ants crawling under your feet. The second meaning is that among outsiders, there are differences in status. Fu Nanhua and Kai Qinqian are young children like Gu Kan, so they feel that controlling the life and death of ants is interesting or annoying. But the official who came to our mud bottle alley is different. His words and actions are in line with his status, so he's especially polite. Miss Ning, right? The girl asked, how did you figure it out? The youth jokingly replied, after I came back with my life, my brain seems to have become sharper. The black-clothed girl solemnly asked, before you died, what did you see? I didn't see anything. Chen Pingon was a bit confused, but he still answered honestly, actually in that alley I didn't think much from the beginning to the end. Miss Ning, it's better if you ask Fu Nanhua and Kai Qinqian this question. They might be able to see something. She coldly snorted, yo, you talk big. After saying this, she stared at the straw-sandaled youth for no reason. Chen Pingon was flustered by her stare. What's wrong? The girl frowned and was a bit annoyed. She muttered to herself in the dialect of her hometown, my family's swordsmanship, whether it's the swordsmanship or the methods used to refine the body and spirit, are all unique secrets. I haven't learned all of them, so how would I dare to teach others? Moreover, I haven't learned those superficial things from other places. Otherwise, I would be able to show him the way. Even if it's just to strengthen his body and prolong his life, that would be good. Now, where do you want me to find a secret manual with the lowest requirements? The girl's eyes lit up. Robbery? No, it's not robbery. It's finding someone to borrow a secret manual. You have to return what you borrow. Unfortunately, her face quickly dimmed and she hatefully said, damn old eunuch. Just you wait. See if I don't turn your palace upside down. She had a sad face and sadly said, do I really have to find the swordsmith surnamed Yuan? I'm good at killing people since I have 40 to 50% of my mother's skills. But I'm really not good at asking people for help. The straw-sandaled youth sat on the doorstep and looked at the girl named Ning Yao. She talked to herself, her face constantly changing like the clouds in the sky. A handsome man in a white robe and a jade belt stood in Song Jisun's room. He looked around and slightly frowned. That surname Song arranged such a shabby place for you? Song Jisun pursed his lips and didn't say anything. The maid, GQ, had already hidden in a side room. According to the most popular rumor in town, the previous supervisor, Song Jisun, was not good at his job and couldn't make the tribute porcelain that the court was satisfied with. Relying on his hard work, he left behind a covered bridge and returned to the capital to take up his post. Of course, he also left behind Song Jisun, his illegitimate son, and only bought him a personal maid to take care of his daily needs. Then he entrusted him to his good friend, the new supervisor who replaced him. It was said that his surname was also Song. But as for the truth, the person involved couldn't see clearly. Bystanders might not know. Song Jisun himself also didn't know what kind of relationship this person in front of him had with that man surnamed Song. Were they close colleagues in the court? Were they classmates and good friends in the past? Or were they enemies of the other factions in the capital? Before Song Jisun left, he mentioned a few words that after the new supervisor arrived in town, he would soon bring the two of them out of town and rush to the capital. He requested that Song Jisun be extremely respectful and not neglect him in the slightest. Song Jisun didn't have a good impression of this domineering man in front of him, probably because he hated the house and its crow. The confidence he showed in front of the maid, GQ, and the calmness he showed about leaving his hometown was just a youth's pride. The man smiled and said, forget it. That sour scholar surnamed Song has always had a cautious personality. He's not like a man but more like a woman. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let him come here to take care of you. Song Jisun's eyebrows were gloomy. The man casually glanced at the large box in which the youth stored his items. He curled his lips and said with disdain, before coming here, I've already met Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City. He's really unlucky. His Dao heart almost collapsed here. You can continue your business with him as usual. You're responsible for your losses. I won't get involved in this kind of trivial matter. But before you leave, you have to come with me to the covered bridge and kowtow a few times. After that, there's nothing for you to do. Come home with me, do what you should do, sit in the seat you should sit in, and do your duty. It's that simple. Do you understand? Of course I understand. Lord Song's words aren't obscure. The youth sneered and said, but why? The man smiled. He turned around and looked at the youth for the first time. He asked, that sissy surnamed Song said that you have extraordinary talent. He's really not afraid of biting his tongue. Why don't you take a guess? Why don't you guess why he thinks I have? If one looked closely, they would find that there were some similarities between the two. Song Jisun was even angrier, but he kept it in. The man stopped keeping him in suspense and said playfully, "Why? Of course, because I'm an unlucky person. I can't believe I'm your uncle." Song Jisun was shocked and his face turned pale. The white-robed man turned a blind eye to this. He held the jade belt with both hands and looked at the sky outside the window. He smiled and said, "Because I'm the #1 martial artist in the Dali dynasty." In fact, this sentence was even more shocking in another way. However, the man would rather be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. He felt that as long as he was behind others, even if it was only 1 or 2 people, it was not worth bragging about. The man thought of the scholarly sage who was in charge of this place. The corner of his mouth was full of disdain. He snorted coldly. His heart was pounding. "If I wasn't in this world, I could kill you, Qi Jingchun, and the other immortals of the 3 sects with one hand." In the thatched cottage of the school, Mr. Qi was listening to the children's reading. He was sitting upright. He was sitting upright in the true sense. Song Jisun and Zhao Yao, who were scholars, could not understand the essence of sitting upright. There was a classic of founding a sect in the Confucian religion. It was called Great Etiquette. In it, the self-cultivation chapter specifically said that a gentleman should sit like a corpse. Because a corpse was a divine elephant, sitting like a corpse was solemn and solemn. At this moment, Qi Jingchun seemed to have heard the white-robed man's thoughts in full detail. He smiled lightly and said, "It's amazing that a martial artist is in charge of a country. However, it's not a good omen to be a white dragon." 34. Footsteps came from the door of Song Jisun's house. Lu Xianyang was about to jump off the wall, but he heard the voice before he saw the person. Someone asked with a warm smile, "Are you the apprentice of old Yao at the entrance of Baoshi Kiln? Is your surname Lu?" It was the supervisor of kiln management who wore a white robe and a jade belt. He strode over the threshold and looked at the wall with a smile. Lu Xianyang's body stiffened and he found that he didn't have the strength to jump off the wall. He smiled guiltily and said, "Sir, it's me. When you came to our dragon kiln to open the kiln, my master asked me to show you some work." The man nodded and looked at the tall teenager. He asked directly, "Young man, do you want to go outside and have a look? For example, you can join the army and fight in the battlefield. I promise you that as long as you can survive 10 years, you will be a high-ranking official. At that time, I will personally hold a banquet for you in the capital to celebrate. How about it?" Song Jisun, who was standing behind the man, had a gloomy face. He clenched the jade pendant that Fu Nanhua gave to the old dragon to make rain. This scholar, who had been called illegitimate child and bastard for many years, now knew the real identity of the man beside him. Therefore, the teenager understood the weight of the man's words. The words, "personally hold a banquet," would be the most powerful life-saving talisman in Dali and the longest ladder in the officialdom. Lu Xianyang racked his brain to think of some sour words and stammered, "Thank you for your kindness, supervisor. I'm so sorry. But I have already promised to be the apprentice of Master Ruan's blacksmith shop. I can't go back on my words. I hope you won't forgive me." The words that the tall teenager wanted to say were stuck in his throat. He couldn't remember them no matter how hard he tried. He was so anxious that his face turned red. Song Jisun seemed to be considerate as he reminded him, "It's a great person who doesn't bear grudges against a petty person." The white-robed man dismissed it with a smile. "It doesn't matter. When you have a chance to leave the town one day, you can go to the nearest Danyang mountain pass and find a warrior named Lu Linshi. Tell him that Song Changjing from the capital recommended you to join the army. If he doesn't believe you, you can tell him that you, Lu Linshi, still owe him 30,000 heads of the Great Sway's cavalry." Lu Xianyang nodded and said, "Okay." The man smiled and left. Song Jisun walked him to the gate of the yard and wanted to stop. The man seemed to know what he was thinking. Without turning his head, he said, "Come with me to the construction supervisor's office. I'll take you to meet someone." Song Jisun's feet were rooted to the ground like nails. With a dark face he said, "I'm not going." That place was extremely difficult for the people in the town. However, for the teenager who grew up listening to rumors year after year, it was a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. It was a pit that he couldn't get over. The man, who had always acted swiftly and decisively, was not annoyed by the teenager's ignorance. He didn't stop, but he slowed down a lot. "According to the records of the spies in the office, you have already met the Sui dynasty's prince surnamed Gao, right? Do you know that the Sui dynasty's Gao family and our Song clan are irreconcilable enemies for thousands of years? Both are princes, but he dares to come to this small town in the hinterland of the enemy country, Dali. You, Song Jisin, are also princes, but you don't dare to go to a small official's residence in your own territory? Song Jisin didn't think about the deep meaning of these words. Instead, he turned his head instantly and looked at Lu Xianyang. He saw the tall teenager sitting on the wall rubbing his hands and legs as if he didn't hear the man at all. Walking in the mud bottle lane, the white-robed king of Dali smiled. The man got a little surprise. Worthy of being the son of our Song clan. However, when he thought that the teenager was the son of that woman, as the #1 martial arts master in Dali, the powerful king also felt a little annoyed and troublesome. Song Jisin gritted his teeth and turned back to GQ, who was standing at the door of the house, and said, "I'll be back soon. Don't worry about me for lunch." Song Jisin just walked out of the courtyard, turned his head and smiled. "Take the bag of broken silver on my bedside and go to the Du family shop to buy the pair of dragon and phoenix pendants. Anyway, we don't have to save money in the future." GQ nodded and made a sign to be careful. Song Jisin smiled happily and left in a carefree manner. When Song Jisin walked away, Lu Xianyang, who was sitting on the wall, asked carefully, "GQ, what is the relationship between Song Jisin and the supervisor?" GQ looked at the tall teenager with pity. Lu Xianyang couldn't stand her gaze the most. "What? He just knows an official who is in charge of porcelain. What's the big deal?" GQ pulled the corner of her mouth and went back to the house to get food. She began to feed the old hen and the group of fluffy chicks. Lu Xianyang felt discouraged for no reason. He jumped down the wall and shouted to the house, "Chin, let's go to the blacksmith shop. I don't want to be annoyed." The girl's back was facing the neighboring house's courtyard. She laughed and said, "Buddha fights for incense, people fight for a breath of air. Unfortunately, a good-for-nothing can only be annoyed." Lu Xianyang's blood rushed to his head. Even his ears were red. He walked to the yellow mud wall and punched the wall heavily. "Wang Zhu, I dare you to say it again." The maidservant threw away all the corn and vegetable leaves, clapped her hands and turned her head with a smile. "Who do you think you are? You want me to say it?" Lu Xianyang looked at the girl who was becoming more and more beautiful. He was speechless. His heart felt empty, as if a porcelain bowl had fallen to the ground. Chen Pingan had already been standing at the door for a long time. When he saw this scene, he quickly walked to the courtyard and said softly, "Let's go." The two youths walked side by side in the alley. The tall teenager suddenly asked, "Chen Pingan, am I a good for nothing?" Chen Pingan thought for a moment and said seriously, "The neighbors in the alley all say that my mother is very good. They also say that my father is famous for being a taciturn person. Therefore, I think that whether you like someone or not, it might not have much to do with whether you are a good for nothing." Lu Xianyang's face was sad. "Then I'm even worse. Even if I work hard to build a dragon kiln in the future, or learn all of Master Ruan's craftsmanship, she still won't like me." Chen Pingan tactfully shut his mouth to avoid adding fuel to the fire. Chen Pingan walked in the familiar alley and suddenly remembered a scene. In his early years, he followed Old Man Yao along the stream into the mountains. He saw a small elk drinking water by the stream. It wasn't afraid to see him. After it drank the water, it lowered its head and looked at the stream, not leaving for a long time. In addition to the reflection of the elk on the surface of the stream, there was also a wandering fish in the water. Before leaving the ancestral home, Miss Ning advised him that since he had a locust tree leaf, he should leave the town as soon as possible. With the locust tree leaf's invisible protection, there shouldn't be too big of an accident. It was best not to stay in the town for too long because she didn't know if Lu Xianyang's matter would affect Chen Pingan. However, Chen Pingan insisted that he had to see Lu Xianyang being accepted as a disciple by Master Ruan with his own eyes before he could leave with peace of mind. Because if it wasn't for Lu Xianyang, he would have starved to death. Of course, Chen Pingan also hoped that Miss Ning could recover from her injuries in his home. However, he didn't dare to say it because he was afraid she would think he was being frivolous. Chen Pingan suddenly asked, "The armor your grandfather left you, will you never sell it to an outsider?" Lu Xianyang said with a face full of righteousness, "Nonsense, of course I won't sell it even if I die." He punched the shoulder of the young man beside him and joked, "I'm not a money grubber like you." The tall young man held the back of his head with both hands. "Some things can be earned with money if you don't have them now, but some things are really gone in this life." Chen Pingan said to himself, "I understand." When they were about to reach the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley, Lu Xianyang cursed. Chen Pingan put away his thoughts and looked up. Suddenly his heart felt heavy. It was Lu Jingchun, the eldest son of the Lu family on Fulu Street. Back then, It was this man who had led a group of bad friends to block Lucien Yang in this alley and almost beat him to death. If it wasn't for Qin Pingan who had run over and shouted, Lucien Yang, who had no elders or relatives at home, would probably have been thrown into a mass grave. At that time, Song Jisun was squatting on the top of the wall to watch the show. He kept adding fuel to the fire. Later, he told Qin Pingan, who still had lingering fears, that Lu Jingchuan's behavior was called chivalrous outside the town. Lu Jingchun blocked Lucien Yang's path and squeezed out a smile. "Don't be nervous, I'm not here to settle old scores with you today, but—" Lucien Yang interrupted the young master of the Lu family. "Again? A good dog doesn't block the way, get out of my way." Lu Jingchuan's face was embarrassed. He forced a smile and said, "Lucien Yang, this time I really have something to discuss with you. Last time you didn't wait for us to finish talking and ran away. That's not good. You should at least listen to my conditions, right? To be honest, we two brothers can be considered friends after a fight. There's no need to be so stiff. Those guests and I are very sincere." Lucien Yang tilted his head and said sarcastically, "What's wrong? Are you addicted to being a matchmaker? I'm curious. You, Lu Jingchun, are the grandson of the richest family in our town. Why do you like to be a lackey for outsiders?" Lu Jingchuan's face was livid, but he still had to maintain the smile on his face. He looked very funny and almost begged, "Lucien Yang, as long as you say it, no matter what you want, they will try their best to satisfy you. For example, copper coins? Why don't you say a number? For example, 150 strings of coins? Even if it's 200 strings of coins, I can help you bargain. 200 strings of coins, that's enough for you to buy half a house in our Falu Street." Lucien Yang stared at the eyes and face of the person in front of him and said disdainfully, 200 strings of coins, do you think I'm a beggar? Sincerity? I advise you not to be hypocritical with me. I still have business to attend to. Get out of my way. At the corner of the clay bottle alley, a little girl was riding on the shoulder of a burly old man. A boy in a red robe was being held by a woman. He should have been at an innocent age, but his face already had a sinister expression that didn't match his age. He said in the language of his hometown, "Isn't this Lu family too stupid? What's the use of it?" The woman shook her head and said softly with a smile, "When you're doing favors to others, you have to know how to deal with them. When talking about business, if you want to profit the most, you should be like Lu Jingchun and test the bottom line of the other party's psychological price." The child was puzzled and said, "Is it so troublesome to do business with these natives?" The woman smiled and said, "Human nature is complicated and people's hearts are dark. It's not based on the level of cultivation. People from small places, even if their knowledge is shallow, they're not all fools. If you have such thoughts, you'll suffer losses sooner or later." The child said, "Mother, you're familiar with people's hearts. Why don't you just talk face to face?" The woman explained patiently, "Look at what we're wearing. No matter which shop you go to, as long as the seller is slightly shrewd, they won't be able to resist the urge to rip off their customers." The child sighed, "It's just that we're so shy, it's too uncomfortable." The woman squatted down and held the child's cheeks with both hands. She looked at the face that resembled his father and said seriously, "Remember, cultivating the heart is also a part of cultivation. Favorable conditions cultivate strength, adverse conditions cultivate the heart. You can't do without either." The child shook his head and broke free from the woman's hands. He said angrily, "This empty reasoning again. It's so annoying." The woman was a little helpless, but she did not continue to teach him the truth. She only felt that her child was talented and had a good foundation. He also had the backing of two families, so he still had a long way to go in the future. Although his temperament was a little paranoid and gloomy, it could be stewed slowly. Pulling up seedlings to help them grow was the biggest mistake. Listening to the boring conversation in the alley, the little girl was a little worried. "Grandpa White Ape, what should we do if that person refuses to sell anything?" The old man with his hands on his knees smiled and said, "Then let him die. I came here to deal with this worst-case scenario. Otherwise, that money would be equivalent to going down the drain. There wouldn't even be a sound. However, when the time comes, Mrs. Safety will be a little troublesome. I reckon we'll have to entrust it to the Song family or the Li family." Putting everything else aside, if he were to kill someone, although the old man would be banished by the saints, compared to silently going down the drain, it was like throwing a stone into the water. At least there would be some splash. However, the old man would not do this unless he had no other choice. After all, no matter how significant the sword scripture was and how precious Jingyang Mountain was, it was still far inferior to the immortality path of the young lady on his shoulders. At least to the old man that was what he thought. The Lu family was the head of the small town's 4 families and 10 clans. However, if it was outside it would be the opposite. In fact, the Lu family was at the bottom. After the Lu family's main ruling dynasty was destroyed by Dali's 2 major border armies, the Lu family's position in the eastern Aquarius continent was in jeopardy. On the other side of the alley, Lu Xianyang listened to Lu Jingchun talk about high positions and generous salaries. He felt like he was facing a Song Jisin that had fallen from a bookcase. He was particularly annoyed. He took a step forward and pointed at Lu Jingchuan's nose, saying resolutely, "That armor is my Lu family's ancestral heirloom. It has nothing to do with money. Even if you ask me to move to your house today, I won't care if you, Lu Jingchun, call me grandpa every day from now on. Lu, do you hear me?" Standing alone at the entrance of the clay bottle alley, Lu Jingchun stared at this unscrupulous person in front of him. Obviously he had nothing to lose and was not afraid of wearing shoes. The young master of the Lu family even had the thought of killing himself here. Previously he acted as a lobbyist at the covered bridge and blocked Lu Xianyang's way to the blacksmith shop. However, he failed at the beginning. When he returned to the house on Fulu Street, his grandpa greeted those high and mighty guests. He calmly called him to the secret room. He didn't say anything harsh, nor did he boast about the family's great business. He just pointed at the corpse under the white cloth. "Jingchun, grandpa doesn't have any other request. I just hope that your brother won't die in peace. I hope that on the 7th day of his death, you will have already left the small town. Just treat it as seeing the scenery outside for him." Lu Jingchuan's eyes suddenly became wet. He choked and said with a trembling voice, "Lu Xianyang, I beg you, okay?" Lu Xianyang was stunned. This young man who lived a luxurious life became more and more fragile and helpless. His lips trembled and he sobbed. "Okay? I will kneel in front of you. I will apologize to you. Okay." Plop. Lu Jingchun firmly knelt on the muddy ground of Clay Bottle Alley and began to kowtow. A man has gold under his knees. The young man kowtowed without hesitation. Bang bang bang. At the foot of the outer wall of Clay Bottle Alley, the little girl gently kicked the old man's chest with her feet. She thought about the mountains she saw along the way. She wanted to choose which one to move back to her hometown. The boy was somewhat gloating. He casually asked, "Mother, is this surnamed Lu crazy? Are we really going to take a lunatic out of the small town in the future? How shameful would that be?" The woman's expression was complicated. She thought of many strange people she had witnessed with her own eyes. She wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end she shook her head and said, "No." Lu Xianyang was somewhat at a loss. The tall teenager never thought that Lu Jingchun would do such a thing. The eldest grandson of the richest family in the small town was kneeling in front of his feet and kowtowing? Lu Xianyang's face was tangled. At this moment, the straw sandals teenager who had been observing Lu Xianyang and Lu Jingchun suddenly pulled his sleeve and gently shook his head. Song Jiankyung did not say a word about this. He only asked, "Have you found out who the assassin who died in the alley is?" The steward was hesitant. Song Jiankyung frowned and said, The elderly man hurriedly bowed and said in fear, "It's the Song family from Fulu Street." Song Jiankyung sneered and said, "You don't know how to give me a little surprise." The elderly steward was sweating profusely. Song Jisin was silent, but his eyes were burning. In the school, Qi Jingchun gently put down his book and turned to look. A handsome young man in a laurel scholar's robe was standing at the door. He smiled but did not say a word. Qi Jingchuan's face was calm and serious. In the town, a bald man in strange clothes walked barefoot. He looked haggard and came to the iron lock well. He looked at the deep well, put his palms together and closed his eyes. He whispered, "A bowl of water in Buddha's view, 108,000 worms." Outside the town, on the top of a mountain, someone stood on a thick branch of a towering ancient tree. He looked at the outline of the town, with a tiger tally hanging on his waist and a long sword on his back. Outside this world, on a long road that inclined upward, as if it was connected to the sky, there was no scenery in sight. A young yellow-crowned Taoist nun rode a white deer and slowly climbed up. Beside her was a Taoist priest with a jade-like face. His steps were light like flowing water. There were 2 big fish with long whiskers, one red and one green, swimming around him. Confucianism, Taoism, and soldiers, the 3 religions and one family, were about to gather in the town. In the blacksmith shop by the stream in the south of the town, a father and daughter were forging. Sparks flew like a gorgeous fire rain. The man held a sword embryo and said to the ponytailed girl who was hammering, "Don't go to the town during this period." The strength of the girl's hand immediately weakened. She felt that all the strength in her body had slipped away with the snacks in the town. The man laughed angrily and said, "Useless." The girl turned her grief into strength. She hammered heavily on the red sword. Under the bright sparks, the girl was like a fire god descending to the world. 35. After Lu Xianyang and Qin Pingan walked out of Mud Bottle Alley, they saw two groups of people standing on the left and right respectively. The little girl was riding on the neck of the burly old man, while the arrogant boy in a bright red robe stood beside the graceful woman. When Lu Xianyang walked through, he was calm and composed. In the eyes of the white-haired old man, he had the demeanor of a general. The cautiousness and restraint that the straw sandals youth was trying his best to hide was nothing to him. After Lu Jingchun bid farewell to the two of them, he stayed where he was, trembling in fear. He reported carefully, "Lu Xianyang suggests that the immortals give him a suitable price. Next time he will bear the pain and sell his family heirloom." The woman looked at the white-haired old man of Xinjiang Mountain and asked with a smile, "What do you think, Senior Ape?" The old man pondered for a moment and said in a deep voice, "Don't do things more than 3 times. Before that, we'll do as Lu Xianyang said and give him a great fortune. Xinjiang Mountain can give this young man the identity of a true disciple. Apart from that, I'll also lend him an artifact for 100 years. As for the Su family of Clearwind City, do as you see fit." The woman said in shock, "The identity of a true disciple of Xinjiang Mountain is already extremely honorable. Senior Ape is actually offering an artifact? Is this young man surnamed Lu a cultivation genius that was let loose by the buyer when he was 9 years old?" The old man turned a deaf ear to her. He only smiled at the young master and said, "There are many shops in the town. They all have their own origins. Miss, you can take a look. You might be able to pick up some scraps." The little girl called out childishly, "Go, go, go." The old man, who was the chief consecrator of Xinjiang Mountain, laughed loudly and jogged slowly like a moving mountain. The boy said with a smile, "Xinjiang Mountain is really impressive." The woman gestured for Lu Jingchun to return home first. She took her son and walked casually on the street, explaining the origins to him. Apart from the ordinary main path to the top, Xinjiang Mountain also has a special path to the sword. Since its inheritance, 6 paths to the top have been opened up. This means that Xinjiang Mountain has produced 6 genuine sword immortals who have proven their Tao. The boy sneered, "What's the use of having a rich history? How many years can they live off their past?" Among all the Qi practitioners who entered the town, which one of them didn't have a rich ancestor compared to the few groups that came after us? The woman held the child's hand and said with a smile, "Then, do you know that 2 brand new sword Daos are about to reach the peak of Xinjiang Mountain in the past 100 years? The amazing thing about that little girl of your age is that she can move freely on the sword peak that is filled with sword qi. She can stay there for as long as the patriarchs of Xinjiang Mountain." The boy was stunned for a moment before he stopped in his tracks and said in an infuriated voice, "Since that dumb lass has such an extraordinary background, why didn't mother tell me earlier? I wouldn't have been at odds with her all the way here, causing her to contradict me for no reason. If I had taken her as my wife in a few years' time, and then conveniently become her Tao companions, wouldn't it have been a great boon for our Clear Breeze city?" The woman looked at the beautiful face that still had a hint of childishness. She was furious like a young tiger. Instead of being angry, she laughed. "You and that little girl are both cultivation talents who have a chance of ascending to the upper 5 realms. Therefore your marriage will be more complicated and changeable. If you insist on doing it on purpose, it will not be beautiful." "Do you really think that the lass only hates you with all her heart?" The boy frowned and said, "What else can I do?" The woman said gently, "Let nature take its course." The boy suddenly said in all seriousness, "Mother, I don't like the guy behind Lu Xianyang. I don't like him from the first time I saw him." The woman asked curiously, "Why?" The child thought for a moment and replied, "This guy is a little strange. He's different from Lu Jingchun who knows everything and Lu Xianyang who doesn't know anything. Also, I especially hate his eyes." The woman only thought that her son was starting to act childishly again, so she advised, "You can't do as you please in this small town. However, you have to think about what will happen to everyone here after this world collapses. Won't you feel a lot better?" The child nodded and subconsciously repeated the 2 words he had said when he first saw the straw sandal youth. After leaving the small town, Qin Pingan and Lu Xianyang quickly saw the covered bridge. Lu Xianyang casually asked, "Why do you think Song Jisun's old man built this covered bridge? If he wanted to build it, then so be it. Why did he have to cover the old stone arch bridge?" I heard that the stone bridge wasn't torn down. It's like wearing clothes. I wonder if it'll be hot in the summer. Ah. At the end of his sentence, the tall youth was amused by himself. At the end of the covered bridge hung a plaque with golden words. It was unknown who had written it, but the words were huge. Wind begets water. When the two youths walked up the steps, Lucien Yang fiercely stomped his feet a few times and said mysteriously, "Old Yao once told me that there's something strange at the bottom of the steps. He said that when the covered bridge was first built, late one night, Song Jisen's father ordered people to dig a big hole here and buried a big porcelain jar as tall as a person. Are you scared?" Qin Pingan said unhappily, "What's there to be scared of?" The two walked into the shady covered bridge. Lucien Yang whispered, "Do you think it's because of the deep pool under the bridge? Drowning is better than a few people, so they need to invite monks and Taoists to suppress evil?" Qin Pingan never talked nonsense about ghosts and gods. Lucien Yang didn't get an answer, so he lost interest. The newly built wooden covered bridge still smelled faintly of wood and lacquer. The wood used to make the beams were all cut from deep in the mountains and forests that had been sealed for countless years. It was extremely difficult to transport them out of the mountains. The water level of the small stream that wound around the mountains wasn't high, so it was far from enough to float the huge logs. They had to pick a time when it was raining. The path was muddy and slippery, and one careless mistake could cause them to fall into the flood. It was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, no young people died in the flood. Some people said that when the logs were transported out of the mountains, the school teacher Qi Jingchun personally went to help. He taught them how to operate the log step by step, so it was all thanks to Mr. Qi that everything was safe. When they reached the northern steps of the covered bridge, Lucien Yang suddenly sat down on the huge bluestone. Qin Pingan had no choice but to squat beside him. Lucien Yang smiled and asked, "If it wasn't for me, would you and Song Jisun have become good friends?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "Maybe a little, but not by much." Lucien Yang asked curiously, "Why? You two are neighbors and about the same age." To tell you the truth, Song Jisun likes to drop bookcases and speaks harshly, but he doesn't seem to have done anything outrageous. You have a good temper, so why can't he be friends with you? Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this. When we get to the blacksmith shop, don't be sloppy. Whether or not you can keep your family's armor depends on whether or not you can become Master Ruan's disciple." I know. Qin Pingan, to tell you the truth, you really have to change this nagging temper of yours. Otherwise, I'll be annoyed to death by you. Lucien Yang fell backwards, the back of his head resting on the top step of the covered bridge. He looked up at the blue sky and said, "You've walked very far with old Yao and climbed very high up the mountain. How far can you see the scenery?" Qin Pingan casually pulled out a stalk of licorice, brushed off the dust and put it in his mouth to chew. He said vaguely, "The furthest I went was probably 3 years ago. I went back and forth with old man Yao for about 10 days. We went around more than 10 forbidden mountains and finally arrived at a very strange mountain. It was so tall that it was frightening. You might not believe it, but when we climbed halfway up the mountain, all you could see was clouds and mist. In the end, old man Yao and I finally reached the top with great difficulty, but in the end, Lucien Yang waited for a long time but didn't hear him continue. He turned his head and said with a smile, "No one lifts their crotch like you when they're halfway through taking a dump." Qin Pingan was a little sad. He said softly, "You also know that old man Yao has a very bad impression of me. He almost never talks to me, nor is he willing to teach me the real skills of making porcelain. Every time we go into the mountain, old man Yao doesn't like to talk. Usually, from the time we go into the mountain to the time we return to the dragon kiln, he doesn't say much. But that time when we reached the top of the mountain, old man Yao was probably in a good mood, so he said a little more. He said that he wanted me to see the scenery over there and that it was okay if I saw it, but after we went down the mountain I shouldn't talk too much." Lucien Yang comforted him, "It's not that I want to put in a good word for old man Yao. He doesn't like you, but he doesn't hate you either. He has a bad temper with everyone, but he's a little better when he's with me." Qin Pingan nodded and said, "So, in fact, I've always been grateful to old man Yao from the bottom of my heart." Lucien Yang suddenly said angrily, "After talking so much, you still haven't told me what you saw." Qin Pingan stretched out his hand and pointed to the east. "The mountain we climbed is already very high, but when I looked at it from the top of the mountain, there was another mountain in the far east. It was even higher. I can't tell how high it is." Lucien Yang cursed, "Isn't it just a tall mountain? King thought you saw an immortal riding on the clouds." Qin Pingan thought for a moment and said with a look of longing, "Maybe there really is an immortal on that mountain?" Lu Xianyang smiled and asked, Qin Pingan, do you think immortals also need to eat, drink and take a dump? Qin Pingan rubbed his chin. Before he even touched the covered bridge, the wicker basket was already 70 to 80% full. Among them was a dark green snake gallstone. Lu Xianyang had to touch it 3 times at the bottom of a deep pit before he finally found it with great difficulty. It was as big as a palm, mixed with golden specks and ripple-like patterns. The stone was hard and thin and it was very heavy. When Qin Pingan rubbed it with his hand, it actually felt like it was shining. As long as one was not blind, they would know that this stone was not ordinary. In the end, the 2 youths sat side by side on a large stone in the stream. Lu Xianyang propped his hands on the stone and looked at the slowly flowing stream. He asked, Qin Pingan, have you ever thought about leaving the town in the future? Qin Pingan replied, I haven't thought about it yet. Traveling far away requires money, right? And after I leave, what will happen to the house? No one will help me clean it up. What if it collapses one day? Also, my parents' graves require me to frequently pull out weeds. Lu Xianyang said helplessly, why do you always think about so many useless things? It's so boring. No wonder Song Jisin said that you have the life of a ghost going around a wall. You'll never be able to walk out of this crappy place your entire life. Qin Pingan turned his head and asked with a smile, do you still remember what I told you last time? It's about that tree. Lu Xianyang said unhappily, is it worth making a fuss about a tree growing out of a grave? Besides, that's the grave of another branch of the Chen family. It has nothing to do with you, Qin Pingan. Qin Pingan sat cross-legged and sighed softly, I wonder if there are many people with the surname Chen outside the town. Lu Xianyang said, I don't know about those outside the town. I only know that in the town, there are only a few people with the surname Chen. And other than you, they all seem to be the children of the 4 surnames and 10 clans. They have been servants for generations. What's funny is that these people are like cattle and horses in the house, bowing their heads and waists. But as soon as they leave those big houses, they immediately change their attitude when they see people. They love to look down on people. So old man Yao is right. If you, Qin Pingan, become a servant one day, then your branch of the Qin family that hasn't moved out of the town will be completely wiped out. According to old man Yao, there were 2 branches of people with the surname Qin in the town. However, one of them had moved out very early on. Qin Pingan's branch had flourished before, but this before was too long ago. Even old man Yao couldn't tell if it was a few hundred years, 500 years, or 800 years, or 1,000 years. Later on, it was divided into several branches, and the number of people became fewer and fewer. Their luck was probably taken away by the branch that moved out. The incense was often cut off, and many of the tombs were gradually left unattended. In addition, the mountains where most of the tombs were located were gradually turned into forbidden mountains by the supervising officials sent by the imperial court. Old man Yao brought Qin Pingan into the mountains for the last time. When they passed by one of the mountains, he pointed to a place for him to see. He said that was where the ancestor of the other branch of the Qin family was buried. The tomb was on that mountain and the feng shui there was very good. As for Qin Pingan's branch, old man Yao said that even the gods wouldn't be able to find it. In the past few hundred years, the descendants of this branch of the Qin family were all useless. They were all poor people. Other than holding on to not become servants for the 4 surnames and 10 clans, they were completely useless. Qin Pingan once secretly went to look for the tomb of the ancestor of the Qin family. In the end, he only saw weeds at the place. He also saw many foxes and rabbits, but he didn't see the tomb. Among them, there was a tree that the youth couldn't recognize. It wasn't tall and was much shorter than the old locust tree in town. The weeds were overgrown and foxes and rabbits roamed about. It was all alone and the tree flourished alone. Qin Pingan shook his head and said, Before my mother passed away, she made me swear that I can be a beggar. Even if I starve to death, I won't be allowed to be a servant for those rich families. Lu Xianyang blurted out, Then before your mother died, didn't she make you swear that you will never be an apprentice at the dragon kiln? The youth's face dimmed. He didn't refute, nor did he become angry from embarrassment after being exposed. Lu Xianyang felt a little guilty, but he wasn't the kind of person who was willing to say, sorry, after doing something wrong. He could only pretend that nothing had happened. He stood up and said, let's go dig the well. Right, I'll try to persuade Master Ruan to let you come here as a temporary apprentice. At that time it'll be easier for you to touch the stones. Qin Pingan said, there's no rush. Let's wait for those 2 groups to give up and leave town. During this time I'll help you look after the house. Lu Xianyang asked curiously, why do you think I'll be able to escape if I become a disciple of Master Huan? Qin Pingan thought about it and said uncertainly, it's like suddenly raining. You'll have to find a roof to hide under, right? Lu Xianyang turned his head to look at the sword furnace ironworks. Who do you think Master Huan is? He doesn't look like a powerful person. Can he suppress those two groups? Qin Pingan comforted him, you can't judge a book by its cover. Lu Xianyang turned his head and said, you Qin Pingan look like a poor person. Then are you a poor person? Qin Pingan grimaced and had nothing to say. Lu Xianyang stood up and asked, do you want me to help you carry it to the covered bridge? Qin Pingan shook his head and said, no need. It's not heavy. Remember to return the basket to me next time. After saying this, Lu Xianyang jumped down from the boulder and walked quickly through the stream, causing countless splashes. Qin Pingan carried the basket and carefully climbed down from the boulder. After reaching the shore, he slowly walked toward the covered bridge. After Qin Pingan walked for a while, he heard footsteps behind him. He turned his head and saw that it was Lu Xianyang. Under the warm sunshine of early spring, the tall youth snatched the basket from the straw sandals youth and carried it himself. He turned his head and said sarcastically, from afar, you look like a grasshopper carrying a boulder. How pitiful. I'll be kind and help you carry it to the covered bridge. In the spring breeze the two youths walked together. Qin, if I succeed in my studies in the future, I'll definitely go out and see. I'll marry a wife prettier than GQ. I'll drink the most expensive wine, live in the biggest house and ride the fastest horse. I want to see mountains as high as the sky and rivers countless times bigger than our little stream. In short, I, Lu Xianyang, will definitely not stay here and wait for death. In the spring breeze, the tall youth was looking forward to the future. The straw sandals youth was chewing on grass. One was talking, the other was listening. Qin Pingan carried the basket of stones back to Lu Xianyang's courtyard. As usual, he picked out a few stones that he liked the most and brought them to the side room. The rest were left in the kitchen. After locking the door of the house and the courtyard, he ran to Mud Bottle Alley. When he arrived at his courtyard, he saw the black-clothed girl sitting in the courtyard basking in the sun. After greeting her, Qin Pingan began to brew medicine. The sound of chopping constantly came from the courtyard next door. This was very strange. Although Song Jisin lived a fatherless life in the eyes of outsiders, he had not lacked food and clothing for so many years. He even had plenty of money. Although he dared not say that he lived better than the young masters of the 4 families, he did not lose out to the direct descendants of the 10 families. The 4 treasures of the study, the elegant toys on the desk, the clean supplies in the study, and many luxurious things that Qin Pingan had never seen or heard of were carried into Song Jisin's room. In fact, Song Jisin had never done any dirty and tiring work. The pickles were too smelly, so Song Jisin did not allow the maid GQ to do it. Chopping firewood was too tiring, so Song Jisin directly bought bundles of firewood and bags of high-quality charcoal every year. When Qin Pingan brought the medicine to the black-clothed girl, the people in the courtyard next door were still chopping firewood intermittently. When Miss Ning drank the medicine, Qin Pingan could not help but walk to the courtyard wall. He stood on tiptoe and saw that GQ was holding a kitchen knife and chopping a person. It was a wooden embryo. Qin Pingan had been making porcelain for many years and had seen many good things. He had chopped countless trees so he could roughly see the depth of the wood at a glance. The color of the wood was like jade, so it must be a very old object. Moreover, the puppet was covered with dense red and black spots. The puppet had been chopped into many pieces by GQ. The girl suddenly turned her head and saw Qin Pingan. Her face was covered with sweat and stains. She raised her arm and wiped her face. She forced a smile and said, "You're back. I wanted to borrow a hatchet from you, but the guest in your house was unwilling to open the door for me." Qin Pingan was stunned for a moment. "I'll get the hatchet for you. Don't use too much strength at the beginning. A hatchet is not like a kitchen knife. It's easy to slip. Don't hurt yourself." The girl sat on the small stool. She was exhausted. She waved her hand and said, "I know. Hurry up and get it." Qin Pingan took the hatchet. The girl was already standing by the courtyard wall. She smiled and asked, "Do you know what that is?" Qin Pingan shook his head and said, "I don't know." GQ didn't give an answer. She turned around and continued to sit on the small stool, chopping with all her strength. Her unfamiliar and stagnant movements, as well as her various laborious and unrewarding postures, made Qin Pingan very anxious. But since she didn't ask for help, Qin Pingan didn't think too much about it. He turned his head and found that Miss Ning was no longer in the courtyard. Qin Pingan remembered something. He quickly walked into the room and placed something on the table in front of the black-clothed girl. It was a piece of snake gallstone. It fit perfectly in the palm of one's hand. It was like a piece of frozen honey. The texture was fine and the color was very good. Ning Yao felt a bit strange. Qin Pingan smiled and said, "Miss Ning, this is for you." The black-clothed girl who always kept the hatchet by her side suddenly asked, "Do you like this the most?" Qin Pingan was a bit embarrassed. "This one is probably ranked 4th. I've already hidden the 3 best pieces." She accepted the stone. She held it with 2 fingers and raised it above her head. Light shone through the window into the room and shone on the stone. She raised her head and narrowed her eyes. She carefully observed the subtle texture of the stone. She looked at the stone. The youth looked at her. In the middle of the night, a youth sneaked into Clay Bottle Alley. Like a stray cat, he silently came to Gukan's courtyard. He found the large water tank in the corner of the courtyard. After squatting down, he found that the originally neatly piled snake gallstones had been rummaged through. It seemed that this person knew the value of the stones before Qin Pingan. Gukan was the only freak in the town who liked to collect snake gallstones. And no matter how many he found in the stream, he only took 1 piece home each time. The child only picked the most pleasing stone. After accumulating for a long time, he only collected 50 to 60 stones, which he used to cover the gap at the bottom of the water tank. After Qin Pingan moved away many of the dried snake gallstones, he saw that there were no traces of digging at the bottom of the water tank. Only then did he feel relieved. He began to dig with his right hand little by little. When he finally touched the butter paper, his heart shook and he slowed down. Finally he took out an object wrapped in the butter paper. It looked like a book. After hiding it in his arms, Qin Pingan filled in the soil again. He carefully looked at the snake gallstones. The rest of the stones were dead. Compared to the 2 new stones that Qin Pingan picked up from the stream, whether it was color, texture or weight, they were completely different. The stones in front of him were like dead old people, while the ones that Qin Pingan picked up were like newborn babies, full of vitality. Qin Pingan thought about it and planned to leave Clay Bottle Alley from the direction of his house. When he walked to the door of Song Jisun's courtyard, he heard a creak and the door opened. Qin Pingan had to pretend to knock on the door and shouted, "Miss Ning, are you asleep? I came back to get something." The lights in the house were quickly turned on. The girl in black opened the courtyard door for Qin Pingan. On the other side, the maid GQ slowly walked out of the house. When she reached the courtyard, she saw Qin Pingan's shadow. He was holding a large yellowed book in his arms. She shook her head and clicked her tongue, as if she had caught a pair of adulterous men and women. She walked alone in Clay Bottle Alley, skipping and hopping. Her golden eyes looked particularly cold and sacred in the dark alley. It made the slender and graceful girl look like a dragon swimming in the narrow stone crevices. It seemed that as long as she walked out of the alley, she would become a dragon. Although Ning Yao let Qin Pingan into the courtyard and even into the house, her face was very ugly. She sat at the table, one arm leaning on the scabbard, and her fingers gently tapping the hilt. After confirming that GQ had walked into the alley, Qin Pingan explained awkwardly, "I went to Gukan's house to get something, but she was just about to go out, so I had to come here to hide." "Miss Ning, please don't think too much." She asked, "What is it?" Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment and took out the yellow paper bag. "I don't know now." She turned around and said, "Open it first and then decide if you want to let me know or not." Qin Pingan nodded and sat across from her at the table. He opened the layers of yellow paper and mud kept rolling on the table. Finally, an ancient book was revealed. There were only 2 words on the cover of the ancient book. Qin Pingan only knew one of them, mountain. He put the ancient book on the table, turned it around and pushed it to the girl in black. He asked curiously, "Miss Ning, what does this word read?" The girl turned around again and glanced down. She said, "Shake." The name of the book was Shake Mountain. 37. Shaking Mountain? The black-clothed girl frowned. She reached out to take the ancient book. She didn't expect Qin Pingan to move back. The black-clothed girl's body stiffened. She was burning with anger, as if she had never been humiliated like this before. The dignified Ning Yao's parents were great sword immortals above the 12th floor. Ever since she was born, she had been known as the top sword immortal embryo. Even after running away from home for so many years, she had only lost to others in swordsmanship. No one had ever insulted her character like this. Did she need to use underhanded methods to read, peek at, and possess a broken book? Ning Yao gripped the hilt of her saber. She narrowed her eyes. Thin eyes and red lips. These words were probably used to describe this girl. In fact, if one looked carefully, Ning Yao's face was extremely beautiful. It was just that her entire body exuded a heroic aura that completely suppressed the aura of her rouge. However, the straw-sandaled youth's next words had a magical effect that almost caused the girl to suffer internal injuries. Miss Ning, this book was taken from Gu Kan's home. Although I don't think this is stealing, I will still return it to Gu Kan in the future. However, we are friends. So, no matter what is written in this book, I hope that Miss Ning will understand it after reading it. The girl took a deep breath. She slapped the table and glared at him. What are you looking at? Look at it yourself. I don't care. Qin Pingan's next words made the girl not know whether to laugh or cry. Miss Ning, I don't know how to read. Can you teach me? The black-clothed girl's mind turned. She sneered and said, Aren't you afraid that I will take advantage of you? Think about it. Gu Kan is clearly a fellow who has inherited a large amount of ancestral wealth. Even the natural sword embryo Lu Xianyang can't compare to him. In the past 1,000 years, there hasn't been many people who can compare to him. Then how bad can the family heirloom that he carefully treasures be? Aren't you afraid that I will be tempted by his wealth? That I will monopolize this priceless secret book? Under the dim light of a flickering oil lamp, the straw-sandaled youth faintly smiled. He didn't explain anything. The girl coldly snorted. She moved her seat, indicating for the straw-sandaled youth to sit beside her. However, Qin Pingan didn't move his butt for a long time. The girl angrily laughed. I, Ning Yao, can beat 100 of you with one hand. As she said this, she laughed to herself. Are you afraid that I will take advantage of you? Qin Pingan sat beside the girl, feeling a little uneasy and nervous. This saying. Qin Pingan was baffled. The black-clothed girl sitting side by side suddenly laughed foolishly. The girl's smile made him feel like a poor young man with nothing to show for it. He suddenly felt like a rich man. The boy and girl didn't realize at this moment that the joke of beating 100 Qin Pingan with one hand would show its weight and strength in the long years to come. Especially when the straw-sandaled youth was no longer a boy. The more time passed, the more it would be like this. Ning Yao finally returned to her senses. She coughed and sat up straight. She took the ancient book and quickly flipped through a few pages. Then she closed the book and tapped the cover twice. She turned to Qin Pingan and indifferently said, This is a fist technique manual. The fist technique is called Shaking Mountain. According to the rules of the pugilistic world, you can call it Shaking Mountain Manual. Qin Pingan's face was full of expectation. And then? The black-clothed girl resisted the urge to roll her eyes. She tried to make herself solemnly turn a page. Her slender finger pointed at the preface of the title page. As she slid down, she read, In my hometown, there was a little insect called Bayan. Throughout its life, it was different from its kind in other places. It was always moving rocks into the water. My fist technique is divided into life and death. It does not determine victory or defeat. It focuses on the will of the spirit, not on the moves. When the 6 moves of this fist technique are practiced to perfection, the killing power will be great. It can easily hurt the heart of people. Although the Shaking Mountain Manual has never been ranked as one of the top fist techniques in the world, but I always believe that if you look at all the martial arts in the world, there will be a place for this fist technique. I hope that the fated person will carry it forward. Ning Yao controlled her temper and read the preface sentence by sentence to Qin Pingan. It was a thin book and the entire fist technique only had 6 moves. The preface was not small. After Ning Yao finished reading the preface, she pushed the book to Qin Pingan's side. She patted Qin Pingan's shoulder and said perfunctorily, Take good care of it. Don't let it get stolen. Qin Pingan nodded and carefully stretched out his hands to hold the ancient fist technique. This made Ning Yao want to laugh. With this book on the table, can it even grow legs and run? Or is Qin Pingan afraid that it will fall? Ning Yao thought. Qin Pingan rubbed his right hand on his lapel and then opened the book. He read the preface word by word. After that, there were pictures and text. Anyway, the straw sandals teenager was confused. Ning Yao sat sideways and put her elbows on the table. She looked at the teenager's side face and teased, Do you think that you are rich? In the future you will need a golden axe to chop wood and a golden rice bowl to eat? The teenager did not raise his head. He carefully pondered over the pictures and text. He said bluntly, Actually, when I saw your eyes just now, I knew that this fist technique wouldn't be good. But it doesn't matter. For me it is good enough. Ning Yao raised her eyebrows and went straight to the point. The things I've seen or heard of are indeed very good things. But other than that, I can only distinguish between good and bad things. However, it's hard to say how good a good thing is and how bad a bad thing is. Qin Pingan raised his head. Then this shaking mountain manual belongs to the category of good, and not too good? Ning Yao said in a bad mood, I don't know how to describe how bad this fist technique is. The straw sandals teenager blinked and smiled. Obviously he already knew and was just joking with the girl. Ning Yao unsheathed her saber and threatened, Do you want to be chopped? Don't say that you wish to leave the Eastern Bottle continent and leave this world, but you should at least try to reach the borders of the Dali dynasty. Qin Pingan nodded, obviously thinking about the fist art manual. He pointed at a word and asked, Miss Ning, what should I read? The girl was furious. Get lost. 38. Qin Pingan looked doubtful. Ning Yao glared at him and pointed at the string of words. It really reads roll. This fist technique is derived from observing the rain in the Great Li dynasty. The momentum of the fist is like a torrential downpour of ink. After it falls into the mortal realm, it rolls along the dragon wall of the Great Li dynasty's imperial palace and falls straight down. Qin Pingan stared intently at the pictures that were drawn in one go. It was like a military formation squeezed into a single page. Therefore, the pictures of the little fist-wielding figures were not large. In addition, the charcoal drawings were not very detailed. Fortunately, Qin Pingan's eyesight was good. Under the dim light he could still see the fine details. After the young man heard Miss Ning's words that he did not understand, he murmured, It sounds like this fist technique is very powerful. Ning Yao slightly moved her head and looked at the pictures. She nodded and said, There is a fist technique that has been passed down in Jianghu for thousands of years and has not been lost. It is somewhat similar to this fist technique. Qin Pingan turned his head and asked curiously, What do you mean? In the dim light, the girl's long eyebrows were slightly bent, like a bunch of peach branches bent under the spring breeze. She held back her laughter and said, There is a fist technique in Jianghu that is suitable for the old and the young. It is called tortoise fist. If you throw it randomly, you can definitely beat an old master to death. The young man said helplessly, How can you say that? Qin Pingan imagined it in his mind. Wasn't this Gu Kan's specialty and the ultimate skill that made him famous? In his memory, Gu Kan's mother seemed to have had an unpleasant dispute many years ago. It was in front of a cosmetics shop in Apricot Blossom Lane. At that time, Gu Kan had just learned how to walk. Because Gu Kan's father was a foreigner and was not at home all year round, he had long been forgotten by the neighbors in Clay Bottle Lane. At that time, the women began to worry that their men would involuntarily slow down when they passed by the widow Gu's house. Just the women's clothes that were drying on the bamboo poles could easily take away their men's souls. Later on, Granny Ma gathered 5 or 6 women to block Gu Kan's courtyard door. In that battle, Gu Kan suffered a lot, but Granny Ma and the others did not gain much advantage. Both sides suffered losses. However, as time went on, Gu Kan was still weak. It was difficult for 2 fists to fight against 4 hands. Even her clothes were torn. Her clothes were thin, so it was inevitable for her body to be exposed. This made the women who were ashamed of their inferiority go crazy. They scratched and bit her, doing everything they could to make the men around the alley swallow their saliva. Fortunately, Qin Pingan happened to return to the town from the dragon kiln at that time. He had been taken care of by Gu Kan's mother for so many years, so he went up to help Gu Kan's mother block many insidious moves. From beginning to end, the straw sandals youth did not dare to fight back. Qin Pingan was not afraid of causing trouble, but he was afraid that he would kill someone with one punch. At that time, the young man had already walked countless mountains and rivers under the shouts and curses of Old Man Yao. He was only 12 or 13 years old, but he had already walked the path of many old people in the town for several lifetimes. At that time, the young man and the woman were sitting at the courtyard door. Gu Kan was still locked inside the door. She probably did not want the child to see his mother in such a sorry state. The young man turned his head and pointed at the corner of his mouth to the woman. The woman curled her lips casually, then used her thumb to wipe the blood from the corner of her mouth. The child was crying his heart out in the courtyard, calling for his mother. The woman first smiled at the straw sandals youth, then tears rolled out of her eyes. The next day, there was an unwilling burden by the straw sandals boy's side. Ning Yao's question interrupted Qin Pingan's thoughts. What are you thinking about? Qin Pingan asked. You said that after Gu Kan and his mother left the town, They followed true Lord Zhejiang to the Book Slip Lake. Can they really live a good life? Ning Yao asked back, do you think that the mother and son had a bad life in Mud Bottle Alley? Qin Pingan thought for a moment. That kid Gukan has no conscience. He was young, so he definitely did not feel that life was hard. But Gukan's mother probably did not think that the town was a good place, especially the women in Mud Bottle Alley and Apricot Blossom Alley. She did not like any of them. Moreover, I think that Gukan's mother was not born to stay in the town. She always felt that she was not reconciled. According to Old Man Yao's words, her heart was not steady. If a man's heart was not steady, it was called having a distant ambition. If a woman's heart was not steady, it was called having an affair. I think these words are not quite right. Ning Yao suddenly straightened her back and slapped the table. What are you talking about? Do you still want to learn the fist manual? Qin Pingan was shocked. Miss Ning, please continue. Ning Yao said unhappily, it is meaningless to talk about cultivation with you because you are destined to be unable to cultivate. Therefore, I can only talk to you about martial arts and martial arts. Qin Pingan wanted to say something, but the girl continued, the world's martial arts are divided into 9 levels. Of course, some people also say that there is actually a 10th level above the 9 levels. It is just like how each dynasty would raise a group of chess pieces to wait for the imperial order. Speaking of this, the girl's mood improved a lot. She smiled and asked, Qin Pingan, do you know what a chess piece waiting for the imperial order is? Qin Pingan of course shook his head honestly. The girl's face was full of radiance. The highest rank among the masters of Go is 9th Dan, which is equivalent to a first-rank official in the officialdom. However, there are some geniuses that only appear once in 100 years who are known as 10th Dan National Masters. Then these people will have all kinds of fancy unique titles. Your Dali dynasty's chess piece waiting for the imperial order is especially embarrassing. It is said that your 9th Dan is only equivalent to the 7th Dan of the Sui dynasty. In the entire Dali, there is only one guy nicknamed Embroidered Tiger, who is regarded as a true rival by the Sui dynasty. Alright, do you know what Go is? Qin Pingan nodded and said, I know, and I know a bit about the rules. It's just that I don't know how to play it myself. Song Jisun and GQ have a chessboard and chess pieces at home. The girl was full of disappointment. So it's like that. The girl talked for a long time, but the boy still did not know what the 9th level was. The girl seemed to have realized that she was a bit unreliable. She coughed and said seriously, my mother said that the martial arts 9 levels are one step at a time. But even if you reach the peak of the 9th level, the final scene is like standing on a mountain and looking up at another mountain in the distance, but you can only see halfway up the mountain. Qin Pingan said thoughtfully, I understand. Because the boy had seen this scene with his own eyes. The girl did not care if the boy really understood or not. She said, the martial arts 9 levels are divided into body refinement, chi refinement and spirit refinement. Each has 3 levels. You have to climb to the top step by step. You can't miss a single step and you can't make a single mistake. The more solid you walk, the better. Whether you walk fast or slow is not that important. This is not the same as cultivation. There are 3 levels of body refinement. The first level is clay embryo level. Just from the meaning, it is like this clay bottle alley where your house is located. But once you reach the peak, your body will be like a clay Buddha. Even though you are a clay sculpture, you will still have an extraordinary aura. Your chi will sink into your dantian, and you will be as immovable as a mountain. You can be considered to have truly entered the path of martial arts. In short, the essence of this level lies in the word scatter and the word sink. The talent of a martial artist, the quality of their comprehension, can be seen by the master who leads the way. The second level is wood embryo level. It means that your body starts to become thicker and thinner. When you reach large success, the texture of your skin will be precise and orderly, like a carved talisman. Just like this snake gallstone that you found in the stream. Compared to a normal pebble, the inside is already completely different. The deeper meaning of this level is mountain opening. It widens the meridians, turning a narrow path into a broad path that can accommodate carriages. The quality of a martial artist's bone structure will be judged in this level. As she said this, the girl in black raised the stone that the boy gave her. She gazed at the beautiful stone under the light of the lamp. She said softly, the last level of body refinement is called mercury mirror. The blood is as thick as mercury, but its weight is lighter. Chi and blood are condensed into one. To break through the threshold, you need to pass a tribulation called clay Buddha crossing the river. Whether or not you can successfully pass through the last threshold like a carp jumping over the dragon gate, Depends on the luck of the martial artist. Qin Pingan listened in a daze. He stared at the oil lamp in a daze. As the flame flickered, his mind swayed along with it. The girl yawned and lay on the table. Language, she said, that's about it. The 3 levels of body refinement have already blocked 80% of the martial artists. It is difficult to advance any further. You have to know that the poor learn literature and the rich learn martial arts. Other than my hometown, the rest of the world is the same. According to your family background and your perception, I estimate that if you can reach the 2nd level in this lifetime, you should be thanking the gods. Qin Pingan asked, then how do I practice this fist manual? The girl raised her eyebrows. Let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm a bit sleepy. Qin Pingan grunted, then I'll take the basket and go pick up some stones. I'll come find Miss Ning tomorrow. The girl said, if you feel at ease, leave the manual behind. I'll see if there are any flaws or traps. Qin Pingan smiled, okay. But Miss Ning, you have to be careful. I'll return this repertoire of shaking mountains to Gukan in the future. The girl turned her head and frowned. How many times do you have to say it before you feel at ease? The boy smiled and went to the corner to pick up the basket. When he left the house, he reminded her, Miss Ning, don't forget to lock the courtyard door. The girl lay on the table and did not turn her head. She waved her hand and said weakly, I know. Why are you more talkative than my father? The boy's body was as light as a swallow and his figure disappeared into the alley. When Qin Pingan had left Mud Bottle Alley, the girl immediately straightened up and stared at the repertoire of shaking mountains as if she was an enemy. Then her whole body collapsed and she lay on the table again. She frowned and said to herself, how can I teach this thing? I was born with the world's first-class sword immortal body. Why would I need to walk the path of the foot of the mountain? I can't even remember the names of the 365 acupoints. As for how to circulate qi naturally, I've known it since I was in my mother's womb. The girl scratched her head in grief and indignation. Suddenly, a timid voice sounded outside the door. Miss Ning? Ning Yao stiffly turned around slowly and saw a tanned face that deserved a beating. She kept a straight face and did not speak. The boy swallowed and said apologetically, I was afraid that you would forget to lock the door, so I came to remind you. Also, if Miss Ning is hungry at night, I can go to Lu Xianyang's house and make some supper for Miss Ning. After that, I can go to the stream. The girl waved her hand. The boy ran away immediately. Along the way, Qin Pingan's mind was filled with the picture of the first move of the fist manual. The fist moved and the body moved, but the feet did not leave the ground. It was like wading in mud, and the momentum was like knee-deep snow moving slowly. The boy himself did not notice that when he tried to practice according to the picture, he involuntarily changed the speed of each breath. The boy even fantasized that it would be better to practice in the stream. There were 2 seals in front of Qi Jingchun. They were carved from the best snake gallstone. Neither of them was big, and neither of them had been engraved with seals. During the day, the young scholar with a gentle temperament visited the school. After that, the 2 of them had a private conversation. The Confucian gentleman who came from afar asked him a question. Sir, do you want to carry on someone's last wish and continue to bring peace to the world? Qi Jingchun replied at that time, let me think about it. This was obviously not a satisfactory answer. However, the young gentleman who was famous in half the continent, was not aggressive. He chatted with Mr. Qi, who had been admiring him for a long time, about the local customs of the town and the changes outside the town. Then he left. From beginning to end, the young gentleman did not ask what to do with the jade pendant. However, Qi Jingchun knew that the gentleman of the Confucian Academy in the eastern vase continent could tolerate it. The golden boy and jade girl of the Taoist sect, the scripture protector of the great and great Zen temple, the famous ascetic monk, and the representative of the military school were unlikely to care about the reputation of the Cliff Academy. They would not listen to Qi Jingchun's wishes. They would definitely not hesitate to take back the treasures of their respective forces. However, all of this was to be expected. Qi Jingchun sat upright and still, holding the carving knife in his hand. For the first time he was in a dilemma. He did not know how to carve the seal characters of the seal. Sacrifice for a noble cause, sacrifice for righteousness. For this child it seems a little too big. It is not appropriate and it is not auspicious. Peace of mind on flat ground, standing upright. Isn't it a little too fake? But if it's 3 hastily carved seals, it seems too insincere? Qi Jingchun turned his head to look at the night sky outside the window. In the curtain of night, the stars were like luminous pearls hanging on a black curtain. Qi Jingchun was in a daze. After a long time he came back to his senses, picked up the seal and began to carve. In the end he carved out the 4 simple seal characters, calm and proud. In particular, the first character, calm, was the most full of spirit and all-encompassing. Qi Jingchun gently put down the seal in his hand, the bottom side facing up. Qi Jingchun felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. This white-haired scholar waved his sleeves. Very quickly the words wind and water rose on the table, and the mountains and rivers rose and fell. Finally, Qi Jingchun focused his gaze and saw that in the dilapidated ancestral home of the small town, a young man and a young woman were sitting side by side, discussing the general situation of the 9 realms of the martial Tao. Above the 9 realms of the martial Tao was the 10th realm. Qi Jingchun had read more than 10,000 books and was no stranger to the Jianghu. Naturally, he knew about the martial Tao. A smile appeared on Qi Jingchun's almost old-fashioned face. Therefore, this scholarly sage who presided over a part of the world made a harmless joke. He carved 3 words on the second seal. Qin Shi. 39. Qin Pingan thought that if he touched stones during the day, he could start from Lu Xianyang's place and go all the way upstream until he reached the covered bridge. So tonight, he chose to go further upstream from where he first entered the water, so he would be far away from the covered bridge and the blue stone cliff called the Blue Ox's Back in the vernacular. It was the place where Qin Pingan first met the girl in blue. Because of this, he missed the meeting with Song Jisin and the supervisor. On the other side of the covered bridge, there was a plaque with the words, "Wind rises, water rises, hanging high." The man in white robe and jade belt was nominally the supervisor of the dragon kiln, but in fact he was the most powerful king in Dali. Under his lead, Song Jisin came to the bottom of the stairs of the covered bridge. Before he came, he not only took a bath and changed clothes in the official residence, but also hung a sachet and an ordinary dragon-shaped jade pendant. The color was dull and inconspicuous. On the contrary, the jade pendant of the old dragon, which was more outstanding in terms of texture, appearance and meaning, was forced to be removed by the man. He was not allowed to hang it. Song Jisin held 3 incense sticks in his hand. The teenager stood under the stairs, not knowing what to do. Song Jianqiang, the king of Dali, turned around, stretched out his hand, and gently rubbed the top of the 3 incense sticks with 2 fingers. The incense sticks were lit. The man said casually, after kneeling down, face the plaque, kowtow 3 times and insert the incense sticks on the ground. That's all. Although Song Jisin was full of doubts, he still followed the instructions of the uncle, who came from the sky and kowtowed 3 times. Although the man said it lightly after the teenager knelt down, his face was dignified and extremely complicated. He looked at the ground where the teenager kowtowed, revealing a deeply hidden hatred. After inserting the 3 incense sticks on the ground and getting up, Song Jisin asked, "Is it okay to burn incense here?" The man smiled and said, "It's just a ceremony. Don't worry too much. From now on, learn to act according to the situation. Otherwise you may be busy in the future." The man stopped smiling. "But don't forget, this covered bridge is your place of prosperity." Song Jisin's lips were black and blue. It was unknown whether it was frostbite from the cold of spring. The young man pretended to be relaxed and said, "These 4 words shouldn't be used casually, right?" The man patted his stomach with one hand and held the white jade belt on his waist with the other. He laughed and said, "It will be like this in the capital. Here there is no harm. There are no court dogs, no wild dogs in Jianghu. No one will catch me and bite me." Song Jisin asked curiously, "Are you also afraid of being criticized?" The man retorted, "In the Dali dynasty, I have already defeated all the opponents on and off the mountain. If there is nothing to be afraid of, wouldn't I be more comfortable than the person sitting on the dragon throne? Kid, do you think this is appropriate?" Song Jisin pondered for a moment. After some hesitation, he made up his mind and asked, "Are you hiding your strength and biding your time? Or are you raising bandits for your own sake?" The man laughed involuntarily and pointed at the young man. He shook his head and said, "You really dare to say such rebellious words? You don't know the severity of the situation. When you reach the capital in the future, you should go to one of the immortal residences on the mountain and lie low. I advise you not to speak and act so recklessly. Otherwise you will be in big trouble." Song Jisin nodded and said, "I will remember." The man pointed at the golden plaque. "Wind makes the water rise. Wind makes the water rise." "Let me ask you, how does the water rise?" Song Jisin said straightforwardly, "I don't know." The man muttered, "If you know, you know. If you don't know, you don't know. You know." What nonsense. Scholars are all cunning. Even when they fart, they have to be full of twists and turns. But in front of the young man, the man was a little more elegant. If I remember correctly, in your town for 3,000 years, no matter how big the flood was, the highest water level of this stream has never been higher than the tip of the rusted sword. Song Jisin said doubtfully, the old man who lives near the Iron Lock Well in Apricot Blossom Lane often talks to us about this saying under the locust tree. Is there really a mystery in this? The man pointed to the distance where the stream left the mountains. He smiled and said, in the mountains snakes have their own paths. In the houses rats have their own paths. As for the rivers and streams, dragons have their own paths. The man retracted his finger and explained patiently, there are many other places in the Dali dynasty. In fact, there are many customs of hanging swords under bridges. However, those copper coin swords, peachwood swords, or talisman swords can often stop the dragons and pythons from entering the river once. They can't stop them a second time. Even many people who hang the magic swords have shallow cultivation. They can't withstand the power of the river once. Instead, they annoy the dragons in the flood. Therefore, after the flood, the bridge that could not collapse collapsed, and the swords disappeared without a trace. Only this sword in this place. The man fell silent halfway through his words. Song Jisin held back and didn't ask. The man sighed and said, only this sword. From the day it was hung under the bridge, it wasn't used to deal with the dragons. Instead, it was used by the saints to suppress the exit of the Dragon Lock Well. The so-called exit is the deep pool under the bridge. It prevents the dragon chi from dissipating too quickly, so as to prevent this small world from forcefully bursting open. Song Jisin hit the nail on the head and asked, is the last true dragon in the world dead or not? Song Jianqiang smiled and said, in the battle to slay the dragon 3,000 years ago, countless chi practitioners died. Even the saints of the 3 religions and the grandmasters of the 100 schools died. Kid, do you think all of them have holes in their heads, or that the saints have lived for so long in vain? Did they deliberately keep the last true dragon and raise it as an ordinary flower, bird, fish, or insect? Song Jisin retorted, maybe it's because they can't completely kill the true dragon? They can only use stalling tactics and nibble away at it. Although I don't know the original intentions and plans of the saints thousands of years ago, I can guess that the true dragon is definitely not simple. After the man shook his head, he nodded. You're half right. The true dragon is undoubtedly dead. As for its true identity and symbolic meaning, the words not simple are definitely not enough to bear it. Song Jisin wanted to say something but stopped. In short, Dali's plans and countless efforts were all for the sake of stirring up wind and water, for the sake of the great cause of the South in the future. The man took the lead to walk up the stairs and said slowly, if you ask me why the saints killed the dragon 3,000 years ago, I can't answer you. But if you ask why I left you here and why you're the noble prince of Dali, I can tell you the truth in full detail. Song Jisin lowered his head, and his expression could not be seen clearly. Since the young man did not ask, the man naturally did not flatter himself. When he reached the highest step, he turned to face the town. In the future, be more magnanimous. Don't you think it's degrading to fight with Lu Xianyang and even have the intention to kill? Song Jisin sat at the top of the stairs and looked towards the north with the man. He asked a completely unrelated question, is our Dali at the northernmost tip of the eastern bottle continent? The man nodded and said, yes, he's been regarded as a northern barbarian for nearly 1,000 years. Now he's only won some respect because he's strong enough. Song Jisin still had his head lowered, but his eyes were burning. The man named Song Jianqiang said calmly, when you reach the capital, be careful of a person nicknamed Embroidered Tiger. Song Jisin was confused. Song Jianqiang smiled and said, he's now our Dali imperial tutor, and also the teacher of your brother. For our greatly to be able to grow from the founding of 70 counties and 800 cities to the present 140 counties and 1,500 cities in the past 50 years, half of the credit goes to this person. Song Jisin raised his head abruptly. The man smiled, kid, you guessed right. The man also sat on the stairs with his hands on his knees and looked into the distance. The other person's contribution to Dali's expansion was obvious, far away but right in front of him. At this moment, Song Jisin's whole body was trembling, and his scalp was numb. The two were silent. After a long time, Song Jisin suddenly said, Uncle, although I wanted to kill Lu Xianyang, and even considered making a deal with Old Dragon City's Funanhua to find a way to kill Lu Xianyang. But in my heart, I've never felt that Lu Xianyang was qualified to be on the same level as me, even if he had a long family history. I killed him because I felt that I wouldn't have to pay a big price to kill him, that's all. Song Jiankyung was a little interested. So, you have another knot in your heart? The boy touched his neck and didn't say anything. In the middle of the night, all was quiet. There was actually someone walking on the streets of the small town. Her figure was slender and her clothes were thin. When she walked past the Iron Lock Well in Apricot Blossom Lane, she gritted her teeth. When she passed by the memorial arch, she kicked a stone pillar hard. Finally, she came to the lush old locust tree. According to the old man, this tree had lived for a long time, and no matter when it dropped dead branches, it would never hit people. It was very spiritual. The girl swaggered under the tree. Of course, she was quite disdainful of these sayings. She opened the ancient book that she borrowed from her master, and began to search according to the picture. She called out the names one by one like a general on the battlefield. When she was a little thirsty, she stopped. With one hand holding the local county record that Song Jisun called the book outside the wall, the other hand pointing at the locust tree, she looked up and scolded, "I gave you face but you don't want it?" Silence. There was no reply. The girl immediately stomped her feet and scolded, "For surnames and 10 clans." After Chin Pingon carried the basket to the shore, he walked towards the back of the green ox. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the water level of the stream seemed to have dropped a little. When he approached the bluestone cliff, he suddenly stopped because he could clearly see many people standing there. Everyone's face was almost visible. The reason for this was not because of the resplendent starlight, but because there was a snow-white elk standing on the back of the bluestone. Its entire body was sparkling and translucent, emitting strands of white light, like water plants swaying with the water in a small stream. The white elk lowered its head, and a little girl wearing a red cotton jacket stood on her tiptoes and reached out to touch its antlers. Outside the elk, there was a young man and a young woman wearing Taoist robes. Maybe it was because of the light from the white elk, but the skin of the man and the woman was whiter than snow and crystal clear. For example, if the people in the small town were aborigines made of mud, then these two foreign Taoists were refined porcelain. There was really a world of difference between them. The style of the Taoist robes of the man and the woman was a bit similar to that of Lu Daozhang, who had a fortune-telling stall. However, there were many differences. The Taoist crown was the most different. Lu Daozhang had a lotus crown, while the Taoist crown on the two people's heads was shaped like a fish tail. The straw sandals teenager looked at them in a daze. He only felt that the man and woman standing next to the white elk were like characters who had walked out of the statues of immortals. It was as if they would fly away in the next moment, and pick up the stars and the moon would be at their fingertips. The other two people stood a little further away. Chin Pingon knew one of them. She was the daughter of the sword forger Master Ruan. This time the girl in green didn't bring a bag full of food. She held a small embroidered handkerchief in one hand, and there were only a few exquisite and cute pastries in the other. The girl lowered her head and looked very hesitant. She didn't know where to start. The person next to her was about 30 years old. He carried a long sword on his back and a strange ornament on his waist. When Chin Pingon saw them, almost everyone noticed the sudden appearance of the straw sandals teenager. The young Taoist nun was a bit surprised. She bent down and rubbed the head of the little girl in the red cotton jacket. She pointed in the direction of Chin Pingon and whispered. The little girl pricked up her ears to listen to the immortal sister's question. She tried her best to open her eyes and look. After vaguely recognizing Chin Pingon's appearance, she began to spill the beans. She should be explaining Chin Pingon's identity to the immortal sister's owner, the white elk's owner. At this moment, Chin Pingon also recognized the 8 or 9-year-old girl. The first time they met was before he went to the dragon kiln to make porcelain. He had met a little girl with pigtails in the mud bottle alley. She was very young but she ran very fast. She held a kite in her hand. Her two thin bamboo-like legs ran like the wind. Chin Pingon had a particularly deep impression of her. Later he saw her intermittently a few more times. One time, the little girl was lying at the mouth of the Iron Lock Well and secretly threw stones inside. Chin Pingon accidentally saw her naughty actions. The little girl was so scared that she hurriedly ran away. After running for more than 10 steps, she remembered that the candied haws had fallen on the mouth of the well. She couldn't resist the temptation and ran back to the Iron Lock Well. This time she was too hasty. As a result, she fell to the ground with a bang. After standing up, she grabbed the candied haws and then suddenly stopped. The sect they belonged to was one of the 3 Taoist sects in the Eastern Bottle continent. Moreover, it was the head sect of the continent's orthodoxy. It was incomparably noble. This time he and senior sister he came out of the mountain together. As a reward, each of them had a precious quota to recruit a true disciple for their sect. This disciple would be accepted as their disciple at the same time. Therefore he didn't want to squander it casually. He had to treat it seriously. Everyone in the sect knew that senior sister he had recultivated her mind. Therefore when she said, "Let nature take its course," it was very likely that she had the intention of accepting a disciple. He and He Xiaoyang were known as the Golden Boy and Jade Girl of the Eastern Bottle Continent. They were the proud daughters of the continent's Taoist sections. Even the kings of the mortal world had to treat them with respect when they met them. Moreover, the importance of the etiquette was not inferior to that of a great country's true monarch. This was because they were the cultivation geniuses who had the highest chance of entering the upper 5 realms in the continent. When the young Taoist nun took the little girl's hand and walked down the back of the green ox with the psychic white deer following behind them, not only did the young Taoist feel incredulous, the military giant with the tiger amulet on his waist and a long sword on his back also showed a surprised expression. When he saw the young Taoist nun slowly walking over, Qin Pingan felt a headache coming. The young man really didn't want to deal with these immortals from other places. This was because Qin Pingan knew that their simple love and hate would determine his life and death, honor and disgrace. Moreover, Qin Pingan knew that his luck had never been too good, so he was even more afraid of provoking them. However, Qin Pingan didn't run away because of this. On the contrary, he symbolically walked forward for a while. This way, in the eyes of others, was still considered appropriate. The white deer slightly quickened its pace and trotted over. It circled around the straw sandals youth and finally lowered its head and took the initiative to rub against the poor youth. The white deer returned to its master's side. She gently stroked its back and in the next moment, it turned into the posture of a horse. Referring to a deer as a horse. The young Taoist nun looked at Qin Pingan and sighed slightly. She smiled and said something. Then, she lowered her head and looked at the little girl in the red cotton jacket. The little girl interpreted it as a small-town dialect and said timidly, "Sister," he said, "you are a person who cherishes fortune. Unfortunately, you and I are not fated to be friends." The young man was speechless because he didn't know what to say without being rude. Carrying a basket, wearing straw sandals and rolling up his trousers, the young man's appearance was particularly comical. The Taoist nun asked with a smile, "You also know the magical use of these stones?" "Qin Pingan, you don't have to worry. I was just casually asking." The little girl repeated her explanation. Her speed was fast and her voice was clear. Qin Pingan hesitated and nodded. "There was a Taoist priest who reminded me that I can often come to the stream to pick up stones and catch fish." Even if Qin Pingan had a good impression of this young Taoist nun, he was careful and didn't even reveal Taoist priest Lu's surname. Moreover, the person who truly revealed the secrets of heaven and pointed out the value of the snake gallstones should be Ning Yao. The Taoist nun smiled and said, "You also know our young martial uncle Lu?" Qin Pingan was stunned. The Taoist nun smiled knowingly and roughly explained, "Strictly speaking, young martial uncle Lu is not from the same sect as us. It's just that Taoist Lu visited our sect many years ago and became friends with one of our martial uncles as equals. After many years, us juniors have become familiar with him and are naturally used to calling him young martial uncle." Qin Pingan grinned, completely letting down his guard. The straw sandal youth was grateful to Taoist priest Lu. He would never forget it in his life. He remembered something and bent down to put down the basket. He picked up a stone that he had fallen in love with at first sight. It was as big as an egg, green and clear like ice. It was completely different from the other snake gall stones. He handed it to the young Taoist nun and asked, "Taoist priest, if you see Taoist priest Lu in the future, can you help me give this stone to him?" After listening to the little girl's explanation, she thought for a moment and then took the stone. She slowly said, "Before I came here, I just happened to run into young martial uncle. He was going to Southern Stream Country to participate in an important ceremony of a Taoist sect. It's hard to say when we will meet again, but as long as I see young martial uncle Lu, I will definitely help you give it to him." Qin Pingan listened to the little girl's words and smiled brightly. He bowed to thank this young Taoist nun who had such a good impression of him. Regarding the good and bad of strangers, the youth always believed in his intuition. For example, Funanhua Kai Qinqian, and also for Taoist priest Lu and Miss Ning. Qin Pingan took out another snake gall stone and handed it to her again. Among the younger generation of the Eastern Bottle Continent, this Taoist nun was known as the #1 opportunity. She did not refuse and accepted it with a smile, not forgetting to thank him. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket twisted the corner of her clothes and whispered, "I also want a piece." Chin Pingan smiled and turned around to pick a stone from the basket for the little girl. The little girl ran to his side and carefully said, "I want a bigger one, is that okay?" Chin Pingan smiled and said, "As long as you can move it, I will give you the biggest one. But from here to the town and then from home, it is not close. And I think the big ones in the basket are not as good as the small ones." She thought for a moment and put her hands on the edge of the basket. "Okay, then I want to pick a small one that looks good." Chin Pingan picked a small pink stone for her. It was moist and cute. The little girl held it in the palm of her hand and was very satisfied. She suddenly tilted her head, grinned and pointed behind her teeth. Then she smiled at Chin Pingan with a proud face. He guessed that she was showing off that her teeth had grown back. Chin Pingan happily said, "Next time, let's go catch crickets together." The little girl's eyes lit up but they quickly dimmed. She forced a smile and nodded. Chin Pingan carried the basket and said goodbye to the young nun. He waved at the little girl and ran back to the town alone. They were both fairies, but this young nun's gold was not something that Kai Chinchien of Yunxia Mountain could compare to. It was almost like the gold essence of the immortals compared to the gold of the secular world. She took the little girl and the white deer back to the back of the green ox. The young Taoist withdrew his gaze from the back of the straw sandal boy and concluded, "Shallow fate means poor fortune. Naturally they are not of great use." There were many Taoist sects in the eastern vase continent. Every 30 years a pair of golden boy and jade girl would be chosen. He and his senior sister, He Xiao Yang, were this year's natural Taoist couple. But something surprising happened. The golden boy's aptitude was not inferior to the previous ones, but the jade girl's fate was so good that it made people's hair stand on end. When she was born, there was an auspicious white deer that took the initiative to walk out of the mountains and wild swamps and came to her side to recognize her as its master. After that, she started on the path of cultivation. It seemed that there were no bumps and her journey was smooth. Some people even said that she would only meet her first bottleneck after reaching the upper 5 states. She did not comment on her junior brother's contempt for the straw sandal boy and laughed it off. At this time, a short boy came from the deep pool under the covered bridge to the puddle under the green ox's back. He only held a piece of snake gall stone in his hand. Unexpectedly, like the white deer, it shone brightly in the night. The dull boy held the stone in his hand and stood on a stone that was exposed above the water. He was like an indomitable immortal holding a pocket-sized full moon in his hand. The 2 big green and red fish that the young Taoist kept did not enter the water. They only swam slowly above the stream. If Chin Pingan saw this boy, he would know that he was the grandson of Granny Ma from the Apricot Blossom Alley. The boy had dementia since childhood and was despised by his parents when he was very young. Granny Ma took care of her grandson by herself. The boy was very unsociable and often climbed to the roof alone to look at the clouds. Since childhood, the boy who followed Granny Ma's surname was bullied to the point that he felt that stepping on him would dirty his shoes. This poor child seemed to only smile at the maid GQ from the clay bottle alley. Therefore, Granny Ma especially hated that maid and thought that she was a shameless vixen. She must have taken the initiative to seduce her precious grandson. The young female Taoist priest walked to the side of the man with a long sword and asked, "Is there really no room for negotiation regarding Ma Kuxuan?" The man said coldly, "If your junior martial uncle really wants to take this child as a disciple, why doesn't he come himself? So what if his name is famous? He has never fought with me before. Why should I give it to him? If he is not convinced, he can come to Martial Mountain to find me. If he wins, he can take this child away." The young Taoist priest smiled and said, "It's just to make our junior martial uncle come again. Why bother?" There was a needle hidden in the silk. The man with the sword and the talisman narrowed his eyes. "Oh." The young female Taoist priest was a little annoyed. She glanced at her junior brother. The young Taoist priest laughed and did not argue with that person. He looked up and said, "The moon is so beautiful today." She was a little helpless. As long as it involved her junior martial uncle, not only her and her junior brother, but all the young Taoists in the continent would be honored. On the other side of the covered bridge, under the stairs stood a barefoot monk. His face was square and had a tenacious expression. The monk did not look up at the golden plaque. Instead, he looked at the ground where Song Jisun had placed the incense stick. He put his palms together and bowed his head. He said with compassion, "Amit. The short youth came ashore and came to the back of the green ox. He looked at the 2 young Taoists and the serious man with the sword. Finally, he stared at the latter who was about to hang the tiger talisman and said, I don't want to learn the Tao of immortality. Can you teach me how to kill people? The man smiled proudly and said, Since ancient times, the sword cultivators of the military school have the greatest killing power in the world. The young Taoist smiled and said, Oh? The young female Taoist priest shook her head. She knew that the outcome was set. She felt guilty that she had failed her junior martial uncle. For a moment, the atmosphere on the back of the green ox by the stream was tense and tense. The little girl in the red cotton-padded jacket from the Lee family quickly hid behind the fairy sister. The girl in green had just finished the last piece of cake and was in a bad mood. She said angrily, If you have the guts, go and fight my father. The man who had a lot to do with the girl and her father was no longer stern. He smiled and said, How? The young Taoist priest joked, Ruanxiu, this is bullying. Your father is the next saint to replace Mr. Qi. He's like the master of this world. The girl in green curled her lips and did not say anything. The monk walked over slowly and got on the back of the green ox. The young female Taoist priest said, Your Buddhist Layin Tower, our Taoist seal, the military school's small sword tomb, and of course the Confucian Mountain Jade Tablet. These 4 items were left behind by the first 4 saints. Let's not talk about the internal strife of the Confucian school. Let's just talk about the 3 of us. Although it's perfectly justifiable for us to take them back, wouldn't it be inappropriate if we don't tell Mr. Qi? The monk did not say a word. The young Taoist priest said worriedly, It's a bit unreasonable, but we can't go against the orders from above. Senior sister, you'd better not do anything unnecessary. The man from the military school sneered and said, I'm not here to get close to anyone. In the small town, Chen Pingan returned to the alley where Lu Xianyang's house was. He saw Mr. Qi standing at the door. The teenager ran over quickly. Before he could ask, Qi Jingchun gave him 2 private seals and said with a smile, Chen Pingan, I'm not giving them to you for free. I have something to ask of you. If the Cliff Academy is in trouble in the future, I hope you can help as much as you can. Of course, you don't have to deliberately ask about the academy. The teenager only said one word, Okay. Qi Jingchun nodded and said earnestly, Remember what I said before, a gentleman doesn't save people. Those were words from the bottom of my heart. I'm not testing you. The teenager grinned and said, Sir, I can't guarantee that. Qi Jingchun wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he did not say anything and was about to leave. He originally wanted to say that if the Cliff Academy was really in trouble in the future, Chen Pingan, you don't have to feel guilty even if you feel regret. You can just pretend you didn't see or hear about it. You don't have to deliberately do it. However, Qi Jingchun did not know why, but deep in his heart, he felt a trace of hope. Even he himself could not understand why. After thinking about it, this hill master of the Cliff Academy could only come up with one answer. It was because the teenager in front of him was surnamed Chen Pingan. He seemed to be different from everyone else. It was extremely difficult to entrust him with a task. Even if you knew that the teenager would not be able to do it in the end, even if he tried his best, you could be sure of one thing. As long as he agreed, he would definitely do it. Even if he could not do it with 100% of his strength, he would be willing to grit his teeth and use 120% of his strength. This was something that made people feel at ease. This was something that Qi Jingchun had been yearning for many years. This scholar who had taken the initiative to ask to be demoted to this place only felt that everywhere in the world was a foreign land. When Qi Jingchun was about to turn around, the teenager who was still carrying the wicker basket hurriedly bowed with great difficulty. In the alley, the scholarly sage returned the teenager's bow. The youth murmured, Wangzhu, so it's like this. GQ returned to her room, turned off the lights and went to sleep. Her whole body was curled up in the bed. She made a slight noise as if she was secretly eating something and chewing something in her mouth. In the end she even burped. Although Lu Xianyang had not officially become Master Ruan's disciple, anyone could see that Master Ruan valued this tall youth very much. Otherwise he would not have personally taught him how to forge swords. The row of sword forging rooms was not a place that anyone could enter. During the afternoon break, a young man who used to be a kiln worker ran up to Lu Xianyang and said that someone was looking for him. He winked at Lu Xianyang and said that it was a beautiful woman who was even prettier than the madams of Fulu Street. Lu Xianyang followed him with a smile, but his heart was heavy all of a sudden. Sure enough, there was a slender woman standing next to a well. There were many strong young men digging the well and moving the soil around her. They were working very hard. Just as Song Jisun despised, Lu Xianyang was indeed a country bumpkin. However, whether a woman was beautiful or not had nothing to do with whether she was educated or not. Perhaps the tall youth did not know that there was a kind of charm in the vague description of beauty. Especially a dignified and inwardly charming woman, it was especially moving. The word charm, if the word charm could be understood, it meant a woman who drew eyebrows. The woman in front of him, whose name and background he did not know, had delicate eyebrows like a bug's beard. Her forehead was like a cicada's, wide and square, bright and full. Today she came here alone. She didn't look like she was going to condemn him, nor did she look like she was going to bully him. Lu Xianyang heaved a sigh of relief. However, Lu Xianyang did not deny that this graceful and luxurious madame's face was beautiful. If it was in the past, he might have whistled a few times when he met her on the street. However, this did not mean that Lu Xianyang would be tempted. The woman that the tall youth liked was the maidservant in Mud Bottle Alley. She was now and she would be in the future. Lu Xianyang led the beautiful madam to the stream and said firmly, "Madam, if you want to persuade me to sell you the family heirloom, I advise you not to open your mouth." The madam smiled sweetly and said, "Don't be in a hurry to refuse. Let me tell you the pros and cons, then you can make the decision." The tall youth's expression did not change. He pretended to be relaxed, but his heart instantly sank to the bottom. In the distance, a young girl was squatting on the threshold of a sword-forging room. She was holding a bowl of rice. The white rice piled up like a mountain and towered over the edge of the big white bowl. She was wolfing down the rice. Everything was right, but Qin Pingan only knew how it was done but didn't know why. Seeing the youth's blank expression, Ning Yao returned to her original position and demonstrated again. Ning Yao stood still and turned her head to ask, "Do you understand? Do you want to try?" Qin Pingan took a deep breath and tried again. He staggered like a drunken drunkard. Qin Pingan stood in place and scratched his head. Clearly he felt that it was a bit outrageous. Ning Yao's face darkened. She said in a deep voice, "Again." After 3 times, Qin Pingan's condition improved slightly. However, Ning Yao's face was so gloomy that it looked like a storm was coming. She couldn't imagine how there could be such an idiot like Qin Pingan in this world. He had no comprehension when it came to martial arts and his talent was so terrible. There was no other way. Ning Yao was a person who stood at the peak of the sword Dao since she was young. Her background, foundation, talent, and vision were all like this. Therefore, the girl couldn't understand how those people climbed the mountain step by step at the foot of the mountain that was thousands of miles away from her. She also couldn't understand why those people were staggering. In the end, the girl was at her wit's end. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself and would draw her sword to cut them down. Therefore she had an idea. She patted the youth's shoulder and comforted him. "Qin Pingan, the meaning of reading 100 times will be revealed. It's the same for practicing martial arts. If you can't understand it after practicing it for tens of thousands of times, then practice it for hundreds of thousands or even 1,000,000 times. Go and pick up your stones. The clumsy bird flies first. Don't be discouraged. Take it slow. Practice this stance in the stream over and over again." Qin Pingan thought about it and felt that it was true. He had heard Song Jisun say something similar to Miss Ning's, reading 100 times. It was about reading 10,000 books and writing like a god. However, the youth felt that what Miss Ning said was more reasonable. If tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of times weren't enough, then practice 1,000,000 times. Qin Pingan smiled as he ran out of Mud Bottle Alley. Along the way he repeated the words, 3 small 3 big 3 big 3 small 3 small 3 big 3. He imitated Ning Yao's posture according to his memory. The youth told himself the truth, in his heart. After practicing 1,000,000 times he might be able to master the fist art. Therefore the starting point of practicing this shaking mountain manual was 1,000,000 times. After that, Qin Pingan was qualified to talk about other things. Ning Yao sat alone on the doorstep and muttered to herself, "Why do I feel like I've dug a big hole? Will that guy not be able to climb out?" 42. More and more unfamiliar faces came from outside the town, and the business of the inns and restaurants flourished. At the same time, in Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley, many of the younger generation of the noble families began to quietly leave the small town. Most of them were young and intelligent, but there were also the sons of concubines or the sons of loyal servants. Zhao Yao, the son of a noble family, was among them. As for the child Gu Ken from Clay Bottle Alley, he was chosen by Lu Jimao at first glance, so he was an exception. Qin Pingan went to Lu Xianyang's house to get a basket of fish and left the small town for the stream. When there were many people, Qin Pingan naturally would not practice the quaking mountain atlas walking stance. Once he was out of the small town and there was no one around, Qin Pingan began to recite the incantation, recalling Miss Ning's steps, posture, and aura. He did not want to miss a single detail and repeated the 6 steps over and over. When Qin Pingan imitated Ning Yao for the first time in the house in Clay Bottle Alley, it was so clumsy and funny that it was worse than ordinary people. In fact, there was a misunderstanding between the young man and the girl. Qin Pingan always knew that he had a problem. Since he started working in the porcelain kiln, he realized that his eyes were bad, but his hands were slow. To be precise, it was because the young man's eyes and eyesight were too brilliant that his hands and feet could not keep up. This meant that if someone else were to imitate Ning Yao's Hanshan manual, they might be 30 to 40% similar, but at least they would not be 30 to 20% similar to Qin Pingan's. This was precisely because Qin Pingan saw it too clearly and was too strict with every step. When his hands and feet could not keep up, it seemed particularly funny. Moreover, under the 90% difference, there was a precious divine resemblance. Ning Yao did not know this. Even if the Hanshan manual was 90% similar, it would not be as good as a divine resemblance. Of course, Ning Yao wouldn't be surprised even if she was 70 to 80% similar, not to mention that she only resembled Ning Yao a little. In Ning Yao's eyes, there was only the remote martial path, the people who stood side by side, and the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Qin Pingan sat on the steps under the covered bridge and rested. The young man roughly calculated that there were 24 hours in a day. Even if he practiced the Hanshan manual repeatedly for 10 to 12 hours, he would only be able to do about 300 times. 100,000 times a year, 10 years would be 10 years. The young man turned his head to look at the clear stream and murmured, "It should be possible for me to persist for 10 years, right?" Although Qin Pingan did not reveal any strange emotions during this period, Lu Daozhang revealed the heaven's secret before he left and exposed Kai Qinqian's sinister methods one by one. This still made the young man feel heavy. There was one thing that Qin Pingan did not mention to Lu Daozhang and Miss Ning. After Kai Qinqian poked him between the eyebrows and patted his chest, the young man had already vaguely felt that something was wrong with his body in the Mud Bottle Alley. That was why he had stayed in front of his own courtyard for so long. He wanted to make up his mind to fight Kai Qinqian no matter what. After all, at that time, Qin Pingan, according to the young Taoist Lu Qin, was too lifeless. He was not at all like a young man who should be full of vitality. When it came to matters of life and death, Qin Pingan treated them with less importance than most people. Kai Qinqian used martial arts to guide the young man in straw sandals to forcefully open his acupoints. This caused Qin Pingan's body to be like a house without a courtyard or door. It was true that he could move in and absorb more things, but every time there was a storm the house would collapse extremely quickly. That was why Lu Qin said that if there were no exceptions and there were no major illnesses or disasters, Qin Pingan could only live to 30 or 40 years old. After that, she patted Qin Pingan's chest and destroyed the foundation of his cultivation. The heart was the key to a cultivator. After the city gate collapsed, Kai Qinqian had basically sealed off the normal operation of this pass. Not only did she cut off Qin Pingan's cultivation path, but she also accelerated the decay of Qin Pingan's body. Kai Qinqian's 2 moves were truly terrifying after the door was opened. On one hand, Qin Pingan could no longer cultivate the method of immortality. This meant that he could no longer use spells and supernatural powers to repair the door and strengthen his foundation. On the other hand, even if the young man was lucky enough to reach a higher level in martial arts and could indeed rely on refining his body to strengthen his body, for Qin Pingan, huge risks would always be accompanied by opportunities. If he was not careful, he would be trapped in the cycle of practicing external martial arts can easily attract evil spirits. He would not only fail to prolong his life, but also end up dying early. The urgent matter at hand was that Qin Pingan needed a martial art that could nourish his vitality. Whether or not the moves of this martial art were fierce and overbearing, and whether or not it would allow one's martial arts realm to advance by leaps and bounds, was instead not important. Qin Pingan's hope was all on the Book of Shaking Mountains, that Ning Yao did not like. For example, she said that after the walking stance, there was the sword furnace, and the 1,000 years of the sleeping stance. However, Qin Pingan did not dare to practice carelessly. At that time he only glanced at it a few times and resisted the urge to flip through it. He felt that he should let Miss Ning appraise it and confirm that there was no mistake before he started practicing. As long as one walked on the right path, no matter how bad one's comprehension was, as long as one was diligent and tenacious enough, one would eventually improve every day. If one walked on the wrong path, the smarter one was, the more one worked, the more mistakes one would make. These words were said by Lucien Yang. Of course, his focus was on the last sentence. You, Qin Pingan, are the first type of person. That sly ghost song is the second type. Only I, Lucien Yang, am the type of person who is smart and walks on the right path. At that time, when Lucien Yang was boasting and praising himself, he was accidentally heard by old man Yao, who was passing by. Lucien Yang had always looked up to the old man and regarded him as a proud disciple. It was not known which sentence of the young man poked the old man's sore spot. Old man Yao flew into a rage and chased after Lucien Yang and gave him a violent beating. Anyway, after that, Lucien Yang never said the word genius again. Qin Pingan exhaled heavily, stood up and walked up the high steps. After entering the corridor of the covered bridge, he discovered that there was a group of people gathered in the distance. There were 4 or 5 people standing, as if they were guarding a woman. Qin Pingan could only see the side of the woman's body. He saw that she was sitting on the railing of the covered bridge, her legs naturally hanging above the surface of the stream. Her eyes were closed as she rested. The 5 fingers of her hands were in a strange position, with her fingers intertwined or bent. Qin Pingan felt that although her eyes were closed, she seemed to be looking at something attentively. Qin Pingan hesitated for a moment and did not continue forward. He turned and walked down the steps, planning to wade across the stream and find Lucien Yang. Today he was carrying 2 wicker baskets, one big and one small. He wanted to return the smaller wicker basket to Master Ruan's blacksmith shop. After all, Lucien Yang had borrowed it from someone. Far away from the covered bridge, the group of people smiled at each other after seeing the shabbily dressed young man turn around. They did not say anything as they were afraid of disturbing the mysterious water-view state of mind of the woman of the same age. The root of this dharma originated from Buddhism. This was without a doubt. However, it was later adopted, selected, integrated, and refined by many cultivation sections. In the end, it was divided into many smaller paths. However, the Eastern Vase continent had always been regarded as the last place of Buddhism. After several Buddha annihilation catastrophes that affected half of the continent's territory, the Dharma of Buddhism had been declining for nearly 1,000 years. Its influence was far inferior to the Confucianism and Taoism of the 3 sections. I've only heard of Xinjuan and Taoist master, but I don't know about Dharma protector and Vedanta. This was the true situation of the Eastern Vase continent. However, there were indeed countless celestial sects that benefited from the Dharma of Buddhism. Qin Pingan rolled up his trousers and waded across the stream. Suddenly, he heard cries and angry shouts from the other side of the covered bridge. He thought for a moment and decided not to get involved. When he arrived at Master Ruan's blacksmith shop, the scene was still in full swing. Qin Pingan did not wander around. He stood beside a well and asked someone to help inform Lucien Yang. He thought that he would have to wait for a long time, but Lucien Yang ran over quickly and pulled him to the stream. He lowered his voice and said, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why are you only here now?" Qin Pingan wondered, "Did Master Ruan ask you to return the wicker basket?" The tall teenager rolled his eyes and said, "What's the value of a broken wicker basket? I have something important to tell you. After you pick up the stones and return to my house, wait for that madam to come to you. She's the woman whose son is wearing red clothes. We saw the mother and son at the entrance of Mud Bottle Alley last time. When she comes, don't say anything. Just give her the big box and she'll give you a bag of money. Remember to count it in person. There are 25 copper coins, not one less." Qin Pingan was shocked and said, "Lucien Yang, are you crazy? Why would you sell your belongings to an outsider?" Lucien Yang hugged the neck of the teenager and stared at him. He lectured, "What do you know? There's a great future in front of me. Why would I let it go?" Qin Pingan's face was full of doubt. He didn't believe that this was Lucien Yang's true intention. Qin Pingan took down the basket of fish and placed them in the grass by the stream. He took a deep breath and turned around in the stream to practice his walking stance. After a round trip, Qin Pingan's heart tightened. He saw a short boy squatting at the place where the basket of fish was hidden. He had a green dog's tail grass in his mouth. He was the grandson of Granny Ma from Apricot Blossom Lane. He had been treated as a fool since he was young. In addition, Qin Pingan's impression of Granny Ma was very bad. She was stingy and mean. She had caused her precious grandson to be used as a punching bag. Every time the boy went out, he would be chased and bullied. Every time he wore new clothes and boots, within an hour he would be covered in dust by his peers or older teenagers. Imagine a pair of brand new boots that Granny Ma had just bought from the shop. After the grandson wore them out, he was immediately stepped on by a dozen people. When the child returned home, how new could the boots be? This silly boy, whose real name was Ma Ku-xian, had long been forgotten. He had always been very strange. When he was bullied, he never took the initiative to complain to Granny Ma. He also never cried or begged for pity. He always had a very calm face and indifferent eyes. Therefore, the children in Apricot Blossom Lane did not like to play with this little fool. Ma Ku-xian had learned to play by himself very early on. He liked to watch the clouds in the sky from the slope or the roof. Qin Pingan had never bullied Ma Ku-xian. He had also never pitied this fellow of the same age. He had never thought that these two fellows who were in the same boat would try to hug each other for warmth. This was because Qin Pingan always felt that Ma Ku-xian was not a fool. Instead, he was very similar to Song Jisun in his bones. He might even be better than him. They did not seem to speak, but they seemed to be waiting. It was as if they were silently telling others that the heavens owed them a lot of things. Sooner or later they would take them all back. If the heavens owed them a copper coin, Song Jisun would probably ask the heavens to obediently return one tael of silver. Ma Ku-xian might even ask for one tael of gold. Qin Pingan did not think that this was bad. It was just that he did not like it. The youth was no longer the fool from before. He spoke clearly and asked with a smile, "You are Qin Pingan from Clay Bottle Lane, right? You live next door to GQ?" Qin Pingan nodded. "What's the matter?" The youth smiled and pointed at Qin Pingan's wicker basket, reminding him, "Perhaps you haven't noticed, but the water level of the stream has dropped by a lot. The only good stones left are the deep pool under the covered bridge and the puddle on the back of the green ox. The other places won't work, just like the ones in your basket. They won't be able to retain their chi and the quality of the stones will quickly change. Some of the lucky ones can be used to make excellent whetstones, while some can be used to make scholars' ink stones. In the end, these things are still good stuff and it won't be difficult to sell them for a high price." Qin Pingan smiled and nodded. He did not say anything else. The short youth suddenly said, "Were you practicing martial arts in the stream just now?" Qin Pingan still did not speak. Ma Ku-xian's eyes sparkled. He laughed, "So you are not stupid. That's right, you are similar to me. We are the same kind of people." Qin Pingan walked around the youth and said, "I will leave first." Then he picked up his basket and went ashore. The youth squatted in the distance and spat out the chewed dog's tail grass. He shook his head and whispered, "My martial arts are not good and there are many flaws. No matter how much I practice, I will not be able to get anything out of it." Ma Ku-xian did not turn his head. The youth rolled his eyes. "If I knew, I would have acknowledged you as my master later." The man laughed it off. There was something he did not tell his disciple. There were many kinds of geniuses in the world and so were their talents. The youth in straw sandals from before seemed to be walking with ordinary 6 steps, but his entire body was filled with fist intent. "43. Still 06 chapters. Qin Pingan did not return to Lu Xianyang's house directly. Instead, he went back to Clay Bottle Alley and told Ning Yao about Lu Xianyang's plan. After Ning Yao heard it, she did not express any opinions. She only said that this was a matter between the two of them. She was only responsible for taking the money from Lu Xianyang. If Lu Xianyang could avoid the disaster without her help, she would return the 3 bags of gold and copper coins. Qin Pingan said that this was not a matter of money. In the end, Ning Yao coldly replied, "Then you want to talk about feelings with me? Have we reached that point?" Qin Pingan almost choked to death by her words. He could only squat by the door and scratch his head. Ning Yao glanced at the pastries that Qin Pingan brought over on the table. There were cheap and delicious glutinous rice cakes, as well as relatively expensive rain-dew balls. This must be the way the young man treated his guests. For the first time, the girl's heart softened and she felt guilty. For a moment she felt that she was a bit unkind. She ate and lived in other people's houses. Even if she could not help much, she should not add fuel to the fire. So she asked, could it be that Lu Xianyang was threatened by the blacksmith's shop and had no choice but to sell the dark green armor? For example, the lackeys of the 4 surnames and 10 clans were hiding in the shop and secretly taught Lu Xianyang a lesson? Qin Pingan thought for a moment and shook his head. No, Lu Xianyang is definitely not the kind of person who would bow his head and admit defeat after being threatened. When I first met him, even when he was beaten to the point of vomiting blood by those people on Fulu Street, he did not say a single word of surrender. He kept holding on and was almost beaten to death. After so many years, Lu Xianyang's character has not changed. Ning Yao asked again, young and vigorous, courageous and brave. He values his words and disregards life and death. In fact, there is no lack of wanderers in the alley. I've seen many of them on my way here. It's just that once the benefits are right in front of him and he's faced with a different kind of temptation, will Lu Xianyang be able to keep his heart? Qin Pingan sank into deep thought again. Finally, he said with a determined gaze, Lu Xianyang would not become a prodigal just because an outsider gave him something. He had deep feelings for his grandfather unless it was really like what he said. Before his grandfather passed away, he told him repeatedly that he could sell the treasured armor, but not sell it at a cheap price. And that sword manual must be left in their Lu clan, and it will be passed down to future generations. Ning Yao said, as far as I know, the masked armor is of good quality, but it's not too rare. As for the sword manual, since Xinjiang Mountain has been coveting it for a long time and even sent 2 people here to search for treasure, it's obvious that they see it as theirs. So, it must be something good. Therefore, the decision to sell the armor and leave behind the sword manual makes sense. Qin Pingan nodded. Ning Yao stroked the green scabbard with a cold gaze. To be safe, I'll accompany you to Lu Xianyang's house and send that woman away first. Since Lu Xianyang himself said that he wants to sell it, then just move the chest containing the armor. After that, I'll go with you to the Ruan clan's shop to meet Lu Xianyang and ask him what he thinks. If it's really his grandfather's will before his death, then you and I don't need to tell him what to do. Every family has its own difficulties, so don't meddle in things that you shouldn't meddle in. If it's not, then let him talk about his difficulties. At worst, I'll take the chest back. Qin Pingan asked worriedly, Miss Ning, are you all right? Ning Yao sneered, if it's to deal with the moving mountain ape of Xinjiang Mountain, I'll definitely be defeated. But if it's that woman in this small town, one hand is enough. Qin Pingan asked curiously, moving mountain ape? Ning Yao said perfunctorily, it's a vile species of an ancient ferocious beast left behind in this world. Its true form is a giant ape as large as a mountain. Rumor has it that once it reveals its true form, it can uproot a mountain from the ground and carry it away. However, these are all rumors. After all, no one has actually seen it. Xinjiang Mountain has been holding back for hundreds of years. In fact, they have a strong foundation. Although their sex ranking in the eastern Aquarius continent isn't high, they can't be underestimated. Therefore, it's best if we don't fight with them. We fight? Qin Pingan asked cautiously, what if we fight? Ning Yao stood up and unsheathed the scabbard by an inch with her thumb. She looked at the youth with straw sandals as if he was an idiot. The girl said matter-of-factly, what else can we do? Chop them to death. Qin Pingan swallowed his saliva. After that, the youth carried the basket and led the girl, who had put on the veil hat again and a green scabbard, to Lu Xianyang's ancestral house. Ning Yao turned her head and glanced at the youth's basket. She asked, why are there so few today? Qin Pingan sighed. Ma Kuxuan, Granny Ma's grandson from Apricot Blossom Lane. He's about the same age as me. Now, he seems to be a completely different person. According to him, the town's geomancy has changed. Therefore, the rocks in the stream are becoming less and less qi. Ning Yao's expression was solemn. She said in a deep voice, he's right. This town is about to change. You'd better settle this matter as soon as possible and leave the town. Even if you come back after leaving, it's better than staying in the town. Qin Pingan was not stubborn. He was used to living alone since he was young. Instead, he understood the fickleness of human nature and priorities. He nodded and smiled. I will. As long as I see Lu Xianyang and Master Ruan drink the tea, I'll leave immediately. It's best if Master Ruan agrees to forge a sword for you at that time. Ning Yao was puzzled as she looked at the joyful fellow. Why are you so happy about something that has nothing to do with you? Why aren't you convinced that you're a good person? Qin Pingan probably thought that the two of them were familiar with each other. He didn't beat around the bush like before. He said confidently, Lu Xianyang, Gu Kan and you, Miss Ning. Think about it. There are so many people in the world and I only care about the good and bad of the 3 of them. How am I a good person? Ning Yao smiled and asked, then what's my ranking among the 3 of them? Qin Pingan blushed and said sincerely, for now I'm 3rd. Ning Yao took off her saber and held it casually in her hand. She patted the youth's shoulder with the scabbard and said with a fake smile, Qin Pingan, you should thank me for not killing you. Qin Pingan was baffled. Don't you find it annoying to brew medicine? Ning Yao was stunned for a moment before she understood his thoughts. Chin Pingan, I suddenly realized that even if you go outside you can still live well. Chin Pingan wasn't greedy at all. He said sincerely, as long as it's as good as it is now. Ning Yao didn't comment. She gently shook the green saber in her hand, like a country girl shaking a flower branch. When they reached the corner of Lu Xianyang's alley, a black shadow suddenly jumped out. Ning Yao almost pulled out her saber, but fortunately she stopped herself in time. It was a yellow dog that intimately circled around Chin Pingan. Chin Pingan bent down and rubbed the dog's head. He stood up and said with a smile, "It's the pet of the family next door to Lu Xianyang. It's called Lai Fu. It's been many years and it's very timid. In the past, Lu Xianyang and I often brought it up the mountain, but it would only follow behind us to join in the fun. Lu Xianyang always complained that it couldn't catch wild hares and pheasants. In general, Lai Fu can't even compare to a cat. Just like Ma Kushuan's cat, someone saw it often bring pheasants and snakes into the house. However, Lai Fu is old. It's about 10 years old. It's very old." Speaking of this, the straw sandals youth couldn't help but bend down again and rub Lai Fu's head. He said softly, "You're already so old, so you have to admit that you're old, right? Don't worry, when I earn a lot of money in the future, I won't starve you." Ning Yao shook her head. She couldn't empathize with this. Even though she had seen a lot of people and a lot of things along the way, she had seen a lot of people and a lot of things. The high and mighty immortals, the common people in the marketplace, the rich and powerful children, the immortals who rode in the wind, she had seen a lot of joys and sorrows. Ning Yao, there was the Buddhist monk who walked barefoot on a windy and stormy night, chanting the name of Buddha and walking with firm steps. There was the poor scholar who went to the capital to take the imperial exam. In a dilapidated ancient temple, he gently drew the eyebrows of a fox in human skin. When he finally set off on his journey again, he didn't regret it even though he knew that his hair was already white. There was the young Taoist priest who had the title of Taoist master. He walked alone in ancient battlefields and mass graves, silently chanting the immeasurable heavenly Lord for blessings. He didn't hesitate to consume his own cultivation to lead a path of transcendence for the lonely souls. There was the middle-aged civil official who personally banned the Dragon King Temple when he first took office. His lips were cracked and bleeding. He set up an incense table by the dry riverbed and read the Dragon King prayer for rain with a hoarse voice. In the end, he knelt in front of the Dragon King Temple and asked for forgiveness for the sake of the people in his territory. There was an old man in his 70s who was unwilling to bring along his son, who had become an official in the new dynasty. He only brought along his grandson who had just begun his studies, to climb the mountains and write essays. Facing the crumbling mountains and rivers of his country, his tears flowed down his face. He told his beloved grandson about the original names of the provinces and counties that had already been renamed. There was a small boat in a 1,000-mile-long gorge that went straight down the river. There were scholars on both sides of the river. They were high-spirited and vigorous. When they read something that they understood quickly, they looked up to the sky and roared. There was a beautiful woman in armor. After the smoke of war, she rode a horse and drank wine. She was the most beautiful woman. Along the way, Ning Yao's heart towards the Tao was as steady as a rock, without the slightest hesitation. Now Ning Yao saw another scene. There was a lonely young man in a shabby alley. He carried a wicker basket and tied a fish basket. He stroked the head of an old dog. The young man was full of hope for the future. Not long after they returned to Lu Xianyang's house, someone knocked on the door. Chin Pingan and Ning Yao looked at each other. Then Chin Pingan went to open the door. Ning Yao just stood at the door. However, she turned back and glanced at the long sword lying quietly on the counter. The person who knocked on the door was Lu Jingchun. Naturally, the woman was the leader. There were also 2 loyal servants of the Lu family. Lu Jingchun looked kind and asked softly, "You are Lu Xianyang's friend. Your name is Chin Pingan, right? We are here to move the box. Lu Xianyang should have told you about it. So, don't worry and accept this bag of money. In addition, our madam has agreed to Lu Xianyang's conditions. In the future, everything will be handed over to him." Chin Pingan took the bag of money and stepped aside. The graceful and generous woman took the lead and walked into the courtyard. Lu Jingchun and the 2 servants followed behind. The woman personally opened the red lacquered wooden box that had been placed in the main hall. She squatted down and reached out to touch the ugly armor. Her eyes were blurred for a moment. Then there was an unconcealable passion and desire. However, this emotion was quickly restrained by the woman. She returned to normal. After she stood up, she indicated that Lu Jingchun could start moving the box. The box wasn't heavy. After all, there was only a set of armor inside. The woman was the last to leave the house. When she reached the threshold, she turned back and looked at the straw sandals youth. She smiled and said, "Lu Xianyang really treats you as a friend." Chen Pingan, who didn't understand the meaning behind her words, could only silently send them off. In the end, Chen Pingan stood outside the door for a long time, unwilling to move. Ning Yao came to his side. The woman walked behind Lu Jingchun and the other two. When she reached the end of the alley, she turned her head and saw the young man and woman standing side by side. She smiled playfully and said, "It's good to be young, but you have to be alive first." In the covered bridge that spanned across the stream, a tall youth lay in a pool of blood. His body twitched and he constantly spat out blood. However, this time, the tall youth could no longer hear a certain dark and skinny fellow screaming, "Someone's dead," over and over again. At the northern end of the covered bridge, there was a crowd of people moving about and discussing. They watched the commotion from afar, but they didn't dare approach the youth for fear of attracting trouble. Two people quickly walked onto the covered bridge. The man squatted down and took the youth's wrist to check his pulse. His expression became increasingly heavy. The green-clothed girl was filled with hatred. She gnashed her teeth and said, "He smashed his chest with a single punch. What a vicious method." The man didn't say anything. The green-clothed girl with a ponytail said angrily, "Father, are you just going to watch Lu Xianyang get beaten to death like this? Lu Xianyang is half your disciple." The man never let go of the youth's wrist. He was expressionless as he said indifferently, "How would I know that the great Xinjiang mountain would be so unruly this time?" The girl stood up abruptly. "If you don't care, I will." The man raised his head and asked slowly, "Ruanxiu, do you want me to collect your corpse?" The girl strode forward with an indomitable will. She said in a deep voice, "I, Ruanxiu, am not only good at eating. I can also kill." The man's brows were furrowed with thunderous fury. A small part of it was because of his daughter's foolishness, but more of it was because of the old ape of Xinjiang Mountain. The man thought about it. Since he had yet to officially take over Qi Jingquan's position, did that mean that he didn't have to be so reasonable? The green-clothed girl suddenly stopped in her tracks. She suddenly saw a skinny youth running madly towards her from the other end of the covered bridge. She saw a familiar figure wearing a pair of straw sandals. He was expressionless and unperturbed. The two of them brushed past each other in an instant. The girl wanted to say something but she couldn't. For no reason, she felt very wronged and tears flowed down her cheeks. When the youth with straw sandals sat beside him and reached out to grab one of the tall youth's hands, Lu Xianyang, whose vision had already blurred, seemed to regain some vigor. He tried to squeeze out a smile and said intermittently, "That woman said that if I didn't hand over the treasured armor, she would kill you. She also said that since she and her son came to our town, it's only one of them being expelled. She could afford to pay the price. I was afraid, very afraid that she would really kill you. What I told you before wasn't all lies. My grandfather did tell me those words, so I thought that it wasn't a big deal to sell it. It's just that she sent someone to find me just now, saying that the old man was crazy. Once he heard that I didn't have the sword manual, he insisted on killing you first before killing me. I was really worried about you and wanted to tell you. So I ran all the way here and was punched by that old bastard. It did hurt a little." The youth with straw sandals lowered his head and gently wiped away the blood at the corner of Lu Xianyang's mouth. The youth frowned his dark and thin face and said softly, "Don't be afraid, it's fine. Believe me, don't talk anymore. I'll take you home." The tall youth's vigor that he had forcefully held up gradually faded. His vision drifted and he muttered, "I don't regret it." "Don't blame yourself. Really. It's just that. I'm just a little scared. It turns out that I'm also afraid of death." In the end, the tall youth tightly gripped his only friend's hand and sobbed, "Chin Pingan, I'm really afraid of death." The youth with straw sandals sat on the ground. One of his hands tightly gripped Lu Xianyang's hand and the other hand was placed on his knee. He panted heavily, desperately trying to breathe. The young youth was like an old dog at this moment. The eyes of the youth with straw sandals were red. When he wanted to seek justice from the heavens, he was even more like a dog. Chin Pingan didn't want to be like this. He didn't want to be like this again in his life. From top to bottom, the Lu family's direct descendants, collateral branches and distant relatives could only tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves. Otherwise, with the wealth and prestige of the Clear Breeze city, they would never dare to take over the Lu family's residence in the small town like a dove taking over a magpie's nest. They even dared to look down from above and order the Lu family's disciples around. Otherwise, even if it were the master and servant pair from Mount Xingyang, it would actually be very difficult. Now that the Lu family was like a dragon in shallow water and the situation was difficult, they really had no choice but to lower their heads. The red-robed boy sneered and said, "He really is a lackey born to be a servant. Mother, why did you take in such a piece of trash? You can't really want my father to take him in as a disciple, right? And you even promised him a middle 5 realms? When did the middle 5 realms become so cheap and worthless?" The woman smiled and said, "Although Lu Jingchuan's appearance is repulsive, but it is not without any redeeming qualities. This person's aptitude is average and it is already a great fortune for him to become an outer sanctum disciple. But at the end of the day, this young man is just a small addition to that big deal and will not be able to stir up any waves. On the surface, Mother has promised so much to the Lu family in the small town. She has promised the Lu family's relatives and the noble family members who have fled from the royal family that they can seek refuge and take root in the Clear Breeze City. The Clear Breeze City will treat them with courtesy and treat them as distinguished guests. She has even specially set aside a large area in the city as the Lu family's private territory for a period of 100 years. After the child finished throwing the bait, he suddenly ran out of the pavilion and came back with a large handful of stones. He then leaned over the railing and threw the stones at the carps, having a great time playing. He then turned his head and said, "Mother, for us to come to the small town to search for the Swansea armor, is it just an excuse to deceive people? Is it a smokescreen for the Su family in the Clear Breeze City to take control of the Lu family? After all, a centipede dies but does not fall down. The Lu family's mighty group of homeless dogs, I heard that just the members of the royal family alone number more than 3,000 people. Adding in the eunuchs, servants and vassals and the remnants of the fallen country who are unwilling to submit to the Song clan, it will be of great help to the growth of our Clear Breeze City's popularity." If that was the case, then this was the real hub of the fallen Lu family's information circulation? The woman said with a gratified smile, "To be able to think of this, it shows that my son is very smart. But it is still wrong." The boy frowned, waiting for the answer. The woman blinked her eyes. "That Swansea armor has a profound secret within it. Simply put, it is not inferior to that sword manual." The boy threw out a rock viciously and it smashed onto the back of a carp. Blood splattered everywhere and the pitiful carp thrashed wildly against the water's surface. The child's eyes burned with passion. "My father is best at attacking and his killing prowess is great, not inferior to that Dali Song Jianqiang in any way. But unfortunately he has always been limited by his naturally weak body and is most fearful of his opponent's shameless methods of exchanging injury for injury. That is why he has not been able to make a name for himself and has even been reduced to a laughing stock. Even our own people in the Clear Breeze City dare to make fun of us behind our backs. Mother, after my father obtains this set of treasured armor, will he be able to attack and defend himself, and be able to compete with that Song Jianqiang?" The woman still shook her head. The red-robed boy slapped the railing heavily and said angrily, "Don't keep me in suspense." He bared his fangs, looking like he was about to swallow someone whole, just like a tiger or leopard cub. The woman had never felt that there was anything wrong with her son yelling in front of her. After all, when her son was born, he had received an extremely high prophecy from an expert. The appearance of a tiger and wolf, the aptitude of a ruler. The woman explained patiently, "After your father obtains the treasured armor, once he has successfully comprehended it, he will be able to take another step forward. No matter what kind of defense he wants, he will be able to overcome 10 with brute strength and crush his enemies in one go." The boy laughed loudly and was extremely pleased. "Kill, kill, kill. When the time comes, I will let my father start a massacre from within our Clear Breeze City. The most disgusting things done by our own people are the most disgusting." After the boy laughed, he quickly calmed down. He suddenly thought of something and asked, "Mother, you are really fooling around with Xinjiang Mountain. Aren't you afraid that if that stupid ape comes back to his senses and leaves the town, he will attack us? There is one more thing that I still don't understand. Since that Lu guy already has a porcelain buyer, he has an excellent foundation. Coupled with the treasured armor and sword manual, there are very few people who are so popular. Even I have to admit that I need to look at him in a new light. Then why is the porcelain buyer unwilling to show up, Mother, so you can fish in troubled waters and let the elder ape of Xinjiang Mountain help us solve the mess? After he killed Lu Xianyang with a punch, everything will be peaceful and Xinjiang Mountain will take care of all the troubles. As for our Clear Breeze City, we will have a lot of room to maneuver." The woman said confidently, The 1,000-year-old elder ape of Xinjiang Mountain is not very smart, but he is not so stupid that he will be fooled by Mother. In fact, he has already guessed Mother's method of killing with a borrowed knife. As for why the elder ape was willing to pinch his nose and jump into the trap himself, the reason is more complicated. It is because Xinjiang Mountain is not afraid of getting into trouble, and there is also a secret history that is unknown to others. You don't have to worry about this for now. The woman fell into deep thought. She organized her thoughts again, trying to find loopholes and fill in the gaps to avoid endless troubles. The young Lu Xianyang's porcelain buyer was once a force that supported the Lu family dynasty. After the dynasty was destroyed, they suffered a huge loss and lost everything. Before that, they were indeed a first-class aristocratic family in the secular kingdom at the foot of the mountain. Otherwise, they would not have been able to spend so much money to keep Lu Xianyang in the small town and buy him for 9 years after confirming his sword embryo aptitude. After Xinjiang Mountain found out about this through some unknown channel, they went to find that poor family and tried to buy Lu Xianyang's natal porcelain. An ancestor of Xinjiang Mountain offered a sky-high price in person. However, that family seemed to have taken the wrong medicine and was unwilling to give in. They only said that they had already sold it to someone else. As for who it was and where it came from, they were even more tight-lipped. After that, the puzzled Xinjiang Mountain heard that it was Xinjiang Mountain's mortal enemy and that the Wind Thunder Garden seized the opportunity to loot a burning house, gaining the upper hand. That family naturally did not dare to say that they had already sold the porcelain to Xinjiang Mountain's mortal enemy, the Wind Thunder Garden, in front of the sword immortal of Xinjiang Mountain. As for the Lu family's ancestral mace armor and sword manual, as well as the news of the Wind Thunder Garden taking over Lu Xianyang's natal porcelain, who leaked it to Xinjiang Mountain? It was so far away yet so close. It was the Su family of Qingfeng City, but of course they were the kind that hid behind the scenes. She was the main schemer. This time she personally went to the small town and paid a huge price. Naturally, she had to ensure that this deal would at least break even. Otherwise, her family's status in Qingfeng City would plummet and be in danger, not to mention having the extravagant hope of ruling Qingfeng City alone. In fact, there were crouching tigers and hidden dragons in the small town, and they could not be underestimated. Not to mention the declining Lu family, which of the other 3 families did not dominate a part of the territory of the eastern Aquarius continent. In fact, the real foundation of the 4 families and 10 clans did not lie in the number of local tyrants with powerful spells. These family heads and ancestors were actually destined to be inseparable. As the old saying went, if a tree moved it would die. Unfortunately, they were already the same as the peach trees in the Peach Leaf Alley and the old pagoda tree in the center of the small town. If they moved they would die and there would be no afterlife. Therefore, even though they had great powers they could not use them. The foundation of these families lay in the number of dragon kills they could control and the number of families under their jurisdiction, because this would directly determine how many natal porcelains they could provide to the outside world every year. Once a good seed for cultivation appeared, the buyer who bet on the treasure would most likely give an extra big red packet, as long as he was not too short on money. In addition, it was equivalent to forming a relationship with both parties. Of course, it was more important than a nodding acquaintance. The woman suddenly said to her son with emotion, "Don't underestimate anyone, even a lowly dog like Lu Jingchun. Do you think that just because you came to the small town, you can easily get those fated chances and treasures? It's not like that." Fu Nanhua from Old Dragon City almost had his Taoist heart shattered. Kai Qinqian from Yunxia Mountain even disappeared from the face of the earth. No one knows whether he's alive or not. There was also a junior with good potential who seemed to have a stroke of luck on the other side of the covered bridge. He made a water observer and ruined his state of mind. It's no different from someone smashing a big hole in the bottom of the Heart Lake, causing the lake water to drop. This kind of thing will not stop here. On the contrary, it will only increase. Therefore, on the path of cultivation, there is no one who is free and unfettered. The child thought for a moment. It's better to be safe than sorry. Mother, I will be careful. The woman nodded. That's for the best. The child threw the last stone and asked, "What's going on with that Qi Jingchun?" The woman was rarely angry. She sternly reprimanded, "How dare you respectfully address Mr. Qi?" The child was stunned, but he obediently corrected himself. "Is Mr. Qi in trouble?" The woman hesitated for a moment and slowly said, "Mr. Qi's teacher was not only a sacrificial offering in the Confucian temple, but he was also the second person to the left of the Confucian school's hierarch." The child was stunned. This meant that Qi Jingchun's teacher was the Confucian school, or more accurately, the fourth person in the long history of the Confucian school? If someone boasted that such an unimaginable existence could completely crush the largest mountain in the eastern bottle continent in a fit of rage, the child wouldn't dare to say that he believed it completely, but he would certainly be skeptical. The woman was worried. She whispered, "It's just that the Saint of Saints is now inferior to those dilapidated statues in this small town." The child swallowed and asked casually, "What should we do with Lu Xianyang's friend?" The woman thought for a moment. "You mean the orphan surnamed Chen from Clay Bottle Alley?" The child nodded. The woman smiled. "Didn't you also call him an ant when you met him? Let them fend for themselves." He's escorting the precious granddaughter of Tao Kuei, the pure young sword ancestor of Xinjiang Mountain. Old Shui, you're really my lucky star. If it's not Fairy Su, then everything will be fine. Lu Baqiao immediately jumped up and down. He laughed loudly and said, "Why should I be afraid of him? Do you think I'm afraid of an old beast? We can be afraid of anyone in the Wind and Thunder Garden, but not Xinjiang Mountain." The scholar hesitated for a moment. The Wind and Thunder Garden and Xinjiang Mountain are both orthodox sword cultivators of the same origin. Why can't the knot be untied? Lu Baqiao put away his joking expression and said in a deep voice, "Chui Minghuang, when you come to the Wind and Thunder Garden in the future, don't say a word of this to anyone." The scholar sighed deeply. Wind and Thunder Garden, Xinjiang Mountain. Both sides, from the sword immortals to the disciples who had just entered the sect, usually did not need to have any disagreements. As long as they met, they would immediately draw their swords and fight. The gatekeeper of the official residence and the elderly steward suddenly rushed to the courtyard door in a hurry. Chui Minghuang and Lu Baqiao stood up at the same time. The steward walked into the courtyard. After bowing, he said, "Mr. Chui, we've just received news that Xinjiang Mountain has attacked a young man named Lu Xianyang." Lu Baqiao was instantly enraged. "Which Lu Xianyang?" The steward was rather respectful to Mr. Chui. As for this young master whose name he did not know, the old man was not afraid at all. He replied calmly, "Young master, there's only one person in our town named Lu Xianyang." Lu Baqiao's expression changed drastically. He sneered. "Xinjiang Mountain, you've gone too far." Chui Minghuang's expression was calm. He asked, "Has Mr. Qi stepped in?" The steward shook his head. "Not yet. I heard that the young man was taken to Master Ruan's sword shop. Even if he's not dead, he's probably on his last breath. Someone saw with their own eyes that the young man's chest was smashed apart by a punch. How could he have survived?" Chui Minghuang smiled. "Thank you for telling me this, old mister." The elderly steward hurriedly waved his hand. "You flatter me. It's my duty. I've troubled you, Mr. Chui." After the steward left with the gatekeeper, Chui Minghuang saw Lu Baqiao sit back down on the stone bench. He asked in confusion, "Are you here for that young man?" Lu Baqiao's expression was gloomy. "You can say that. It's going to be very troublesome." "Very troublesome?" Chui Minghuang asked. "It's not just about the grudge between the Wind and Thunder Garden and Xinjiang Mountain?" Lu Baqiao nodded. "It's far more than that." The scholar sat with his arms folded. He said softly, "The tree wants to be still, but the wind won't stop. It seems that I should go and retrieve the square treasured jade tablet. Even if Mr. Qi misunderstands that Lakeview Academy is kicking him when he's down, there's nothing I can do." Chui Minghuang stood up. "I'm going to the academy. I'll be back soon." After leaving the official residence on Fulu Street, he passed by the 12-legged memorial archway. He stopped and looked up at the plaque with the words "Never Pass Away." Under the sunlight, the scholar covered his forehead with his hand. After a moment of hesitation, he turned around and returned to the official residence. On Fulu Street, a white-haired, burly old man held the hand of a little girl with a face as delicate as a porcelain doll. They did not enter the Lu family's mansion. Instead, they went to the Song family's mansion. Someone was already waiting at the door to welcome them. In the main hall with the plaque, "Sweet Dew Hall," a dignified old man stood up and came to the door to greet them. He cupped his fists and said, "Li Hong greets Senior Ape." The mountain-moving elder ape of Xinjiang Mountain nodded casually to the patriarch of the Li family. He let go of the little girl's hand and lowered his head. He said softly, "Young mistress, I'll be waiting for you at the top of the mountain." The little girl sat on the threshold of the main hall. She was angry but did not say anything. The patriarch of the Li family said softly, Don't worry, senior. The Lee family will definitely send young Mistress Tao out of town safely. The mountain-moving elder ape nodded. I'll have to trouble you to take care of young mistress this time. Let me have a word with young mistress. The old man immediately left the main hall and ordered everyone in the family to stay 100 steps away from Sweet Dew Hall. The old man also sat on the threshold. He thought for a moment and said, Young mistress, there are some things that I shouldn't tell you. But since things have come to this, there's no point in hiding it anymore. I'll tell you everything. The trip to the town this time is most likely a meticulously planned trap. That woman from the Sioux family in Clearwind City can't escape. However, she might not be the most important person. The powerful thing about this trap is that even if I'm aware of it, I can't help but jump into it. Young mistress, you might not know this, but the owner of that sword manual was once a trader of the sword Dao from Xinjiang Mountain. He created it himself. According to your grandfather, the most valuable thing about this sword manual is that although the author's sword Dao achievement is only at the threshold of a sword immortal, the content of the sword manual points to the great Dao. Young mistress, think about it. Even the Xie family's patriarch, who's on good terms with our Xinjiang Mountain, still gave this sword manual an extremely high evaluation. Following that, the old man's tone turned colder. And this sword Dao genius who betrayed his master and ancestors sought refuge with our Xinjiang Mountain's old enemy, the Wind Thunder Garden, when he was at his wit's end. The Wind Thunder Garden did indeed shelter him for most of his life. He was a coward for most of his life. Later on, in order to verify the sword manual, he secretly left the Wind Thunder Garden and sought out several sword immortals who had proven their Dao. For example, the Xie family's patriarch. Even though they all looked down on his character, they all praised the sword manual endlessly. The ancestor of the Xie family once said in private that the sword scripture is a fusion of the spirit of the sword paths of Xinjiang Mountain and Wind Thunder Garden. Once someone from either side cultivates it, then the battle of formula paths between the two families will come to an end. The old man said grimly, Therefore, if I can obtain this sword manual and give it to you to cultivate, young mistress, that would be the best outcome. Taking a step back, even if our Xinjiang Mountain doesn't obtain it and gives it to the old Dragon City or Cloud Glow Mountain, Xinjiang Mountain can still tolerate it if those youngsters obtain the fortuitous encounter. However, there's one thing we absolutely can't compromise on, and that's allowing those bastards from the Wind Thunder Garden to obtain the sword manual. The old man's face was livid and ferocious. Young mistress, don't forget that the patriarch of our Xinjiang Mountain is the ancestor of your lineage on the sword testing field in the depths of the Wind Thunder Garden. Back then, when Xinjiang Mountain was at its weakest, she resolutely challenged the master of the Wind Thunder Garden of that generation. In the end, after she died in battle, not only was her corpse not sent back to Xinjiang Mountain for burial by the Wind Thunder Garden, her corpse was even exposed to the sun. There was even a sword of a swordsman from the Wind Thunder Garden stuck in her head, deliberately allowing others to mock her. It's been 300 years, a whole 300 years. Even though Xinjiang Mountain is acknowledged to have produced many geniuses, they can't even pull out a single sword from the Wind Thunder Garden. Generations of sword cultivators from Xinjiang Mountain have endured this great humiliation. As long as Xinjiang Mountain doesn't destroy the Wind Thunder Garden, it'll be the joke of the entire eastern Aquarius continent. Why is it that every patriarch of our Xinjiang Mountain is unwilling to hold a celebration and announce it to the world after becoming a sword immortal? The little girl had actually already memorized these past events by heart. She had heard them so much that her ears were growing calluses. However, when her family and elders talked about this before, they would try their best to speak of this official grievance in a nonchalant tone. They were far from being as furious and direct as the mountain-moving ape. The little girl asked in a childish voice, "Grandpa White Ape, then why don't you just kill that stubborn youth with a single punch? Although his meridians are now broken and his aura is in disarray, the sword manual will naturally be pulverized along with it. Even immortals can't restore it. However, it's better to be safe than sorry. What if someone saves him and obtains the sword manual? What should our Xinjiang Mountain do then?" The sword manual's inheritance method was extremely special and mysterious. It could not be explained with words. It was as if the Lu ancestor had inscribed it on the wall. Or rather, the trader of Xinjiang Mountain back then had left behind an indeterminate sword intent in the bodies of his descendants. It had been passed down from generation to generation, waiting for the appearance of an extremely talented descendant who could control the sword intent that contained the sword manual's contents. Therefore, as long as the youth died, his porcelain buyer and the Wind Thunder Garden would be completely hopeless. The sword manual that had never truly appeared in the world would vanish just like that. The old man laughed and said, If I kill that youth on the spot, I'll be instantly chased out of this small world. What will you do then, miss? Do you want to face the people of the Wind Thunder Garden alone? Moreover, all spells are forbidden in this place. Master Huan can forge swords and kill people, but his ability to save people is really mediocre. Other than that, do you think Qi Jingchun will make a move? Absolutely not. He's already a clay bodhisattva crossing the river. He can't even protect himself now. Moreover, if he really pisses me off, I'll just reveal my true form. I'd like to see if this world can support my 10,000-meter tall true form. The old man stood up with a majestic aura and said, Miss, there's no need to pay attention to the youth on the covered bridge anymore. From beginning to end, the straw sandals youth didn't make a big fuss, nor did he wail. He only brought the water out again and again, changing the basin of bloody water into basin of clear water. After another 15 minutes, the medicine shop shopkeeper was also extremely irritated. He lowered his head and looked at the basin of clear water. Suddenly he slapped the water, causing countless splashes. Then he raised his head and said to Master Huan with incomparable grief and indignation, Master Huan, you might as well stab me to death. I'm just a medicine seller, not a godly doctor who can bring the dead back to life. The blacksmith man frowned bit by bit. The old man immediately shrunk his neck. The young man finally spoke, Shopkeeper Yang, let's try again. When the old man turned to look at the youth's eyes were clean. He slightly emphasized his tone, try again. The old man let out a breath of turbid air. He couldn't bear it and said, Child, this old man really can't do anything. The youth squeezed out a smile with difficulty, Shopkeeper Yang, I beg you. The old man's face was filled with exhaustion, but he still shook his head. The last bit of hope in the straw sandals youth's eyes also disappeared. He squatted down and put down the basin. He sat by the bed and held the tall youth's slightly cold hand. He squeezed out a smile that was uglier than bitterness and said softly, I'll be back. The youth stood up and left the room. When he reached the threshold, he suddenly turned around and bowed to thank the Huan father and daughter, the old shopkeeper, and the 3 people who had been busy until now. The youth stepped over the threshold. The sunlight was somewhat dazzling. The youth paused for a moment and then strode forward. If the heavens don't give justice, it's fine. I'll get it myself. I'll get as much as I can. Do you think you can deal with a mountain-moving ape from Xinjiang Mountain with your mediocre skills? Lu Xianyang's broken house, you can take care of it yourself. Go buy your couplets and door gods. I Ning Yao will not serve you. Qin Pingan looked at the young girl and said, Miss Ning, although I haven't known you for long, I can be sure of one thing. If you have the confidence to avenge Lu Xianyang, you will never return these 2 bags of money to me, at least not now. Qin Pingan put the money on the steps between the 2 of them. Miss Ning, do you think I'm still in the mood to be polite with you at this time? You Lu Xianyang and I are just doing business. It's not like you're trying to trick us. It's just that no one would have thought that we would encounter such a natural disaster. How can we let you pay with your life? Believe me, it's not just me, Qin Pingan, who doesn't want to see this happen. Lu Xianyang, that fool, doesn't want to see this happen either. If he could speak, he would only talk about men's business and leave women alone. The young man suddenly grinned and said, Of course, I don't dare to say that to Miss Ning. Ning Yao placed both hands on the white scabbard sword and narrowed her eyes. I only said half of what I wanted to say. Guilt is half of it. Also, ever since I ran away from home, I, Ning Yao, have traveled the world. I've never met a hurdle that I could avoid. The young girl stretched out her thumb and pointed at her heart. Here as well. Qin Pingan thought for a moment. Miss Ning, before you do anything, can you let me find 3 people first? After that, we'll go our separate ways. Ning Yao asked, How long will it take? Qin Pingan said without hesitation, half a day at most. Ning Yao asked again, Besides Qi Jingchun, who are the other 2? Qin Pingan shook his head. Miss Ning, don't ask. Ning Yao frowned. The kiln supervision office doesn't care about this. Do you really think it's a small matter like stealing chickens and fighting on the streets? Qin Pingan was about to stand up when Ning Yao said in a deep voice, Take the money away. Qin Pingan could only put it away. Qin Pingan. Wait a moment, turn around first. After asking Qin Pingan to turn around, Ning Yao suddenly bent down, lifted her robe, and took out a simple dagger tied to her calf. She stood up and handed it to the young man. Her tone was very serious as she said, This is a unique skirt dagger in my hometown. Every woman has one. Since it's an emergency, I don't care about local customs. But don't forget, I'm lending this dagger to you, not giving it to you." Chen Pingan was a little confused, but he stretched out a hand to take the dagger. The young girl said angrily, "Use both hands. Can you be a little more polite?" The young man hurriedly raised his other hand, but he was still puzzled. Ning Yao said angrily, "Do you think you can kill that mountain-moving ape with just a few pieces of broken porcelain?" "47. Qin Pingan and Ning Yao parted ways at the 12-legged memorial archway. Qin Pingan went to Clay Bottle Alley and knocked on the door. "Song Jisun, are you home?" The girl who was scooping up a ladle of water with a gourd in the kitchen burped repeatedly. After drinking the water, she immediately felt refreshed. She put down the ladle and slowly walked out of the kitchen. She ran to open the courtyard door and felt a little strange. She still replied in a methodical manner, "My young master is not home." "Qin Pingan, why are you knocking on the door? Didn't you always stand in your courtyard and chat with us?" Qin Pingan said across the courtyard door, "I have something to do." After GQ opened the door, she joked, "What a rare guest." She looked at Qin Pingan's expression and asked, "Why are you looking for my young master? If you're not in a hurry, I can help you pass a message. If you're in a hurry, you'll have to go to the manufacturing supervision office to find someone. You've seen it with your own eyes before. My young master has a good relationship with the new manufacturing supervision office." She found that Qin Pingan's feet were rooted to the ground. She rolled her eyes and said, "Come in, why are you standing there in a daze? Is my house a dragon's pool or a tiger's den? Or do I have to charge you one tael to drink water?" Speaking of this, the girl covered her mouth and giggled, "For you, the latter must be more terrifying." Qin Pingan pulled the corner of his mouth and forced a smile. He said softly, "Actually, I'm here to look for you. I shouted like that before because I was afraid that Song Jisun would misunderstand." GQ smiled knowingly and asked, "Then tell me what's the matter." "I'll say the ugly words first. Neighbors are neighbors, friendship is friendship, but I'm just a little maid living under someone else's roof in Clay Bottle Alley. I can't do anything and can't help much. However, if you, Qin Pingan, want to borrow money, the problem can be solved with money. You're lucky. I have a little idea." Qin Pingan smiled bitterly. "It's really about money. I'll be frank with you. Lu Xianyang was severely injured by someone at the covered bridge. The old shopkeeper of the Yang family's shop went to take a look, but he couldn't do anything about it." GQ looked confused. "Why haven't I heard about this? Who did Lu Xianyang offend?" Qin Pingan said helplessly, "He's a foreigner from a place called Jinyang Mountain." GQ asked tentatively, "So you want to use your connections to find a good place for Lu Xianyang to be buried? This is not difficult. I can ask my young master to speak to the supervising officer, and then let the Yamen office steward and gatekeeper step forward to invite old Fart Wei to find a place. As long as it is not a mountain in a forbidden area of the imperial court, it should not be difficult." Qin Pingan's face, which was already dark, became even darker. GQ also realized that she was thinking wrongly. She habitually bared her teeth, revealing her snow-white and neat teeth. She leaned against the Spring Festival couplets on the wall, tilted her head and smiled playfully. She asked, "Qin Pingan, you want me to repay you for saving my life? But I'm just a maid. Even the old shopkeeper of the Yang family shop couldn't do anything. What can I do?" Qin Pingan struggled for a while, then slowly said, "Wang Zhu, I know you are not an ordinary person. That year when I saw you at the door of my house, I knew you were different from us. Later, you were also the first person to see that the snake gallstone was not ordinary. Now that I think about it, the way you looked at us, your neighbors, was no different from how those foreigners look at us." The young girl grinned. "Actually, there is. I don't only look at you mortals, I also look down on those immortal cultivators." However, GQ didn't say this out loud. Some principles to her were right and proper, but to others they were arrogant and unruly. Qin Pingan asked, "I came to you because I wanted to ask if there was a chance to save Lu Xianyang. I used a locust tree leaf and at that time I could only barely keep Lu Xianyang alive. Although it wasn't very useful, at least it was useful. So I wanted to ask if you have any locust tree leaves, especially extra locust tree leaves?" The young girl pointed at her own nose and asked, "Are you asking if my family's young master, Song Jisun, has locust tree leaves or me, a little maid without parents?" Qin Pingan stared at the young girl and said bluntly, "Even if Song Jisun has them, he won't give them to me. I'm asking you, Wang Zhu. If you have them, are you willing to lend them to me? If you don't, do you know any other ways to save Lucien Yang? The young girl, who was always called Wang Zhu, rubbed her chin with one hand and patted her abdomen with the other. She shook her head and said, "No, I really don't. I'm not lying to you. If you had come earlier, maybe there would have been a few locust tree leaves left. As for other ways, of course I don't have them. I'm not an immortal, so how would I know how to bring someone back to life, right? Qin Pingan, you can't force me. Alas, I was wrong about you. I thought you were different from them, not the kind of person who would force others to repay their kindness." Qin Pingan still didn't give up. "You really don't have them? Whether or not I can do it, you can tell me." GQ shook her head and said firmly, "In any case, I don't have them." Qin Pingan smiled. "I know." The teenager turned and left. His thin figure quickly disappeared from Clay Bottle Alley. The young girl stood in the alley in front of her house, looking at the back of the teenager who was gradually disappearing. Her expression was complicated, with a trace of sadness for his misfortune and anger for his failure to fight. She said angrily, "You squandered the locust tree leaves that were hard to get? Then you can die with Lucien Yang. Anyway, the sooner you die, the sooner you can reincarnate. If you're lucky, you can continue to be a fellow sufferer in your next life. It's better than those pitiful creatures who don't even have a next life." The young girl walked back to the courtyard. When she crossed the threshold, she accidentally burped again and sneered, "I'm a little full." She suddenly sped up and rushed forward, stomping heavily on the ground. Then she slowly squatted down and stared at the khaki-colored four-legged snake with horns on its head. She reprimanded, "It's not difficult to return what you borrowed. You 5 little beasts, if you dare to go back on your words in the future, I'll skin you alive and stew you." The four-legged snake under the maidservant's feet struggled with all its might and made a slight hiss, as if it was begging for mercy. After Qin Pingan left Clay Bottle Alley, he ran all the way to the school. However, he was told by an old man who was in charge of cleaning the school that Mr. Chi had gone to the mountains outside the town with 3 foreign guests yesterday. He said that he was going to explore the secluded and strange places, and that it would take at least 3 days to go back and forth. Qin Pingan was disappointed. When he turned to leave, the old man with the broom suddenly remembered something. He stopped the teenager and said, "By the way, before Mr. Chi left, he told me that if someone was looking for him in Clay Bottle Alley, I should tell that teenager." He had already said the reason. Whether he was in the school today or not, the result would not change. The teenager seemed to have known the result. His eyes were dim. Stagnant water rippled slightly, lifeless. But the teenager still bowed and thanked the old man. "Thank you, sir." The old man quickly moved a few steps away and stood aside. He waved his hand and smiled, "I don't deserve to be called sir." The old man watched the teenager slowly leave. After walking for a while, he seemed to raise his arm and wipe his eyes. The old man gently shook his head. He thought of his peers Song Jisun and Zhao Yao, who were about the same age as him. Then he looked at the teenager. His life experiences were worlds apart. It was true that some people were proud of their success, while others were troubled. Qin Pingan went to Clay Bottle Alley and picked up the last bag of copper coins hidden in the clay pot. He took 3 bags of money and walked into Fulu Street to find the kiln supervisor's office. After hearing the introduction, the gatekeeper was a little confused. Song Jisun's neighbor in Clay Bottle Alley was looking for Song Jisun and the supervisor? Qin Pingan secretly handed him a gold copper coin that he had prepared in advance without saying anything. The gatekeeper looked down, weighed it in his hand and rubbed it with 2 fingers. He understood tacitly, but was not in a hurry to express his opinion. The teenager quickly handed over another gold coin. The gatekeeper smiled but did not take it. He said, "Since you're a sensible person, I'll be relieved to recommend you. Otherwise, if I lose this job because of you, I'll be a fool. Keep the copper coin in your hand first. If the steward agrees to let you enter the office, you can give it to me. If not, I can't help even if I want to. I'll just take it that this copper coin has no fate with me. What do you think?" Qin Pingan nodded vigorously. Not long after, the old steward and the gatekeeper arrived together. The gatekeeper gave the teenager a look, hinting that he should not take out a copper coin at this time. Taking a bribe in public was not a small crime. Fortunately, the teenager did not do anything stupid. He only followed the steward to the back hall of the office. The gatekeeper sighed. He was a little confused. Why did the steward agree as soon as he heard that it was the teenager from Clay Bottle Alley? When did the threshold to enter the office become so low? The gatekeeper felt a little guilty. In fact, when he saw the steward just now, his words were both overtly and covertly advising the steward not to let the young man enter the yamen. However, he didn't say it directly. He believed that with the steward's many years of cultivation in the yamen, he would definitely be well aware of it. The young gatekeeper's original plan was to take a copper coin for free. He did not need to take any risks and he could take it with a clear conscience. Now he only hoped that the poor teenager was not a troublemaker. In the main hall of the back hall of the office, a tall man in a white robe sat on the main seat and drank tea. Song Jisun sat on the guest chair on the left. He played with a bamboo fan with one hand, opening and closing it repeatedly. He smiled at the teenager who was brought in. It was a stark contrast between the jet-black chair and the snow-white robe. The steward left. He smiled and said, "Chin Pingan, I'm not looking down on you or deliberately making things difficult for you. On the contrary, I think you're an interesting person. That's why I'm willing to spend time to reason with you and do business with you calmly. Do you understand?" Chin Pingan nodded. Song Jisun's sitting posture was not elegant. He sat cross-legged on the chair and gently patted his knees with a folded fan. He watched the fire burning on the other side of the river and did not care if it had nothing to do with him. Song Jiankyung did not care about Song Jisun's inattentiveness. In the small town, this vassal knew a lot of information, only losing to Qi Jingchun. He finally said, "Chin Pingan, you don't have to be too guilty and mistakenly think that your friend died because of you, because Lu Xianyang has already been trapped in a deadlock. As long as this young man refuses to hand over the sword manual, it can only be a dead knot because Xingyang Mountain will definitely kill him. No one can stop Qi Jingchun or Master Wan. It's not that no one can beat the old ape, but the price to pay is too high. It's not worth it." The man took a sip of tea and said leisurely, "Chin Pingan, have you ever thought about why even you who should not have received the blessing of the ancestors, got a locust tree leaf? Lu Xianyang's talent is so good, but he didn't get a locust tree leaf. Have you ever thought about this question?" Chin Pingan said, "Sorry to disturb you, Sir Song." The straw sandals teenager put away the 3 bags of copper coins and said goodbye to the supervisor in front of him. Although Song Jiankyung did not ask him to stay, he actually stood up to see him off. Song Jisun was just about to stand up unwillingly when he saw the uncle shake his head slightly. He then sat back down and leaned comfortably on the back of the chair. When he reached the threshold, Song Jiankyung said without warning, "There are 2 things that I can do but I can't do. So if you can do one of them, I can consider helping you teach the old ape a lesson." The teenager quickly stopped and turned around with a solemn face. The man said indifferently, "One is to find an opportunity to kidnap the little girl of Xingyang Mountain who is with the old ape. You can disturb her mind and force the old ape to stay in the small town. The other thing is to secretly cut down the old locust tree at night and pull out the iron chain of the iron lock well. You can do both or you can do only one. If you do one thing, I'll help you seriously injure the murderer. If you do both, I'll kill the old ape of Xingyang Mountain for you." Song Jiankyung smiled and promised, "Since I've said it, I won't go back on my words." Then, the powerful king of Dali said something inexplicable, "Chin Pingan, I believe you can sense the truth of this sentence." The teenager left silently. Song Changjing didn't see or hear the youth beating his chest vigorously and spouting nonsense. Instead, he felt that it was normal. Standing at the door with his back facing Song Jisun, he asked, "You're closer to him. Do you think he'll do it?" Song Jisun shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. Under normal circumstances, it'll be very difficult for him to do something against his will. However, if it's for Lu Xianyang, it'll be a little difficult." The man stood with his hands clasped behind his back. Looking at the sky, he asked, "If the young man really brings a pleasant surprise, I'll take this opportunity to intervene. Regardless of whether it's forming a good relationship with Xingyang Mountain or forming an alliance with Wind and Thunder Garden, I'll only choose one. It's even inevitable that I'll incur a grudge with the other party." Although the teenager hid his complacency deep after knowing his true identity, there was no difference in the way he treated people in the yamen. However, in the eyes of Song Jiankyung, it was as if he was holding a demon mirror, reflecting a demon who had just transformed into a human form. Therefore he could be reduced to ashes while talking and laughing. Song Jiankyung looked into the distance. His line of sight seemed to have reached the southernmost tip of the eastern bottle continent, to the distant old dragon city. The king didn't know why, but he thought of a sentence. The human heart is a mirror. The cleaner it is, the more spotless it is, the more it can't withstand scrutiny. Song Changjing felt that although the scholars in the imperial court were long-winded and loathed by gods and ghosts, Sometimes the great principles they spoke of were something that they, as martial artists who carried knives, would not be able to understand even if they lived for 1,000 years. Song Jiankyung put away his thoughts and pointed to the south as if he was holding a halberd. Song Jisin, if you think what I said today is wrong, you can bear with it. Only when we reach Old Dragon City in the future, I will consider whether to listen to you or not. Dali Prince Song Jisin has returned to normal and said with a smile, I'll wait and see. At the entrance of the yamen, the teenager with straw sandals handed the gatekeeper the second copper coin as promised. In the 12-legged archway, Qin Pingan saw the black-clothed girl's figure and quickly ran to her. Ning Yao stood under the plaque with the words Fighting Bull, and asked, How is it? Qin Pingan shook his head and said, I've looked for all three of them. Two of them met. Mr. Qi didn't see them, but I knew the answer from the beginning. A gentleman doesn't save people. Mr. Qi did say it before. Ning Yao frowned and didn't say anything. Qin Pingan then told the girl to be careful and began to run away. He first went to the Yang family's shop and used a gold copper coin to buy a lot of medicine bottles, ointment, and herbs for internal injuries from an old man who knew him well. The teenager was familiar with how to use these things and how to make them. Making porcelain in the dragon kiln was a job that relied on others to make a living, and there were often all kinds of accidents. Although Old Yao didn't like Qin Pingan, who could only be regarded as half a disciple, he had to admit that the teenager's legs were nimble and he wasn't a scheming person. Therefore he let Qin Pingan do a lot of errands and things that cost money, such as buying medicine for the injured at the entrance of the kiln. Qin Pingan returned to his ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley. After closing the door, he began to brew the medicine. It was a prescription for treating internal injuries. While waiting for the heat to mature, he placed a clean shirt that had been washed until it was white on the table and tore it into strips. The youth with straw sandals, who was known for his stinginess, did not feel the slightest bit of heartache. Then, in addition to tying the cloth-pressing knife that Ning Yao had lent him to his arm, the youth also tied layers of thin cotton strips around his calves and wrists. Qin Pingan took down the self-made wooden bow on the wall. He hesitated for a moment but still gave up on carrying it for the time being. Instead, he took the slingshot and a bag of stones from the windowsill. The reason why he didn't regret it even when he knew it was impossible and why he didn't regret it even when he hit a wall 3 times in a row was the teenager's unique stubbornness. The teenager wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't try. It was the same reason that the teenager begged the old shopkeeper to try again at the blacksmith shop for the last time. First, he looked for GQ, who had a strange identity, hoping to find a chance for Lu Xianyang. Then he looked for Mr. Qi, hoping that he could uphold justice. Finally, he looked for Ning Yao's so-called Wu Dao Grand Master, Supervisor Song. It was obvious that he was going to lose everything to make a deal. The teenager thought very clearly from the beginning, so he was very disappointed at this time, but he didn't feel heartbroken. In fact, King Song Jiankyung and his neighbor Song Jisin didn't understand Qin Pingan at all. There were some things that must be done even in death. But there were some things that couldn't be done even in death. The teenager squatted in the corner, quietly waiting for the medicine soup to come out. This jar of medicine was very strange. It had no other use but to relieve pain. Once, there was a man at the entrance of the dragon kiln who suffered from a strange disease. He stayed in bed for half a day. Not only was he half dead, but he was also in so much pain that his whole face and limbs were twisted. Later, the Yang family's shop gave him this prescription. In the end, the man died quickly, but he didn't die in pain. He even had the strength to sit up. After leaving his last words, he went to take a last look at the entrance of the kiln with the help of Old Man Yao. Qin Pingan felt that he should also need it. The teenager saw some pieces of cloth on the table, so he took off the pair of broken straw sandals on his feet and took out a pair of brand new shoes that he was reluctant to wear. He moved the jar and took out the broken porcelain pieces. About an hour later, the young man opened the door and quietly walked out of the clay bottle alley after finishing his work. It was close to dusk and the sun was no longer dazzling. There were layers of fiery clouds in the sky, which was extremely gorgeous. The teenager with straw sandals walked to Fulu Street. There were no passers-by on the Bluestone Street. The teenager walked alone. "48. The young man with straw sandals had been sending letters to Fulu Street and Peachleaf Alley these days. Almost all the gatekeepers knew who this messenger was, so he didn't seem out of place. In addition, the young man had a calm expression as he trotted along the Bluestone Street as usual. Even if someone saw him, they wouldn't think much of it. Qin Pingan was near the door of a residence. In front of the door was a stone statue used to suppress evil spirits. It was half the height of a man and looked like a general. Chin Pingan knew that this was the Li family's residence. On the wealthy Fulu Street, almost every household had different methods of warding off evil spirits. Even the door gods posted on the door were divided into civil and military, so it was easy to distinguish. He quickly looked around and continued to move forward. Further ahead was the Song family, and behind the Song family was the Bureau of Kiln Affairs. There was a locust tree growing on the outer wall between the houses of the Li and Song families. It was old and dry with thick branches and lush leaves. Although it was not as old as the old locust tree in the small town, it was still extraordinary. According to the older generation, this locust tree and the towering old locust tree in the center of the town were said to be of the same origin. That tree was called the ancestor locust tree, while the one in front of the young man was called the descendant locust tree. The reason why Chin Pingan came to the Li residence instead of the Lu residence in the small town where Lu Jingchun lived was because when he was leaving the yamen, the elderly steward who saw him off casually chatted with him about family matters. He said that there was a scholar from the Zhao family on this street, that Zhao Yao had already left the small town and was destined to become a high-ranking official in the future. He also said that there was a young lady from the Song family next door who had reached marriageable age but couldn't even do needlework properly. She only liked to play with swords and spears. She didn't look like a rich young lady at all. Amidst the pile of trivial matters, the old man added a trivial piece of news. A distinguished guest had just arrived at the Li residence. The little girl looked like she was carved from jade, like a piece of imperial porcelain. As long as she didn't change 18 times between childhood and womanhood, she would definitely be a charming beauty. He didn't know which family would be lucky enough to marry such a daughter-in-law into their family. On the way out of the Yamen's back hall, the young man who only listened and didn't speak at first intentionally or unintentionally walked very slowly. He also carefully observed the layout of the Yamen's buildings. In the end, he occasionally asked a few off-topic questions, like a pauper curious about the rich and wealthy families. The elderly steward told him everything he knew without reserve. Using the Song family next door and the Li family further away as examples, he told the young man about the layout and various rules of the family. The young man was aware of the steward's real intention. However, from beginning to end, Chin Pingan didn't intend to act according to their wishes. At this moment he was jogging along the street. Seeing that there was no one around, Chin Pingan suddenly sped up and ran straight to the old locust tree. With a leap, he actually took 4 steps up the tree trunk before showing signs of falling. However, at that time, the young man's body was strong enough to reach out and grab a branch of the locust tree. In an instant, the young man, who was as agile as a mountain monkey, sat on a horizontal branch. He then stood up steadily and continued to climb. In a few blinks of an eye, Chin Pingan was squatting on a slanted locust tree branch, barely above the Tuzhong high wall of the courtyard. The youth's waist was tied with 2 small luggage bags. She could not see the murder weapon in his hands, so he must have hidden it. The servant girl felt that it was most likely a slingshot. She was also very doubtful. If it hit her head, she dared not say that she would die on the spot, but she would definitely be seriously injured. With the youth's almost terrifying accuracy, he had intentionally smashed the bird food jar twice. Could he really not hit her or the little girl from Xingyang Mountain? In the courtyard, the little girl angrily said, "Idiot! Be careful of the trick of luring the tiger away from the mountain. Come back quickly." Of course, it was important to catch the assassin and extort a confession from him. However, it was more important to prevent any accidents and preserve one's life. After the little girl let go of the tall servant girl's arm, she raised her hand and fiercely slapped the frightened girl awake. "And you, quickly go and inform the others. Do you know that if I die, everyone in this house will die as well?" The servant girl on the roof did not immediately jump into the courtyard. Instead, she called out loudly, "There's an assassin." Then she began to run wildly. She jumped from the edge of the eaves and began to leap towards the roof of the Qingxin courtyard. The assassin had roughly determined the strength of her arms, legs, and strength from the servant girl's series of climbing and running movements. He crouched down and picked up 2 tiles. He threw his right hand, which happened to hit the girl's head. While still in the air, the girl instinctively crossed her arms in front of her head. Then, with 2 bangs, the servant girl felt a piercing pain. The force was far greater than the servant girl had imagined. Her forward momentum was immediately greatly impeded. Just as she regretted trying to be brave, the servant girl, who had barely landed on the eaves, was punched in the abdomen and fell backwards. However, the assassin inexplicably grabbed one of her ankles. After a slight pause, the youth let go. The servant girl did not land safely, but at least she was not heavily injured. Her head was a mess. Out of the corner of his eye, the youth had been looking around. When he saw black spots appear around him, he began to turn and run. His speed was fast, his steps were large, and his rhythm was good. Especially his breathing was just right. If the maidservant could see this, she would definitely think that this youth was like her. He had been practicing martial arts for many years and was immersed in it for a long time. He was definitely not an amateur. On the roof, the youth's figure quickly disappeared. He was like a light bird, a snake-hunting eagle out of its cage. About half an hour later, the burly old man hurried back to the Li family's mansion, full of murderous intent. From the head of the Li family, Li Hong, to the servant girls in the courtyard, no one dared to breathe loudly. Especially the servant girl who practiced martial arts. She knelt on the ground, her cheeks red and swollen. The servant girl did not say a word. She did not dare to show any resentment. The little girl, who had calmed down as usual, sighed when she saw the old man. She shook her head and lectured, "Grandpa Ape, the people of the Li family seem to be a bunch of trash. How dare you entrust me to them?" The mountain-moving ape knelt on one knee. He was still taller than the little girl. The white-haired old man said guiltily, "Miss, I was wrong." The old man turned his head and said in a deep voice, "Li Hong." The head of the Li family in the small town roughly understood the orthodox language of the eastern Bottle continent. Coincidentally, the language of the cultivators of Xinjiang Mountain was the same. This man, whose words carried enormous weight in the family, could only smile bitterly and apologize. "This is indeed the fault of the Li family. We can't shirk our responsibility." According to the information we have so far, it's a youth. He's most likely not a cultivator. The Yamen hasn't given us any useful intelligence for the time being. They only said that they'll send more capable people to guard the mansion day and night. Tao Zi thought for a moment and said, "That assassin doesn't seem to be here to kill me." Then she added, "At least not today." The head of the Li family, who was just about to calm down, immediately felt his heart in his throat again. The white ape frowned and asked, "Is that youth thin, dark-skinned, and about this height? And wearing straw sandals?" The servant girl kneeling on the ground nodded vigorously. The white ape grinned. His eyes were gloomy. "Good fellow. So he's here to provoke us." He waved his hand and said, "Don't get involved in this matter. I know the background of that assassin. He's an ordinary youth in Mud Bottle Alley." The little girl whispered, "Grandpa Ape, don't let your guard down." The mountain-moving ape hesitated for a moment, then stood up and ordered the head of the Li family, "Then let the Yamen take out a household file and send it to the Li family. Check the background of that youth's 18 generations of ancestors. Then, in terms of the manpower to guard this courtyard, it's easy to have fewer people, not easy to have more people, but more people." The old man quietly increased his tone and sneered, "Li Hong, I advise you to ask your family's stabilizing force to come out as well. Don't treat this matter lightly. If something really happens to my family's young lady here, even I, an old beast in your eyes, can't shoulder the responsibility, let alone you, a branch of the Li family?" The head of the Li family hurriedly bowed and apologized. He said anxiously, "Ancestor Ape, you're asking too much of the Li family." The mountain-guarding ape of Xinjiang Mountain fell into deep thought and murmured, "Is it that kid from the Wind and Thunder Garden who took the opportunity to pick a fight? Or is it Song Jianqiang of the Yamen's plan?" The old man shook his head in the end, only finding it ridiculous. No matter who instigated him to court death, you don't know how to find a better pawn to cross the river. A little grasshopper without much meat. Are you trying to fill the gap between your teeth? Well, I was worried about not having a chance to kill. This is a good reason. I'll kill that bumpkin from Mud Bottle Alley first, then I'll kill you, the little bastard from the Wind and Thunder Garden. The old man smiled at the little girl and said, "My lady, I'll help you clean up the mess this time. There won't be any more accidents." The little girl smiled brightly and raised her fist to boost the morale of the mountain-guarding ape of Xinjiang Mountain. Before the old man left, he looked at the head of the Li family. The latter smiled bitterly and said, "I'll go and ask the ancestor to come out and be Miss Tao's personal retainer." The old man nodded and strode away. The old man took the bait casually and directly followed the fishing line to Mud Bottle Alley. "I've clearly taken the bait. You can come and kill me." If they were outside the town, the mountain-moving ape of Xinjiang Mountain would not dare to be so arrogant. However, in this world, spells, divine abilities and artifacts were all forbidden, so he had a huge advantage. This was also the reason why Xinjiang Mountain did not send out a sword immortal patriarch. The old ape walked all the way and only realized this when he approached Mud Bottle Alley. The youth in the alley can't be here purely to avenge his friend, right? Before this, the old ape had been thinking deeper about the conspiracy involving the concealing line of grass ash that stretched for thousands of kilometers. Now that he suddenly realized this possibility, he found it especially preposterous. The old ape smiled and quickly understood the reason. If that's the case, it makes sense. That's right. Since he's not a cultivator, he's not that afraid of death. It's just a cheap life anyway. However, to be careful, the old ape still did not swagger into Mud Bottle Alley from this end. Regardless, this trip was destined to not be in vain. The little bastard who was valued by the Wind and Thunder Garden would only live a little longer than the bumpkin from Mud Bottle Alley. After taking a huge detour, the old ape walked into Mud Bottle Alley from the corner of an alley near Gukan's house. In fact, the old ape was very suspicious of whether the assassin youth had the courage to stay in the ancestral home and wait for death. If he was smart and cowardly, he could have died after the young man from the Wind and Thunder Garden. The old ape grinned. Then his smile instantly froze. In the dusk, Mud Bottle Alley already appeared dark and blurry. The burly old man suddenly looked up. For some reason, a thin youth was standing at a high spot in front of the alley. His feet were stepping on the holes that had just been dug out not long ago, allowing him to leverage himself. The youth carried a quiver of arrows on his back and held a fully drawn wooden bow in his hand. The tip of the arrow was pointed at one of the old ape's eyeballs. The youth was completely silent. Not only was the bow drawn to a full moon, even the slightest of breaths seemed to have disappeared. As a result, the ancestral guardian of Xinjiang Mountain could only rely on his keen sense of danger to detect the youth above him. He did not give the old ape any chance to react. The arrow whistled through the air like a gust of wind. It was powerful and heavy. After shooting the arrow, the youth did not make a second choice. He shrunk his neck and quickly hung the wooden bow diagonally on his shoulder. He exerted force with the tip of his feet and crossed the walls on both sides to borrow the momentum to climb up the eaves. The old ape pulled back the palm that was blocking his forehead. The arrow was nailed into his palm. It was not deep and a wound could be vaguely seen. However, the old ape was still scared. If he had been shot in the eye by someone close to him in the small town, it would have been a tragedy where he would not be able to call for help. He pulled out the arrow casually and snapped it, dropping it to the ground in Mud Bottle Alley. The old man clenched his fists and looked up at the sky in the alley. His face was ashen and his throat moved as he let out a low and suppressed sound, like an extremely angry ancient beast. The old man used both his hands and feet to climb up to the roof in an instant. However, as soon as he popped his head out, a second arrow arrived. The old man, who was already on guard, only raised his hand casually and allowed the arrow to pierce into his arm a little. He then strode forward with a ferocious smile. The youth put away the wooden bow again and turned to run. A series of cracking sounds could be heard from the continuous eaves on one side of Mud Bottle Alley. The old man's strides were much bigger than the youth's after all. He gradually closed the distance and would soon catch up to the thin youth, who was already agile enough. The old man exerted force in an instant and soared into the air to pounce forward. A giant hand that was the size of a palm leaf fan reached for the youth's head. The youth seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. At the critical moment, he twisted his waist and bent his body like a cat before he turned and jumped to the roof on the opposite side of the alley. After landing softly, he continued to run wildly. The old ape was extremely agile as well. He also turned to the roof on the other side of Mud Bottle Alley on his right. The youth stopped abruptly. By the time the old ape realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. It turned out that the roof was unoccupied and had been in disrepair for a long time. How could it withstand the old ape's 200-kilogram jump? With a crash, the old ape fell into the house together with the tiles. The old ape landed on the ground with a loud crash. After supporting himself with one hand, he twisted his head and dodged the tricky and insidious arrow. The arrow was directly nailed into the ground. It was evident that it was not that the youth was not strong enough, but that the old ape was too tough. The youth stood at the edge of the big hole in the roof and put away his wooden bow skillfully. He raised his middle finger at the old ape and cursed, "Old bastard! F***CKU." The youth's face suddenly turned strange. He slapped himself and mumbled, "I'm the one who's at a disadvantage." The old ape stood up abruptly, but the youth was already far away. 49. In a pile of broken tiles, the old ape's ears twitched when he heard the slightest noise. He grinned and bent down to pick up a broken tile. After weighing it in his hand, he stood up and threw it out quickly. The tile pierced through the wall and the roof easily like a knife cutting through tofu. It pierced through the air with the sound of wind and thunder. The tile was headed to the place where the sound came from. Unfortunately, the old ape did not see any trace of the young man. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and his burly body rose from the ground. He stepped on the beam of an old house and used the rebounding force to leap out of the hole in the roof, landing on the ridge of the roof. The old ape saw that the young man with a wooden bow on his back was standing on the ridge of a roof far away. He was looking at the old ape in white solemnly. The old ape knew that he had miscalculated. When he threw the tile earlier, he had caused too much of a ruckus. He had probably alerted the young man from Clay Bottle Alley and made him realize that something was wrong. He no longer had the thought of taking advantage of the distance advantage of the bow and arrow. The old ape opened his hands with a smile, indicating that there was nothing in his hands. Then he hooked his finger, indicating that the young man could continue playing fancy tricks. He was willing to play with him to the end and continue to stretch his body. If the old man was playing tricks, he would be wronging the guardian ape of Xinjiang Mountain. After 1,000 years of cultivation, he had grown to a height of 3,000 meters. It would not be an exaggeration to say that his movement techniques were indomitable. In the long years of the mountain-moving ape's path of cultivation, especially in the early days when Xinjiang Mountain was established, the weak mountain had enemies everywhere. After the founder of Xinjiang Mountain died in battle, as the top general, what kind of bloody battles had the old ape not experienced? The small fight on the roof of the alley today was actually similar to the battles in the past. In the soul-stirring battles back then, the top cultivators and great chi trainers also used magical equipment to pin down the old ape from afar. They did not dare to fight him head-on at all. It was just like the light cavalry of the Great Chang dynasty that came and went like the wind on the battlefield of the mortal world. They would never directly load the heavy-armored soldiers of the Dali dynasty. Instead, they would cut the meat slowly and look for opportunities to slowly chip away at the surface of the iron barrel battle formation. Apart from Song Jianqiang, the old ape could be considered one of the characters suppressed by the heavenly axiom the most. Due to his special status, the military grandmaster with the tiger tally had been favored by the world. As a result, while his cultivation was extraordinary, his influence was not obvious. At this moment, the old macaque found the thrill of fighting bloody battles in the past when it faced a young man who was different from ordinary townsfolk. The old macaque did not deny that the young man had given it a lot of surprises. He knew how to calculate people's hearts, how to set up traps, and how to make use of the geographical advantage. Of course, the most important thing was that he was quite bold. The old macaque lifted its head to look at the sky. The sun was setting in the west and dusk had arrived. Their vision would be affected more and more. Furthermore, he was completely unfamiliar with the town's geography. This was probably one of the young man's trump cards. It could be considered a protective talisman. The old macaque began to run wildly like a galloping horse. He could cover a distance of over 3 meters with a single step, which was shocking. The moment the old macaque made a move, the young man turned and ran. He did not follow the endless alleys and ridges to the north. After all, there were Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley, where the rich and powerful gathered. If someone stood up for the old macaque, Qin Pingan did not think that he would be able to escape the encirclement. As a result, Qin Pingan fled to the west decisively. The south was in the direction of the covered bridge, where the view was broad and there was nowhere to hide. According to the comparison of their speed, Qin Pingan estimated that it would be very difficult for him to escape the mountain-moving ape's pursuit once he lost the cover. To the west of the town were deep mountains and old forests. The vegetation was lush, and there were many traps set down by hunters on many secret paths. The mountain path was difficult to traverse. If one did not follow the old paths, it would be extremely difficult. Qin Pingan knew this better than anyone. The young man was not wrong, but he had underestimated the old macaque. As the guardian ape of Xinjiang Mountain, the old macaque had a much deeper understanding of the mountains and rivers than the young man. When the young man leaped off the last roof and landed on the ground, he bent his knees to deftly offset part of the falling force. He quickly turned his head to glance at the scenery behind him before he continued to charge forward with his back bent. As he ran, the wooden bow and quiver disappeared without a trace. In the mountain forest, if Qin Pingan chose to abandon the paths that his ancestors had treaded for generations and ran in a random direction in a panic, they would definitely become a burden. Seeing that the young man was about to enter the water, the old macaque became rather agitated. It looked back in the direction of the Li family's house on Falu Street. As a matter of fact, once they entered the mountain, the old macaque would not dare to say that he had the geographical advantage, but it would definitely be more comfortable than running around with the little brat in the town. The old macaque made up its mind and quickly weighed the pros and cons. It took in a deep breath of fresh air. It was just enough to kill if there was not too much deviation. Blue and purple ripples appeared on the old macaque's face, and its burly body rose from the ground without a sign. Half of the pitiful house under its feet collapsed because of its stomp. Fortunately, the people living on the west side of the town were poor, and the houses here were much thinner than the buildings on Falu Street. For example, the wood used for the beams and pillars was not enough to make the houses look good. Fortunately for the family of 4 in the house, none of them were in the house at the moment. The old macaque leaped high and drew a huge arc in the air. When it landed, it happened to land beside the young man. 2 large pits appeared where its feet landed, and soft spring mud splattered everywhere. The old macaque punched the young man's back. The various yang scriptures were located on the human back, so both the meridians and organs were connected to the back. In particular, the back was only an inch away from the heart, so it was the most fragile part. His life was hanging by a thread. Hearing the noise beside him, the young man suddenly exerted his strength. He was 2 to 3 times faster than when he lured the old macaque to step on the rotten roof. This at least meant that the young man had been hiding his strength from the beginning to the end. As a result, not only did the old macaque's punch not penetrate the young man's back and fail to crush his heart, it only grazed the young man's back an inch below his back. Although the young man did not take the punch head-on, he was still sent flying with his feet off the ground as if he had been hit by a hammer. In the next scene, the young man's breathtaking agility were vividly displayed. Blood trickled down the corner of the straw sandals boy's mouth. After being sent flying by the punch, he was supposed to fall flat on his face. However, the moment the boy extended his hands and placed them on the ground, he bent his elbows and exerted force. His entire body flipped in the air in one smooth motion. After landing on the ground with both feet, he used the inertia of his forward momentum to continue fleeing without slowing down at all. Even the experienced mountain-moving ape could not help but have a toothache when it saw the town's young man's tenacity. The old macaque raised its hand. The back of its hand was bloody. The injury was nothing, so the old macaque dismissed it with a smile. Nevertheless, it became more determined to kill the young man. As for why it was injured, it was not complicated. It was chilly in spring. The young man from the shabby alley who was wearing thin clothes, was clearly wearing thicker clothes when he appeared in front of the old macaque. Apart from his own clothes, he also found Lu Xianyang's loose old clothes and put them on the outermost layer. Between the 2 clothes there was something else. As it turned out, the young man had made a wooden porcelain armor for himself. 6 long wooden planks were drilled and connected with silk ropes. There were 3 planks in front of his chest and 3 on his back. Most importantly, the extremely crude wooden armor was embedded with tiny porcelain shards. The old macaque felt terrible at the moment. It was like a high-ranking official who had accidentally stepped on a piece of stinky dog poop, and it could not get rid of it for a while. The old macaque clenched its fists. It held its breath and stood where it was, suppressing the surging qi in its body. The purplish-green ripples on its face turned purplish-gold and disappeared in a flash. The old macaque flew into a rage. As it turned out, a stone shot out from the forest at this moment. The old macaque reached out and grabbed the particularly hard stone. It was the size of a fingernail. Then there was a series of rustling sounds, indicating that the young man was fleeing into the depths of the forest. The old macaque's face was extremely gloomy. It turned its head and looked at the night sky of the town. It was afraid that this was the young man's real plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. However, the old macaque's intuition told it that it would be best to quickly kill the young man in straw sandals in the mountains. The young assassin had just climbed the highest branch of the Chinese scholar tree on Falu Street. It could now bear the weight of a person. It was much higher than the roof, and there was another uninvited guest sitting there. A little further down there was another person standing. The sudden appearance of these 2 people made the frightened Li family residents pinch their noses and pretend that they did not see them. This was because the white-robed man sitting there was none other than the supervisor. He brought Song Jisin to the Chinese scholar tree, saying that he wanted to bring him to watch a good show. However, it was already the end of the evening. Song Jisin's eyesight was not good enough, so he could only listen to Song Jianqiang narrate the laughable pursuit that began on the roof of Clay Bottle Alley. The man rested one hand on his knee and the other on his cheek as he looked into the distance. In between the narration of the pursuit, he would occasionally interject some secret matters of the town that no one knew, or some random cultivation insights that he had. If we don't talk about opportunities and only talk about artifacts and artifacts, that famous sword manual that has been rumored for a long time can be ranked in the top 3 of the town. If we look at the timeline and put into the town's 3,000 years of history, it might be a little difficult for it to be ranked in the top 10, but it's definitely not a problem for it to be ranked in the top 20. Don't think that this ranking is low. In fact, it's very high. In addition to that Swansea armor, if the young man surnamed Lu can digest all of this, in my opinion, his opportunities won't be any worse than the 5 of you. Song Jisun did not look up, because there was a guy directly hanging his foot above the young man's head. The young man curiously asked, "Then why was he killed by the elder ape of Xinjiang Mountain with one punch?" Song Jiankyung smiled faintly and said, "His luck is too good. He is envied by others and he has no backing. Is it difficult to understand?" Song Jisun's face was full of doubts and asked, "Then why didn't you rope him in more thoroughly when you were in Clay Bottle Alley?" The king of Dali above the young man's head laughed and was extremely happy. He laughed for a long time before he said, "As for those cultivation geniuses on the mountain, anyway, when you go out and hear one of my nicknames, you will understand the reason." Song Jiankyung suddenly stood up and looked into the distance. His expression changed slightly. He gently stroked the jade belt on his waist with one hand, and his eyes were burning. In the eyes of this martial arts grandmaster, who was almost at the peak of the mountain, the aura in the westernmost part of the town was turbulent as the mountain-moving ape broke the rules. So much so that the aura in that area was chaotic, like a broken porcelain that had exploded and splashed. Song Jiankyung slowly said, "You may be wondering why those foreigners have the look of looking at others as if they are ants. Do you really think this is just their natural conceit? Do they have eyes in the sky? Personality is a small part of the reason, but more of it is the general trend. You have never been out of the town, so you don't know the transcendent status of these immortal masters in the outside world." Song Jisun replied, "I am not surprised at all. It is hard to chat with people who have read books." Song Jiankyung was not surprised. He continued to say, "Because there is a line between you and them. This line isn't that big, but to some people it's even smaller than a small ditch. As long as you encounter it, you can cross it. Just like you, Lu Xianyang, and that scholar Zhao Yao, who was chosen by a major Taoist sect from another continent, are all in this category. But it is not small either. Most people in the town look at that line as if they are facing a natural moat, and they don't even have the desire to cross it. The gap between the two groups of people separated by that line is actually like the gap between people and plants. It is no different from the gap between yin and yang, or even bigger." At this point, the king of Li suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Then he gloated and said, "That old beast is a little unlucky this time. He just had to provoke such a little hedgehog. He's really good at concealing his strength." Song Jisun, I understand you a little now. Anyone who has such an opponent will feel uncomfortable. Except for killing him with a clean punch, it is really a disgusting and troublesome thing. Song Jisun's face was unhappy. Not far away in the Li family's mansion, there were loud shouts, and even the sea-calming divine needle in the dark angrily made a move. The straw sandals boy did have a helper. And it was not an ordinary person. Song Jiankyung smiled. Even if the assassin's figure flashed under the Sun Hui tree, the king of Dali had no intention to stop him at all. In his field of vision, the burly figure of the old ape strode back from the west, constantly rising and falling in the town. As for whether he would trample on the houses and destroy the courtyard layout when he landed, he did not care at all. The old ape of Xinjiang Mountain seemed to have identified a punching bag. Song Jiankyung suddenly frowned, then he felt relieved, and then an instant burst of fighting spirit. Dali Song Jiankyung, a martial artist, liked 3 things in this life: building a capital temple, killing geniuses, and fighting immortals. In the next moment, Song Jisun's eyes widened. Unknowingly, the man above his head had already landed on Fulu Street, and collided with the burly old man in the distance, simply and almost rudely. Dali's king of Dali, the moving mountain ape. The two exchanged punches, hitting each other's chests. Song Jiankyung did not retreat, but advanced instead, taking a step forward, while the old ape took a step back. They each punched again, this time hitting each other's forehead between the eyebrows. Song Jiankyung strode forward, and this time he was the only one who punched. He stepped forward, heavily stepping on the ground, his knees slightly bent, his left hand extended forward, and his right hand clenched into a fist and pulled back. The man wore a snow-white robe, his sleeves fluttering, and the ground under his feet was full of broken bluestone. A punch went straight. The old ape could only extend a palm, blocking Song Jiankyung's fist. Between heaven and earth, there seemed to be two faint cracking sounds. The old ape slid back more than 10 feet, plowing a shocking gully in the bluestone ground. Song Jiankyung gently waved his sleeve, one hand behind his back, the other holding the white jade belt at his waist, and said with a smile, "Shi Jingchun, are you not going to stop me? Are you really going to give up? Don't hold on a little longer." The old ape exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. Song Jiankyung raised a palm, shook it, and said with a smile, "Wait until I get out of here, then we'll fight. For now, let's go about our own business." The old ape grinned, "Song Jiankyung, then you better be able to beat me when the time comes, or Dali's southern border army won't have it easy." Song Jiankyung smiled, "As you wish." The old ape snorted coldly, then entered the Li family's mansion alone. The young lady was safe and sound, and could not even be considered frightened. After the old ape understood the details, he realized that it was just a clumsy trick, and after thinking for a while, he rushed to the west of the town with a sinister smile. He entered the mountains to hunt. In the night, Qin Pingan fled deep into the mountains. Not long after, he ran into a bamboo forest where the soil was exceptionally soft. The straw sandals youth began to deliberately increase his footsteps. About half an hour later, when he was about to run out of the bamboo forest, the youth suddenly climbed onto a bamboo on his left and swung to another nearby bamboo. He was more like an ape than the mountain-moving ape of Xingyang Mountain. After repeating this several times, he finally landed lightly on the ground. He squatted down and wiped his footprints with his hand. When he turned around and saw that he was about 5 to 6 feet away from the first bamboo, he continued to run. In less than the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the faint sound of the stream could be heard. Not only did the youth not stop running, he leaped high into the air and fell into the stream. Soon the youth stood up. It turned out that he had landed on a huge rock. The youth, who was incomparably familiar with the landscape, tried his best to widen his eyes. Relying on his extraordinary eyesight and outstanding memory, he jumped on the rocks in the stream and fled all the way downstream. If he continued like this, he would be able to reach the green ox's back by the stream, then the covered bridge, and finally Master Ruan's blacksmith shop. However, the youth did not get too close to the back of the green ox. After the stream left the mountain, he suddenly shrank to the narrowest part of the girl's waist and went ashore on the right side. Soon he heard the girl softly shout, "Qin Pingan, over here." Qin Pingan quickly squatted down and panted. He reached out to wipe the sweat on his forehead. The girl in black whispered, "Can you really trick the old ape to go up the mountain?" The youth said bitterly, "I tried my best." It was Ning Yao, who had also taken a detour from the town's Falu Street. She asked, "Are you hurt?" The straw sandals youth shook his head and said, "It's just a minor injury." The girl had mixed feelings and said angrily, "You're lucky that the old ape didn't kill you for playing like this." Qin Pingan grinned and said, "The old bastard broke the rules once. But if you had made your move a little later, I reckon I wouldn't have succeeded." The girl was stunned and then said happily, "It really worked? Not bad, Qin Pingan." Qin Pingan chuckled. Ning Yao rolled her eyes and asked, "What's next?" The straw-sandaled youth thought for a moment and said, "The general direction we agreed on will remain unchanged, but there are some details that need to be changed. The old ape is too powerful." Ning Yao slapped the youth's head and laughed angrily. "You just realized?" Qin Pingan suddenly said, "Miss Ning, please turn around. I want to apply some herbs to my back. Also, help me keep an eye on the stream." The girl turned around and faced the upstream of the stream. Qin Pingan took off the outer robe that originally belonged to Lu Xianyang, took off the wooden porcelain armor, and took out the porcelain bottle from the Yang family's shop from a cloth pouch at his waist. He poured out some thick ointment and poured it onto his right palm. He lifted the robe with his left hand and applied it on his back with his right hand. The young man, who was able to bear the pain, couldn't help but break out in cold sweat. Although the girl did not turn around, she still asked, "Is it very painful?" The young man smiled and said, "This is nothing." The young girl curled her lips. What was he trying to show off? In the westernmost house of the small town, a woman sat on the ground and cried loudly. She patted her chest with all her strength and swayed back and forth. Her thin clothes showed signs of exploding at any time. Her pair of dirty young children stood beside their mother, not knowing what to do. Given the density of the old ape's fresh chi back then, if it had not discovered the activity in the Li family's mansion on Fulu Street and had to confirm the safety of the little girl on Jingyang Mountain, it might not have been completely certain that it could kill the cunning youth with straw sandals. However, if it were to kill Lu Baqiao, it would definitely be able to kill him. Of course, the old ape was not blind, nor was it an idiot. When his natal flying sword was about to be drawn, the mountain-guarding ape must have sensed his presence. However, Lu Baqiao had wandered around the gates of hell. Despite his lingering fear, he was not particularly fearful of the old ape's existence. Regardless of the disparity in strength between the Wind Thunder Garden and Jingyang Mountain, it would be fine if they did not attack. Once one side chose to attack, it would be a situation where one side would fight to the death. Moreover, people with low cultivation would never kowtow and beg for mercy. This was a fact that countless lives had been sacrificed in the two sacred lands of the sword from the eastern Bottle continent over the past 500 years. Moreover, it was not as if Lu Baqiao did not have a backup plan in the small town. Lu Baqiao slowly stood up. He did not go straight back to the yamen. Instead, he walked towards the small, run-down residence on the far west side. He stood outside the low yellow mud wall and called out loudly. When the man and his wife both turned their heads to look at him, he casually threw out a golden copper coin to the weeping woman. He smiled and said, "Big sister, I beg you to stop howling. I'm so scared even from so far away." The woman took the golden copper coin and lowered her head to glance at its design. It was similar to a copper coin, but the color was different. She was a little dazed and asked softly, "Gold?" Lu Baqiao laughed and said, "No. But it's much more valuable than gold." The woman was stunned at first, then she flew into a rage and threw the golden copper coin at the young man. She stood up and scolded with her hands on her hips, "Get lost. I might believe it if it's gold, but it's more valuable than gold? Do you think I haven't seen the world? I'm also someone who hasn't seen silver with my own hands. You little bastard who hasn't even grown hair yet. You don't even care about the little loach in your pants. How dare you come to my place and pretend to be a master? My man is not dead yet." Speaking of this, the woman became even angrier. She walked over quickly. Her thick waist was not much thinner than a bucket, but she could still twist it in a different way. She kicked the man who was squatting on the ground without saying a word, causing him to fall to the ground. The man did not even dare to talk back, let alone fight back. He crawled away and then continued squatting, his eyes filled with resentment. The woman pointed at her man and scolded, "Useless coward, you're no different from being dead. You only know how to play dead when something happens. You only know how to wander around all day catching fish and catching snakes. You're no different from a child wearing diapers. You're worse than your son. At least Xiao Huai knows how to steal, pick up some things to go home. You're a father, why aren't you willing to work as a clerk in the Yang family's shop? Are you so rich that you have to compete with silver? You don't even know how to do proper work all year round?" Speaking of this, the woman with a bosom worthy of the word spectacular suddenly smiled. "If it weren't for the fact that you can still torment people at night, I'd be willing to spend my days with you." The neighbors who were watching the show burst into laughter. There were also young and strong men who whistled and said dirty words. The woman finally pointed her spear at the culprit again and roared, "Why aren't you getting lost? You haven't weaned yet, have you?" Lu Baqiao had never seen such rustic behavior. Not only did he not find it despicable, but he also found it quite interesting. He watched the show with relish. Even though he was badly scolded by the woman, he did not get angry but laughed instead. Every time he quarreled in the Wind and Thunder Garden, he would feel a kind of loneliness. He felt that he had good martial arts skills but had no equal opponent. He never thought that he would finally have a place to use his skills today. He became excited and said with a cheeky smile, "So what if I haven't weaned? Big sister, can you help me?" The woman raised her eyebrows and sneered, "I'm afraid that I'll accidentally suffocate you to death. You can go to Granny Ma in Apricot Blossom Lane. You can eat until you're full." Suddenly laughter shook the sky. Although Lu Baqiao did not know who Granny Ma was, from the reaction of the audience around him, he knew that he had been defeated miserably. The young sword cultivator gave a thumbs up and said with a bright smile, "Big sister, you win." Then he clamped the gold fine copper coin with 2 fingers and shook it. "You really don't want it?" The woman was obviously hesitant and suspicious. At this moment, someone in the distance helplessly shouted, "Baqiao, Mr. Chui wants you to go back quickly." Lu Baqiao heard the voice and turned his head. It was Qin Songfeng, a disciple of the Qin family in the Dragon Tail Commandery. Beside him stood a tall and cold woman. She was empty-handed and did not carry any weapons. Her appearance was not outstanding, but her figure was indescribable. Her pair of long legs was very much to Lu Baqiao's liking. She was Qin Songfeng's distant relative. As for how distant, Qin Songfeng had never taken the initiative to mention it. The woman had always called Qin Songfeng by his name. Along the way the three of them usually got along. Lu Baqiao did not feel that the woman was arrogant, just that her temperament was naturally cold. Since Cui Minghuang had spoken, Lu Baqiao did not dare to stay any longer. He followed the two to Filu Street. But when he left, he subconsciously glanced at the middle-aged man with a frown. A sloppy man mixed in the crowd hesitated for a moment. After the neighbors dispersed, he walked alone to the courtyard. The woman was about to bring her son and daughter to live with her parents. She was really unwilling. Her parents were all snobbish and looked down on the man she had chosen. Therefore in these years, except for festivals, they rarely interacted with each other. But this kind of unexpected misfortune, the woman had no choice. She wanted to be more unyielding and bring her son and daughter to live in an inn for a few days. She wanted to be the daughter-in-law of a rich man. But unfortunately she was embarrassingly short of money. She was so poor that she could not even make a sound. She could only thicken her skin and return to her parents' home to be looked down upon. So, the more the woman thought about it, the angrier she became. Before she left, she fiercely pinched her husband's waist until his entire face was crooked. The two children were used to this scene. Not only were they not worried about their parents quarreling, they were even secretly laughing. The woman's eyes were sharp. She saw the sloppy man hiding by the door sneakily and immediately scolded, "Surname Zheng, are you here to steal my clothes again? Are you a dog? Rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows. No matter how much I don't want to admit it, I still have 8 lifetimes of bad luck. I'm your sister-in-law. How can you bear to steal it?" The sloppy man wanted to cry but had no tears. He even had the heart to die. "Sister-in-law, I swear to heaven and earth. I just forgot to buy candy for your family Xiaohuai, so he deliberately said that. Sister-in-law, how can you really believe it?" The little boy had an innocent face. Of course the woman trusted her child more. She raised her hand and was about to slap the man. The latter quickly shrank his neck and ran to the side. He shouted to the man squatting on the ground, "Senior brother, why don't you persuade sister-in-law?" The man said in a low muffled voice, "I don't dare to persuade her." The sloppy man sighed. This world can't let honest people survive. The woman held the children in each hand and walked to the courtyard door. Suddenly she turned her head and threw a coquettish look. She smiled and said, "Surname Zheng, bring more money next time. Sister-in-law will sell it to you. I'll only charge you 50 copper coins each. How about it?" The sloppy man's eyes lit up. He said timidly, "Isn't it a little expensive? The new clothes from the shop in Apricot Blossom Lane, the fabric is the best, but it's only this price." The woman changed her face faster than flipping a book. She scolded, "You really dare to have such bad thoughts? Go to hell, you deserve to be a bachelor for life. Your life is worthless. If you die at the East Gate one day, no one will collect your corpse." After the woman and the children left, the sloppy man jumped back lightly and sat on the wall of the courtyard. He said angrily, "Senior brother, I don't want to criticize you, but you're really blind. That's why you chose such a shrewish woman as your wife." It turned out that this sloppy man was the gatekeeper of the east gate of the town. His surname was Zheng and he was a bachelor. The honest man who was still squatting on the ground in the courtyard jumped out. "I'm happy." The gatekeeper of the town, who was in charge of collecting money from outsiders, was silent for a moment. He said, "Master asked you to bear with it for the time being. Don't fight with others." The gatekeeper looked up and glanced at the pitiful roof. He suddenly laughed. "Master also said that if you really can't bear it, you can find your wife to vent your anger. Anyway, sister-in-law isn't afraid of you tormenting her. She likes this kind of attitude." The man who couldn't even beat a fart with 10 sticks raised his head and looked at the sloppy man on the low wall. The latter quickly changed his words. Okay. I Jing Dafeng said it. Master didn't say such things." The honest man stood up. He had a short stature and bronze skin. The muscles on his arms were bulging, causing his sleeves to be stretched. He was also a little hunchbacked. He said to the gatekeeper in a bad mood, "If master is willing to say more than 10 words to you, I'll take your surname." The gatekeeper repeated his master's words in his heart. He then counted with his fingers. It really wasn't more than 10 words. The sloppy man first cursed. Then he was very discouraged and sad. He actually revealed his true feelings for the first time, so he looked especially pitiful. The hunchbacked man asked, "Is there anything else?" The gatekeeper nodded. "Master asked you to deal with that person." The hunchbacked man frowned. He habitually squatted down and faced the house. He said in a muffled voice, "Why should I?" The gatekeeper Zheng Dafeng rolled his eyes. "It's master's orders. It's up to you." The man thought for a moment. "You can leave. Next time if I see you stealing sister-in-law's things, I'll break your 3 legs. The sloppy man Zheng Dafeng was furious. "Lier, explain it to me. Who stole your wife's clothes? How could you believe such nonsense? Is your brain flooded with water?" The man turned his head and looked at his angry junior brother. His face darkened and he remained silent. Zheng Dafeng was like a resentful girl who had been wronged. He said in grief and indignation, "I won't dare to do it again. Is that okay?" The gatekeeper stood up and tapped the ground with the tip of his foot. Like a locust tree leaf, he floated into the street. When he was far away, he dared to curse, "Lier, I'm going to find sister-in-law to buy her underwear." The sloppy man ran faster than a dog as he said those harsh words. However, the honest man had no intention of getting up. He spat out a word. "Coward." The 3 of them returned to the yamen. The Confucian gentleman from Lakeview Academy, Chui Minghuang, had been waiting in the main hall for a long time. When he saw the unfamiliar woman, Chui Minghuang stood up and nodded in greeting. The woman nodded back. Her expression was still cold. In Lu Baqiao's private words, it was as if the whole world owed her a lot of money. After the 3 of them sat down, Chui Minghuang smiled at Lu Baqiao. "It's good that you didn't make a move. Otherwise you would have caused a big mess. You didn't see it. Just now, our supervising officer Song and that Jingyang Mountain's mountain guardian ape clashed 3 times on Falu Street. It caused quite a commotion. To be honest, no matter what kind of rare opportunity you encounter, I advise you not to make a move. Don't think that you can take advantage of it." Lu Baqiao asked curiously, "Don't tell me that old bastard defeated Song Jianqiang with 3 punches? Song Jianqiang is so useless? Didn't they say that he's already at the threshold of the 10th realm? He's only half a step away from that realm." Chui Minghuang said helplessly, "In any case we're staying at Officer Song's place. Can't you be a little more polite?" Qin Songfeng sighed. "It's Officer Song who has the upper hand. Even if it had nothing to do with the vassal of Dali, as long as one was a cultivator, it was impossible not to be fascinated by such a feat after hearing about it. A pure martial artist who only used his physical body to fight a mountain-moving ape to the end. Most importantly, this person even had the upper hand." The woman sat at the side with her eyes closed. Her hands were naturally placed on her knees. When she heard this, her fingers moved slightly. She was also hurriedly found by Qin Songfeng. Originally, she planned to wander around the small town. The reason why she didn't insist and followed Qin Songfeng to find Lu Baqiao before returning to the yamen was because she did as the Romans did. As for whether Qin Songfeng could gain some benefits from the old locust tree and obtain a few ancestral shade locust tree leaves, the woman with the same surname Qin didn't care. However, when Qin Songfeng found her, she could still clearly feel the young man's deliberately suppressed excitement. It was most likely due to his bountiful harvest. The number of locust tree leaves that fell exceeded the expectations of Dragontail County's Qin clan's patriarch. Lu Baqiao suddenly held his stomach and laughed. That old bastard suffered a huge setback this time. How delightful. He was actually led by the nose through half of the small town by an ordinary youth. Haha, this is the biggest joke in the world. It's enough for me to talk about in the Wind Thunder Garden for 10 years. When the time comes, with the temperament of those country bumpkins from Jingyang Mountain, they'll definitely jump out and say that the Wind Thunder Garden is slandering them. If you have the ability, show me the evidence. I'll show you the evidence. If it weren't for the small town's prohibition of spells and the price of breaking the rules is too high, I'd copy this scene into the voice and appearance mirror even if I die." Chui Minghuang's expression suddenly changed slightly. He shouted at Lu Baqiao, "Baqiao." The woman opened her eyes almost at the same time. Lu Baqiao was just about to ask what was going on, but he suddenly shut his mouth. Soon a white-robed man slowly walked in. After crossing the threshold, he smiled at Lu Baqiao and asked, "What's so funny? It's better to have fun together than to have fun alone. Why don't you let me have some fun too?" Chui Minghuang had already stood up and was about to speak. He meant to give the main seat to this Dali vassal king. Song Jianqiang smiled and shook his head at this scholar from Lakeview Academy. indicating that there was no need for such complicated formalities. He casually pulled a chair and sat beside Lu Baqiao, facing Qin Songfeng and the woman on his left and right. Although Lu Baqiao gave the impression that he was a mischievous person at such a close distance, he was facing a martial artist who was very likely to reach the 10th realm of the legendary realm. This guy was notorious. Putting aside the king building temple incident, the fact that he had a hobby of killing geniuses was really creepy. Therefore, although Lu Baqiao kept calling him Song Zhangqiang when the Dali vassal king was not here, he was very guilty at this moment. Fortunately, the young sword practitioner did not care much about his face. He smiled apologetically and said, "Great Master Song, I was just talking about the battle between you and the old bastard of Xingyang Mountain. It was really shocking. Your Highness, your fist was like a dragon. If you had not shown mercy, that mountain guardian ape would have died on the spot on Fulu Street. Lord Song's martial arts and martial virtues are really beyond my reach." Song Zhangqiang smiled and did not speak. Lu Baqiao's forehead and back were soaked in cold sweat. Finally, he could not say a word and resentfully shut his mouth completely. Song Zhangqiang suddenly turned to look at the woman opposite him. His eyes were playful and full of interest. He asked, "Are you also a disciple of the Qin family of Dragontail Commandery?" The woman shook her head and said slowly, "No." Song Zhangqiang said, "Oh," thoughtfully. The atmosphere was awkward. Until Song Jisin appeared at the door. Seeing that there were no chairs in the house, the young man casually stood on the threshold and looked at the people in the house. Song Zhangqiang did not take it to heart. He smiled at Lu Baqiao and said, "Actually, you're one of the benefactors of the young man's survival." The mountain-moving ape had not assumed that the young man's provocation was instigated by someone. In this small town, those who dared to set a trap for Xingyang Mountain were not fools. They were all people who were good at planning and then acting. Therefore the old ape thought that the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind the mantis stalking the cicada, must have a high status and powerful skills. That was why the old ape, who did not want to reveal any flaws, was in such a sorry state in Mud Bottle Alley. Therefore the old ape only loosened his hands and punched the young man in straw sandals in the back after making sure that there were no assassins lurking around the house on the west side of the town. Lu Baqiao laughed dryly and said, "Although that's the truth, I don't want to be your benefactor." Song Zhangqiang dismissed it with a smile. The woman turned and glanced at the handsome young man sitting on the threshold. The young man smiled at her. The woman turned back with an expressionless face. The young man curled his lips and began to admire her long legs openly. She was about 25 or 26 years old. She was not bad-looking, but the young man thought that she was quite tasteful. The woman turned back with a cold gaze and said in a hoarse voice, "Do you want to die?" Song Jisin pointed at himself with an extremely superficial and innocent expression. He looked like he deserved a beating. Meh. The young man then pointed at Song Zhangqiang, the king of Dali. "You'll have to ask him first." The woman was about to stand up. Song Zhangqiang immediately narrowed his eyes. In the main hall, a majestic pressure slammed down on everyone's heads like a storm. There was nowhere to hide. Everyone's skin felt like it was being pricked by needles. Only Song Jisin, who was at the door, did not feel anything. Qin Songfeng spoke with difficulty, but his tone was not weak. "Your Highness, this lady is not from Eastern Bottle Continent, so I hope your Highness will be careful." The woman smiled and stood up. "You dare to kill me? Aren't you afraid that Dali will be destroyed?" Cui Minghuang was about to stop her. The woman flew backward. The chair behind her turned into dust in the air. The woman's tall body was completely embedded in the wall, almost like an object embedded in the wall. Song Zhangqiang stood under the wall mysteriously with his hands behind his back. He looked up slightly at the woman who was bleeding from her 7 orifices and smiled. "Little girl, do you think that your father or ancestor is very powerful so you're qualified to show off in front of this king? What's that word again?" The king turned to look at his nephew with a smile. The young man smiled and said, "You nonsense." Song Zhangqiang smiled and turned to look at the woman. Although the latter's face was full of pain, her eyes were firm and did not show the slightest sign of weakness. Song Zhangqiang said, "In your next life, don't meet this king again." Qin Songfeng's liver and gallbladder were torn apart. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was in an extremely complicated mood. He was about to speak with great anger and great fear. He was about to speak, but Cui Minghuang had already taken a step forward and bowed to apologize. He lowered his head and said sincerely, "Your Highness, Can you give me face and not lower yourself to her level? Song Jiankyung's mouth twitched, full of sarcasm. The woman who was looking at the king of Dali suddenly closed her eyes as if she had accepted her fate. At this moment, the young man on the other side of the threshold laughed and said, "Uncle, forget it. If word gets out that you bullied a woman, it will damage your reputation." Song Jiankyung's figure paused slightly. It was so subtle that even Cui Minghuang and Lu Baqiao only felt that the killing god did not move at all. Song Jiankyung tilted his head, stretched out 2 fingers and flicked casually. It was as if he was brushing the dust off his shoulder. Lu Baqiao, the number 1 of the younger generation in the Wind Thunder Garden, was dumbfounded. Cui Minghuang was relieved. Qin Songfeng felt as if he had fallen into the clouds. Song Jiankyung smiled at Lu Baqiao and said, "Boy, not bad. I think highly of you." The woman opened her eyes and pulled herself out of the wall. After landing, her figure swayed and she said to the back of the man, "Qin will remember today's lesson." Song Jiankyung ignored her and said to Lu Baqiao, "After leaving the town, go to the capital of Dali and find me. I have something for you. It depends on whether you can carry it or not." Lu Baqiao blurted out, "Talisman sword." Cultivators all knew that the talisman sword was one of the main magic artifacts of Taoism. But if a sword could be directly crowned with the name Talisman Sword, and known by the world, one could imagine how amazing this sword would be. Song Jiankyung and Song Jisin walked out of the courtyard. The man smiled and said, "Have you vented the anger in your chest?" Song Jisin nodded and said, "More or less. Regarding the incident with Chen Pingan, this guy even tricked his own nephew." Of course, Song Jisin was full of resentment. Song Jisin suddenly frowned and asked, "That woman seems to have a strong background. Uncle, aren't you afraid that if you beat the young one you'll provoke the big one, and if you beat the big one you'll provoke the old fart? If the county records are not lying, then I know how powerful those old bastards are. When the time comes, will Dolly really be fine?" The man calmed the young man with 1 sentence. "You've underestimated Song Jiankyung." In the main hall, Cui Minghuang sat back in his seat without showing any emotion. Lu Baqiao slumped against the back of the chair and said with lingering fear, "Oh my, is the difference between the 7th and 8th realms so big?" There was a 7th and 8th realms martial artist in the Wind Thunder Garden, and they all had a good relationship with Lu Baqiao. Cui Minghuang shook his head and said, "In Go, even 9th realms are divided into strong and weak. Besides, Song Jiankyung is the strongest 9th realm player." Then Cui Minghuang looked at the woman called Qin Duan and asked with concern, "Miss Qin, are you all right?" The woman was also a ruthless person. Although her face was pale, she still smiled calmly and said, "I'm fine." Qin Songfeng seemed to be even more terrified than the distant relative of this person. Cui Minghuang sighed inwardly. It would be difficult for the Dragon Tail County's Qin clan to stand out in the upcoming chaos. Lu Baqiao clicked his tongue and said, "You can bounce my flying sword back to my acupuncture point with a flick of your finger without hurting my spirit at all. That's unbelievable." "I couldn't stand it at that time, so I gave the child a worthless prescription." "What happened? Was the child injured by someone?" The shopkeeper took a sip of tea and smiled bitterly. "Didn't I just say that the young man's surname is Lu? Old man Yang, you really have a bad memory." Old man Yang laughed and didn't care. The old shopkeeper asked cautiously, "Old Yang, should we do something for our shop?" Old man Yang picked up the old tobacco pipe made of small Nanju bamboo and shook it. "Shopkeeper, you don't need to do anything." The shopkeeper seemed to have eaten a calming pill and nodded. That's good, that's good. Old man Yang, I'll leave first. You do what you need to do." Old man Yang was about to stand up and send him off, but the shopkeeper quickly persuaded him, "No need to send me off." After the shopkeeper walked down the stairs, he looked back and saw Old man Yang was about to close the door. After looking at each other, Old man Yang grinned and the shopkeeper quickly turned around and left. When the shopkeeper took over the shop in his middle age, his father, who was dying on the bed, said some strange words. "If the shop encounters a big problem, find Old man Yang and do as he says." This sentence seems to have been passed down from your grandfather's grandfather. In the future, when you pass down the shop to the next generation, don't forget to say this. You must not forget. At that time, the old shopkeeper nodded vigorously in agreement. Only then did the old man swallow his last breath and pass away peacefully with his eyes closed. The night gradually deepened. Old man Yang lit an oil lamp. As he smoked, the old man thought of some things that happened in the past. They were all trivial matters that no one would care about. An ancestral house that had been passed down from generation to generation was neatly tidied up. It didn't look like a family in Clay Bottle Alley. An honest man squatted in front of the courtyard. Looking at a delicate and pretty child, he asked with a smile, "Son, after the new year, are you an adult?" The child raised his hand and said in a lively and childish voice, "Father, I'm 5 years old, so I'm an adult." The man smiled and felt a little sad. "Then when father is not here, mother will be handed over to you to take care of. Can you do it?" The child immediately straightened his back. "Yes." The man smiled and stretched out a big hand full of calluses. "Pinky promise." The child quickly stretched out his small white hand and happily said, "Pinky promise I won't change it for 100 years. The father and son Pinky hooked their pinky fingers and their thumbs were tightly pressed together. After the man let go, he slowly stood up and turned his head to look at the graceful figure who was busy in the main room. Then he suddenly strode away. The child behind him shouted, "Father, Tonghulu is delicious." The man's lips trembled. He turned his head and squeezed out a smile. "I know." In the end the child was sensible. He blinked his eyes. "The small ones are more delicious." The man quickly turned his head and didn't dare to look at his son again. He continued to walk and murmured, "Son, father is leaving." In the Young family shop, a child who came to buy medicine every few days was pushed out of the shop by an impatient shop assistant. The young shop assistant scolded, "How many times have I told you? These few pieces of silver can't even buy the dregs of medicine. How can you be so annoying and block the way for half a day? We are a medicine shop. We are doing business, not a temple. There is no bodhisattva for you to worship. If it weren't for your young age I would have hit you. Get out, get out." The child clenched the shriveled money bag tightly. He wanted to cry but he insisted on not crying out loud. He still repeated the same words over and over again, "My mother is still waiting for me to boil the medicine. It has been a long time. My family really has no money but my mother is really sick." The young shop assistant casually picked up a broom and pretended to hit the child. The child standing outside the door was so scared that he squatted down and covered his head with both hands. His left hand still didn't forget to hold the money bag tightly. After a long time, the child raised his head and found a stern-faced old man standing there, looking at him. The young shop assistant had resentfully put down the broom and busied himself with the matter at hand. The old man stretched out a hand. "Give money when you buy things. It is a matter of course for businessmen to make money. As for how much you earn, it depends on your conscience. But there is absolutely no reason to lose money. So give me the money back. I will accept those few pieces of silver. Today I will give you the medicine needed for your mother's treatment on credit. But you have to pay back the money later. You are not allowed to owe the shop a single cent, little guy, do you understand?" The child blinked his eyes. He was confused but he still handed over the money bag. In the end the old man leaned on the counter with some effort. Then, he looked at the child whose head was almost invisible and asked, "Do you know how to boil the medicine?" The child pecked at the rice. "I know." The old man frowned. "You really know?" This time the child only dared to gently nod. The young shop assistant laughed in the distance. "Our master Lu went to Mud Bottle Alley at that time. After treating his mother he taught the child once. Later he was worried and personally watched the child suffer. It's strange. A big kid unexpectedly didn't make any mistakes. Master Lu said it himself, so it should be true." The old man waved to the child. "Go." The child happily carried a large bag of medicine wrapped in butter paper and quickly ran back to Mud Bottle Alley. His mother was lying on the wooden bed. After the child tiptoed into the house, he found that his mother was still sleeping. He touched her forehead and found that it was not hot. He was relieved. Then the child quietly moved one of his mother's hands back to the quilt. The child went to the kitchen outside the house and began to boil the medicine in a clay pot. Taking advantage of the time, he began to cook. The child needed to step on a small stool. The child vigorously turned the spatula and choked on the hot water. He didn't forget to nag, "It must be delicious, it must be. Otherwise, mother will lose her appetite again." A child who was only 5 years old carried a basket almost larger than himself and walked to the mountain outside the town. This was the child's second time entering the mountain. The first time Old Yang of the Yang family shop took care of the child's weak leg strength, so he walked very slowly. In addition, the old man only taught the child to pick a few kinds of herbs, and the basket was also carried by the old man, so it was actually easy to enter and leave the mountain. Today it was different. The child carried the basket under the hot sun, and there was a burst of burning pain on his back. The child walked while crying. He gritted his teeth and walked forward. That time the child returned to the Yang family's shop after dark. There was only a thin layer of medicine in the basket. Old Yang was furious. The child cried and said that his mother was the only one at home. He was afraid that his mother would be hungry. Otherwise there would be more medicine. He said that he could get up early tomorrow and enter the mountain. The old man was silent. He turned and left, only saying that he would give him another chance. Less than 2 months later, the child's hands and feet were full of calluses. One day, a sudden rainstorm made the child, who had forgotten the time while picking herbs in the mountain, separated on the other side of the stream. Looking at the raging flood, the child wailed in the heavy rain. In the end, the child couldn't bear it anymore and planned to jump into the stream. At that time, old Yang suddenly appeared on the other side, stepped across the stream and carried the child back. The raindrops the size of soybeans fell on the child, but he was smiling happily on the way down the mountain. After leaving the mountain, the old man said, "Little Ping An, help me make a pipe, and I'll teach you how to climb the mountain without getting tired." The child reached out to wipe the rain and grinned, "Okay." The child jumped back to Clay Bottle Lane. Today he picked a very rare and precious herb, so the Yang family shop gave his mother more medicine. The child, who hadn't eaten for a day, suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. At that moment the child knew that he had eaten something wrong on the mountain. The pain started from his stomach to his hands and feet and finally to his head. The child first carefully squatted down, took off the basket and then took a deep breath, trying to suppress the pain. But there was a burst of burning and a burst of cold. In the end, the child could only roll in the alley in pain. From beginning to end, the child didn't dare to cry out. No matter how his head hit the wall of the alley, the child didn't cry out in the end. It was too close to home. The child was afraid that his mother, who was lying in bed, would be worried. During that process, the child, who was unconscious, only felt the beating of his heart, like the sound of a drum rumbling in his ears. In Apricot Blossom Lane, a child squatted not far from the Tonghulu stall. Every time he squatted for a while, but the stall owner remembered that dark little face. Finally, one time, the man who sold Tonghulu took off a Tonghulu and smiled, "Here you go, free of charge." The child quickly got up, shook his head, smiled shyly and ran away. After that, the child's figure was never seen again. That winter, the woman on the sickbed was already as thin as a match. Naturally, her face was withered and ugly. The child, who had just returned from praying at the dilapidated statue, went to Apricot Blossom Lane to fetch water from the iron lock well. He came to the bedside and sat on a small stool. Seeing that his mother was awake, he softly asked, "Mother, are you better?" The woman smiled with difficulty, "Much better. It doesn't hurt at all." The child was overjoyed. "Mother, praying to the Bodhisattva was as useful." The woman nodded and shakily stretched out a hand. The child quickly held his mother's hand. The woman turned her body to the side in extreme pain and stared at her child's face. The woman, who had been tortured by illness, suddenly brimmed with happiness. She murmured, "How can there be such a good child in the world, and how can he be my son?" In the winter of that year, the woman didn't make it through the end of the year. She didn't wait for her son to put up the spring festival couplets and the door god and died. Before she closed her eyes, it just happened to snow in the small town. She let her son go out to see the snow. The woman listened to her son's footsteps running out of the house. She closed her eyes and piously murmured, fragmented piece, my little Pingon, years of peace, years of peace, years of peace, years of peace, years of peace." From that day on, Chin Pingon became an orphan. It's just that he turned from a child to a teenager. '51. After he returned to Fulu town, he had a brief sparring session with the Prince of Li, Song Changjing. The old ape of Xinjiang Mountain did not stay in the Li residence for too long. He flew out of the town and stopped for a moment at the place where the young man with straw sandals entered the mountain. Then he returned to the place where he punched and carefully observed the depth of the young man's footprints on the ground. Apart from that, the old ape also saw a series of faint footprints of an adult. It guessed that they were probably left by the young sword cultivator from the Wind Thunder Garden. When it punched the young man from Clay Bottle Alley, the young man was clearly trying to take advantage of the situation. There was an instant of sword chi leaking out. Although it was fleeting and well hidden, the old ape was a veteran of hundreds of battles. It had also cultivated for 1,000 years on Mount Xinjiang where sword chi could break bottles. It was all too familiar with sword chi and sword intent. The guardian ape of Mount Xingyang had lived for too long, so it was too knowledgeable. It had seen sword immortals who were adept at nurturing high-tier flying swords. Among them, there were dozens of miniature flying swords that were as tiny as hair. It had also seen life-bound flying swords as large as mountains that could cut rivers in half with a single slash. The old ape pondered for a while before continuing forward. After entering the mountain, it was overgrown with weeds and then a bamboo forest. Most of the ground was covered with dried leaves from last autumn and winter. However, since it was the closest to the town, the bamboo forest did not appear barren and messy. Following the imperceptible footprints, the old ape discovered that it was about to leave the bamboo forest. The old ape did not walk out of the bamboo forest directly. Instead, it looked around and did not see the young man's footprints. It looked up and saw no obvious footprints on the bamboos around it. However, the old ape still did not pursue the young man up the mountain. Instead, it rose from the ground and stepped on the top of a thick bamboo. It slightly increased its strength and leaned its body toward the mountain. The bamboo bent and was about to collapse when the old ape suddenly dispersed its aura. Its burly body was as light as a feather. Without the heavy burden, the bamboo immediately rebounded and straightened. The old man stood on the top of the bamboo like a deity riding the wind. His body swayed slightly with the bamboo. After looking around and looking down, the old ape finally discovered some clues. The corners of its mouth twitched and it looked to its left. After listening carefully, it vaguely heard the sound of flowing water. The old macaque sneered. "You're as cunning as ever." The old macaque stepped on the bamboos and ran toward the stream on its left. It did not know how many bamboos were broken along the way, but when it arrived at the stream, the old macaque was unsure whether the young man with straw shoes would follow the stream into the deep forest or escape downstream. The old ape squatted by the stream and frowned. It was rather resentful. If they were in the outside world, as long as there was a mountain with a bit of spiritual energy, the old ape would be able to forcefully summon the earth god, who had lost his backing, and find out where the young man went after asking. This was also one of the original supernatural powers of the mountain-moving ape. Otherwise, no matter how powerful and famous other cultivators were, they would never be able to easily order around the gods of a region. The path to the Great Tao was different. It was just like how the Minister of War could not order a small minister counselor of the Ministry of Revenue to do this and that. The most important thing was that the Minister of War and the Minister Counselor were not in the imperial court of a country. The old macaque fell into deep thought as it listened to the stream. Logically speaking, the young man had probably honed his skills and stamina since he was young. He might have even studied shallow breathing techniques, which gave him an extraordinary physique. His body was light, his bones were hard, and his chi and blood were strong, which allowed him to play cat and mouse games with the old macaque on the roof of the alley. If that was the case, it made sense for him to hide in the depths of the dense forest where he was familiar with the path. If he was a pure young man, he only wanted to seek revenge because of his hot-bloodedness. After tasting the severity of the situation, he gradually cooled down and naturally became fearful. It was reasonable for him to run to the blacksmith's shop in the south to seek protection from Master Wan. The former would only take time, whereas the latter would not only consume energy, but it would also consume the incense on Xingyang Mountain. The old macaque followed its heart and blurted out, "This young man must die." After saying that, the old macaque no longer had any doubts. It chose to pursue the young man downstream. To the south of the town there was a winding yellow mud path. On both sides of the path were the paddy fields of the townspeople. Halfway through the path, there was a small dilapidated temple with white walls and black tiles. Although it was called a temple, it was actually a place for the townspeople to rest. Especially during the busy farming season, hot summer, or stormy weather, it made a world of difference whether there was a shelter or not. At this moment, Qin Pingan and Ning Yao were resting here. Ning Yao was born with an integrated sword heart, so it was easy for her to see at night. She easily discovered that the dilapidated walls were filled with young children's charcoal scribbles. Most of them were names. Most of the lower parts were mottled, distorted, or overlapped. Only on the higher parts were some names that were clearly visible. Song Jisin Jikyu Zhao Yao Xia Shi Chao Shi. It was a long string of names. She guessed that they were written while riding on the neck or standing on the shoulders of their friends. Ning Yao even saw the names of Lu Xianyang, Qin Pingan and Gu Kan. They were clustered in the highest part of the upper left corner, which made them seem rather out of place. Ning Yao retracted her gaze and asked, "Anyway, we've done the first step. We've forced the old macaque to breathe for the first time. Are you really going to the town to retrieve the wooden bow? Isn't it too risky?" What if the old macaque is very cautious and doesn't go up the mountain to find trouble with you? Wouldn't you be like a lamb in a tiger's den? The straw sandals teenager had been silently exhaling. The length of his breaths was not fixed. Everything depended on his feelings. He pursued the most comfortable state. After hearing Ning Yao's words, he said with a determined look, "There's no other way. We have to retrieve the wooden bow. Otherwise all our previous efforts will be in vain. Besides, I shot an arrow at the old macaque's head in the mud bottle alley. It's just as Miss Ning said. Even at such a close distance, as long as the arrow doesn't hit the old macaque's eyes, the damage is negligible." Ning Yao was a little annoyed. "I've already said that your little tricks won't work. You didn't believe me before and didn't listen to my advice. Fine, I'll let you be. But since you believe me now, you should follow my method, right?" In fact, regarding how to deal with the old macaque of Xingyang Mountain, the young man and the young woman discussed this matter on the covered bridge at first. Qin Pingan only asked the young woman to wait for him to go back to the town to find the three people. However, the young man suddenly changed his mind and caught up with Ning Yao before she reached the stairs at the north end of the covered bridge. After that, the two of them had a huge disagreement. The young woman who carried both a saber and a sword was very firm in the beginning. Chen Pingan was not a cultivator and did not even know the fist style. He should just watch from the side. At most, he would help her to kill the old macaque to avenge Lu Xianyang and vent the hatred in her heart. However, when Qin Pingan asked her how to kill the old macaque, Ning Yao was unwilling to tell him. She only said that she had a trump card that allowed her to travel the world alone. How could she not have a trump card that had been passed down in her family? Qin Pingan did not agree. That was why Qin Pingan went to find her 3 times. Qin Pingan stood up and stretched his waist. With almost no obstruction, he stood up and said, "I've rested enough." Ning Yao was surprised. The things in the Yang family's shop are so useful? Qin Pingan's eyes dimmed for a moment, but he quickly nodded and said with a smile, "Very useful." Ning Yao asked, "Will the old macaque see through your escape route?" Qin Pingan thought for a moment and answered cautiously, "Maybe." Ning Yao drew 2 circles and a straight line on the ground with her scabbard. She asked, "This is the route between the small temple and the Li's house on Falu Street. Where did you hide your wooden bow?" Qin Pingan squatted down and drew a circle. "It's close to the east. It's almost here. It's not too far from Mud Bottle Alley." Ning Yao nodded. "Okay. Even if the old macaque comes directly to the small temple, I'll delay him and buy you enough time." Qin Pingan drew a small circle in the middle of the line with his finger. "If it's really the worst-case scenario, Miss Ning, can you lure him here? It's the place where I entered the mountain. It won't take long for me to get the wooden bow and rush over." The girl in a dark green robe leaned on the ground with her scabbard. She said proudly, "Maybe I'll bring the old macaque's head to your place." Qin Pingan shook his head. "Don't try to be brave. Be careful." Ning Yao wanted to hit his head with her scabbard. Who was the one trying to be brave? She glared at him. "Hey. The person standing in front of you is me, Ning Yao, the future #1 sword immortal in the world." "Okay." The young man stood up and looked down at the 2 cloth bags on his waist, just in case. He tightened them again and looked up with a smile. I know. So, don't die in a small place like this. Otherwise it'll be a loss. When you become a big shot in the future, as a friend I'll be able to bask in your glory." Ning Yao sighed. "Qin Pingan, you're so wishy-washy and indecisive. I advise you not to marry a wife in the future. Just find a random girl and marry her." The young man chuckled and didn't refute. Just as he was about to leave the temple, Ning Yao said, "I'll send you to the stream first." Since the girl's first 2 moves had failed, she did not get close to the old macaque. Instead, she kept a distance from him and walked slowly. After the old macaque appraised the sharpness of the 2 weapons with his unparalleled body, he completely ignored the bloody groove on the outside of his arm. He said with a smile, "Your weapons are really good. I can tell with a single glance that you're a disciple of a 1,000-year-old clan on the mountain, or a direct disciple of a first-rate wealthy clan at the foot of the mountain. I almost thought you were another sword cultivator from the Wind Thunder Garden hiding in the dark." The old macaque moved along with the girl's seemingly careless footsteps. He shifted his gaze along with her and said in a deep voice, "Young lady, I know you won't give up even if you suffer a setback. I'll give you one last chance. I'll let you tell me your clan's background. If you're killed by me after that, Xingyang Mountain won't admit their mistake. They won't care where you're from or who your master is." Ning Yao turned a deaf ear to that. She was still searching for the old macaque's real weakness. After all, she was not the vassal king of Dali who had touched the threshold of the 10th realm. She could not take on a mountain-moving ape head-on. The old macaque, who thought he had already given in too much, sneered. Since you don't know what's good for you, I'll let you be. You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.